Luca. My hand trembles around the flowers I'm carrying as I walk around the house to the backyard. Coming here is a risk. I knew that before I even left the house. But after avoiding Peyton, everyone really, since I walked out of the mall on Wednesday, I promised both Leon and Letty that I would give her some space, that I would try to figure my shit out. But my patience has run out. I need her. I need her more than I'm willing to admit, and that terrifies me. When I first knocked on the front door, I assumed they'd gone out. But with all their cars parked out in front of the house, I figured they couldn't have gone that far. And as I walk toward the back gate, I hear joyful chatter and laughing, and realize that I was right. I have no idea what I'm expecting to find when I walk through the gate to the backyard. If I had to guess, that I'm probably about to walk into the middle of all my friends celebrating Peyton's birthday as if they've all forgotten about me. My chest tightens at the thought of them all taking her side in this fight. It once again makes me question everything. Has my loyalty been totally misplaced all this time? Should I have believed her that day? Should I have told her that everything was going to be okay and pull her into my arms like I did every other time shit got hard for either of us? I've spent all these years believing that she was the one to ruin us and everything we had. But really, was it me? Was I the dumbass who wanted to believe that those closest to me wouldn't hurt me like that? My heart is in my throat as I stand before the gate, staring down at the latch. Just walk through it and wish her a happy birthday, Luca. Don't be a pussy. Squeezing my eyes closed for a beat, the image of her turning me away on Monday night slams into me. If I weren't so gutted by the move, and the fact that she used me to get what she needed, then I'd probably be proud of her. But I can't move past the fact that I needed her. I needed my best friend at that moment, and she turned her back on me. I know I should have expected it, but fuck, my head is a fucking mess. All I knew was that I needed her to quiet everything down just for a little while. She did. Kissing her, touching her, sliding deep inside of her. It gave me everything I was craving. It broke through the anger that had descended with Dad's surprise visit. But it wasn't enough. It was nowhere near enough. Blowing out a quick, slow breath, I reach for the latch, and without thinking about it, I swing it open and step into the backyard. The first thing I notice is that it's not full of people I recognize like I thought it might be. Instead, there are only 4 people sitting around a table at the other end of the yard. The second is that one of those people is not only little, but in a wheelchair. Time seems to slow down as the gate crashes closed behind me, alerting everyone to the fact that they've got company before all eyes turn toward me. I hear people say things, but I don't register any of the words because my eyes are locked onto the little boy who's staring back at me with wide, shocked eyes. He looks just like me as a kid. My heart thunders as my head spins at a mile a minute. I know fuck all about kids, but he's got to be, 4? 5 maybe? My arms fall to my sides as I stride forward to get a closer look, but Peyton jumps up, immediately trying to block my view of the little boy with her body. Peyton? I breathe, needing her to do something, to say something, because right now I'm so fucking confused and beginning to jump to conclusions that I really don't need in my fucking head. She hesitates for a beat, but clearly realizes that it's too late to try to hide him, because I've already seen him. She stands aside, allowing me to once again stare at the little boy whose eyes are as green as mine, and who looks exactly like the photos of me as a kid that hang on Mom's walls. Peyton, is he mine? The words fall from my lips without me realizing, but it's what makes the most sense to me right now. My eyes are still locked on him when movement to his side catches my attention, but I'm not quick enough because as Peyton drops to the floor, the guy who was sitting beside her jumps up and manages to catch her before she hits the deck. It's okay, Peyton, the guy says, gently lowering her to the ground. The lady at the table rushes around to her side as the little boy wheels closer. Everything happens around me, but it's like I'm not really seeing it, really experiencing it. It's like I'm dreaming, and I'm not really here. I will myself to wake up, but I know it's pointless because this is way too fucked up to be a dream. This kind of shit can only be real.
I'm okay,
She whispers after a couple of seconds.
Peyton, thank goodness.
The lady says, her voice full of relief.
Seriously, I'm okay.
She pushes away from the guy, her boyfriend, I assume, and sits up, resting her elbows on her knees, and drops her head into her hands. It's like it takes her a second to remember what she's in the middle of. I know the exact moment it slams into her, because her body tenses and her eyes fly up to mine. Her lips part as if she's about to say something, but she decides against it. The tension in the air is so thick I can barely breathe. But I'm not leaving from the spot until I've been given an explanation and heard everything. I don't care how painful it is. I don't care how much devastation it's going to cause on top of everything that's already threatening to break me. I need it all.
Can you all go inside, please?
Peyton asks, her eyes still on mine.
Are you sure, Peyton?
The lady asks as the guy stands from where he was on his haunches beside her.
I'm fine. I just haven't eaten anything, and I'll get you a glass of water. Come on.
She gestures for the guy to go inside, and after wrapping his hands around the boy's wheelchair, the three of them disappear. The air crackles between us once we're alone. My chest heaves as I fight to get a grip on myself and what all of this means.
Here you go, sweetie,
the lady says, passing a bottle over to where Peyton is still sitting on the edge of the deck with her feet on the grass.
Thank you,
she whispers, still not taking her eyes off mine. It's as if she can't believe this is happening as much as I can't either. The lady whispers something to her that I can't quite hear before Peyton assures her that she's okay. Accepting Peyton's answer, she squeezes her shoulder in support while shooting me one hell of a death glare as she disappears once more. The sound of the back door closing is like a gunshot echoing around us. I wait 2 seconds before my need for an answer to my previous question gets the better of me. Is he mine? She shakes her head, a sad smile curling at her lips.
No, Luke, he's not.
I stare at her, my blood boiling as another possibility hits me. No, I bark, my hands coming up to my hair, the flowers and card that I was holding long forgotten as they tumble to the ground. He can't be Leon's. Please, please, don't tell me that you and—
What?
She screeches, jumping from the deck.
No, he's not Leon's. Jesus, Luke. Why would you—
She trails off as she begins pacing back and forth in front of me. Then whose is he, Peyton? Because you can't honestly stand there and tell me that he's got nothing to do with me. You've seen his face, right? He looks just like me.
Yes, Luke,
She hisses.
I've seen his face. I've had to look at his face for the last 5 years and swallow down the pain in my chest every fucking time.
Who is he, Peyton? I ask, ignoring her comment.
He's—
She blows out a breath, turning away from me momentarily and pulling at her hair. Spinning back around, her eyes capture mine, and she takes a step closer. Her face is set in anger. Her usually bright silver eyes are a dark gray.
I never once lied to you, Luca. Never.
She seethes.
What I told you that day, I told you because I loved you, because you deserved to know what I'd overheard. I had no idea if it was true at the time, but that didn't matter because I didn't keep anything from you.
Peyton, I growl, my patience long shattered. She throws her arms up in defeat.
He's your brother, Luke. He's your little brother.
She covers her face with her hands as a sob rips from her throat. He's my— Fuck! I roar. It's so loud that a couple of birds rush from the trees above us. Fuck! I pull at my hair until it hurts, until I swear it's going to come free as my world tilts on its axis once more. Stumbling back, I collide with the fence behind me and drop to my ass, trying to process what all of this means, But right now, the only thing I can picture is 15-year-old Peyton with tears streaming down her cheeks, her bottom lip trembling as I shouted at her, called her a liar, told her that I'd never trust her again. Emotion clogs my throat. Tears burn the backs of my eyes, and I fight to keep them in as she curls into herself while lowering down to sit on the deck and sobs. Tipping my head back, I stare up at the sky, just watching the clouds move as I focus on just breathing. My fists clench and unclench at my sides as I fight with myself not to just get up and walk away, because fuck if that wouldn't be the easiest thing to do right now.
Chapter 2. Peyton. My body trembles with my uncontrollable sobs. I want to get a hold of myself, but this has been a long time coming. Over the past 5 years, I've let the truth totally consume me, and now that I've finally let it out, I'm overwhelmed by my emotions. My hands are soaked with my tears. My nose is running unattractively, but still, I don't lift my head. The pain is too much. The knowledge that I've just exposed Caden to all of this is just more than I can handle. All I've ever wanted is to protect him from the truth, from his reality. But it's all about to unravel in front of me, and I have no idea how to hold on to any of the threads to stop it from happening.
What's his name?
Luca finally asks. His voice is rough with his own emotion, and when I peek through my fingers at him, I find he looks as wrecked as I feel. Good. He fucking should after everything. I blow out a shaky breath, wiping at my face with my sleeves in an attempt to look less of a broken mess. Caden? He's 5? I hold Luca's eyes, but it hurts to do so, because I can see his pain in his dark green depths. Pain that I once would have wanted to take as my own, to make it easier on him. But right now, a twisted, evil side of me wants him to feel all of it. All the hatred, betrayal, and desperation of the past 5 years.
5.
He breathes. Is that the proof you needed to believe me? No. I hop up, anger once again taking precedence over the hurt. You don't get to sit there and pull that face at me like you're innocent in all of this. That is not how this works, Luca.
That's not...
I march up to where he's sitting and loom over him. It's probably one of the only times in my life that I've ever properly stood up to him. But that confused little boy inside gives me the strength to do what's needed. 6 years ago, your sick cunt of a father got his hands on my sister. I have no idea what fucking game he was playing, or if he has a thing for high school seniors, but he got her fucking pregnant, Luca. She was barely an adult, and he fucked everything up. She was weak. You know that as well as I do. And he used it against her to get what he wanted. He's sick, Luca. And you stood there and told me that I was the one in the wrong when I told you about the conversation I'd overheard between Libby and Mom. I tried to warn you, to allow you to come to terms with it before whatever happened next. But you called me a liar. I'm not a fucking liar, Luke. I've never lied to you.
Fuck that, P.
He climbs to his feet, taking away my height advantage.
He's 5 years old, for fuck's sake. At what point were you going to tell me that he even existed?
I don't know, Luke. Maybe when you weren't locking me inside people's pool houses and taking out all your anger on me?
You should have told me.
I stare at him, my jaw working overtime as I try to keep my cool. That little boy in there is the only thing I care about right now. Libby is gone, Luke. She fucked off when he was a baby. My mom is dead, and he... A sob rips from my throat once more as I think about how small and vulnerable he looked in those early days after the accident. I already knew by then that Mom hadn't made it, and I spent every second I could sitting by his bedside, holding his hand and praying that he wasn't going to leave me too.
What happened?
Car accident. I grit out. Silence falls between us, and when I look away from his tormented eyes, I find Aunt Bee standing at the kitchen window watching us. Straightening my spine, I swallow down my apprehension and force the words I need to say past my lips. I need you to leave. A bitter laugh rips from his throat.
You've got to be fucking kidding me. You can't drop a bomb like that and expect me just to leave.
You weren't invited here, Luca, and you're not welcome. I need to go inside and make sure Caden is okay. And you need to go and get your head straight, because I can assure you that if I let you meet him properly, that you're not going to be in the state you are now.
If you'd let me.
He spits, repeating my words back at me. Yeah, asshole. If. You lost any right to me or my family the day you called me a liar and walked away from me.
Your family. He's mine too. Fuck!
I laugh, but there's no humor in it, just pain and anger. Yeah, so maybe you should think about how you want to deal with that, because he deserves better than you. He's lost everything, Luke. Everything, apart from me. And there's no fucking way I'm letting you or anyone else hurt him any more than he already is. Turning away from him, I storm toward the house, needing to see my boy and make sure he's okay.
Peyton, wait!
I don't want to do as he says, but the emotion cracking in his voice forces my body to stop at his demand. What, Luke? I snap, looking over my shoulder, but not at him. I can't bear the agony and confusion in his eyes any longer.
I'm sorry.
I scoff. Too little too late, Luca. Before he can reply, I yank the back door open and leave it to slam behind me. The second our connection is severed, my knees give out and I start to fall. Only what I fall into is a warm body, as Aunt Fee's floral scent engulfs me as her arms wrap tightly around me. It's okay, I've got you, she soothes as I cry on her shoulder. Caden, is he okay? I finally manage to stutter, once my sobs have subsided. He's playing with Elijah. He's fine. Aunt Fee maneuvers me to a dining chair before pouring me a generous glass of vodka. I look up at her with my brow quirked. It'll take the edge off, she says, pushing it closer. Wrapping my fingers around the glass, I decide I need more than the edge taking off and knock the whole lot back in one. I groan as it burns down my throat, but it's a welcome relief from the pain in my chest. I can't believe that just happened, I admit quietly. You knew it was going to eventually, Aunt Fee says, being the voice of reason. Yeah, I know, but not like that. Pushing the glass aside, I drop my head to my arm and suck in some calming breaths. Where's he gone? No idea. I just told him to leave. You did? The shock in her voice drags my head back up. Yeah, why? Nothing. It's nothing. Aunt Fee, now isn't the time to skirt around this shit. Just tell me whatever it is you want to say. I didn't think you'd have it in you. I know a lot has happened, but I also know that you still love him. My chin drops as I stare at her in shock. I already know that I'll always love Luca. The problem is that Luca I love doesn't seem to exist anymore. He's not the same person anymore, Aunt Fee. Nor are you, sweetie. Just take it one day at a time. All of this, it's a lot to take in. What you're doing right now, it's not easy. You need to give yourself a break. I know, but Caden is going to be okay, Peyton. He's got both of us, maybe some more family in the wings, depending on how this goes. He's loved so much. You'll be surprised how far that will get him. I miss them, I confess. I know, sweetie. Me too. Why don't you go and clean up a little bit and then go see that sweet boy? He's been so excited for today, he wanted to make it so special for you. The lump that's still lingering in my throat grows once more. I don't deserve him. You deserve the world, Peyton. And if Luca can't see that, then fuck him. My eyes widen in shock at her words. What? She asks innocently as she sets about making tea. Nothing. I'm just going to... I point toward the door and push the chair out. Today was meant to be about family, and damn it, that's what it's going to be. I discover that my makeup is totally unsalvageable when I get to the bathroom, and after washing my face, I completely redo it. I'm glad I do, because when I walk out again, I feel stronger, more able to deal with whatever life is going to throw at me next. I stop by my room, pulling my cell out of my purse to see if I have any messages. To my surprise, there's a group chat with Ella and Letty that's blown up in my absence about tonight's party. My heart drops. I can't go out tonight with all this shit. What I really need to do is man up and go and see Luca. Talk properly. But just the thought of doing that makes my stomach turn over. There's no way we'll be able to survive through a conversation like adults. I need to get Leon involved. Now that Luca knows the truth, Lee deserves it as well. My hand trembles around my cell with the thought of sitting in front of both of them. I think about their mom. Maddie was always the sweetest person. God only knows how she ended up with an ass like Brett. But I know she was one of the many reasons why Mom packed up our stuff and dragged us out of Rosewood after she discovered the truth. I wasn't meant to hear what I did that morning. They both thought I'd already gone out. I had, only I'd forgotten my cell and snuck back in. There hasn't been a second of any day that's passed where I wished I'd never stepped foot back in that house. Ignorance is bliss, and I can't help but wonder how things would have played out if I didn't know the truth back then. My sister was a nightmare at the best of times. She's 2 years older than me, but listening to the things she got up to, you could easily think she was older than her almost 18 years when we left. She didn't look her age either, which is probably one of the only good things I can think of about the situation with Luca's dad. At least she didn't look underage. Granted, she was only a few weeks off her 18th, but still, from what I've discovered, it wasn't just a one-time thing. They'd been spending time together for a while. Libby had been seduced by his status, money, and power. I'm not surprised in the slightest. I love my sister dearly, but she had stars in her eyes, always wanting bigger and better, and I can only imagine the kind of things that Brett Dunn promised her. The thought of what he could have said to her makes me feel sick. He knew how old she was. He knew who she was. Both of us had spent enough time at the Dunn's house for him to be well aware. It makes me wonder just how long he'd been planning something. Disgust rolls through me once more. I always knew Brett was a jerk. From as early as I can remember, I hated him for the way he treated Luca, for the amount of pressure he put on a young boy's shoulders. But seducing a minor... I shudder, opening the messages, and tapping out something they're not going to want to read. Peyton, I'm really sorry, but I'm going to have to bail on tonight. Some family stuff has come up, and I need to be here. Chapter 3. Peyton. How do you tell a 5-year-old who's already lost his mother and grandmother that the man standing in the yard earlier was his brother? A brother who may or may not want anything to do with him. How do you even contemplate trying to explain the clusterfuck that is? That man's father is his father? I lean back against the kitchen counter and just breathe. I somehow managed to stumble my way through some kind of explanation that Caden said he understood. But really, I barely understand it myself. How can I expect him to? But I couldn't lie either. He'd seen Luca with his own eyes. The resemblance is too strong to deny any kind of connection there. In true innocent kid style, all Caden really wanted to know was if Luca was coming back. His eyes light up just talking about him, as if he already knew Luca, and telling him that I didn't know if he was going to come back obliterated my heart. "What are you doing?" Aunt Bee asks when she walks into the room with my half-eaten birthday cake. "Sorry, I'll come and help tidy up," I say, feeling bad that I'm hiding away from it all. "That's not what I mean. You're meant to be going out." "I've canceled," I confess. "Nonsense. It's your birthday. You deserve to go out and have fun." "Yeah, well, I'm not really feeling up to it after..." I trail off, not really wanting to talk about it again. "Peyton, you only turned 21 once." "I don't care, Aunt Fee," I say sadly. I just want to curl up in bed and forget today ever happened. "I understand that, I do. But I think you'll regret not going. Plus, your friends are waiting." "I told them I'm not going." Well, about that?" She rips her eyes away from mine, but not before I see them flash with guilt. "Aunt Bee, what did you do?" "Well, I was walking past your room and your cell dinged and, well, one thing led to another, and..." "You told them I was going, didn't you?" "Yep. I told them you'd meet them in..." She looks at her watch. "Less than an hour, so you really need to shift that ass into gear, girl." "Aunt Fee, I can't..." "You can, and you will. Your mother would never forgive me for letting you mope around on your big day. She's not here, Aunt Bee. No, she's not. But I am, she says firmly. And I say that you're going. You're going to let your hair down, get drunk, and dance with a good-looking boy because you can. Because you deserve it. But nope. No buts. Elijah has offered to take you. Of course he has, I say, rolling my eyes as I remember his comments about Ella. Please, Peyton. All this drama will still be here tomorrow. Stewing about it in bed all night won't make it go away, but getting drunk will, I add. Well, that wasn't exactly what I was going for, but yeah, I guess. Tomorrow you can talk to Luca. Invite him over here if you like, so I can speak to him too. Thank you, but I think that's something I need to do alone. Okay, well, the offer stands. If you want to go to Maddie too, all you need to do is ask, sweetie. Thank you, Aunt Fee. I don't know what we'd have. Shush, Peyton. I wouldn't have it any other way. I swallow down the lump and will my tears to subside once again. Now get upstairs and shimmy into that sexy little dress. It deserves an outing. She winks at me before grabbing what's left of the champagne from earlier in the fridge and pouring us both a glass. When times are hard, go out with your girls and dance the night away, she says, holding her glass up to clink mine. You and Mom do that often? More than I'm willing to admit to, sweetie. Feeling a little lighter, I make my way upstairs to shower and dress in record time. Dread still sits heavy in my stomach, but deep down, I know that Aunt Bee is right. I need this. My determination wanes a little as I sit in front of the mirror in my small room, applying my makeup. I'd hoped that sliding into the dress would give me the confidence I need to walk into a party tonight and figure out a way to enjoy myself, but it didn't have the magic effect I was hoping for. I stare at myself with my mascara wand halfway to my face and let out a loud sigh. Maybe this was a bad idea. As if someone can hear my thoughts, a soft knock sounds out on my door. Yeah? It creaks open before Elijah pokes his head inside.
Whoa,
He says, taking in the low cut of the dress and my breasts that are damn near spilling out of it.
that dress is...
He trails off, clearing his throat instead. Yeah, it's something, I mutter, looking back at the mirror and continuing with the job I started.
How are you feeling?
Honestly? I ask, shooting him a look over my shoulder as he lowers himself to the edge of my bed. My eyes linger on him, dressed entirely in black and looking sinful. I'm a mess. I have no idea if this is the right thing to do. Leaning forward, he rests his elbows on his knees and watches me in the mirror.
There are no rules here, Peyton. You just have to follow your gut.
I need to talk to him. He nods.
You do. But do you think going to find him tonight would be the best time?
I think about Luca's hot temper, both when we were kids and what I've witnessed recently, and I know that finding him when he's probably still angry would be the worst thing to do. I need to let him cool off, get his head together. Then we need to sit down like sensible adults and talk properly. I almost laugh out loud at the prospect. I'm not sure either of us have it in us to manage it. We drive each other crazy whether we mean to or not. No, I confess, remembering that he asked me a question.
Exactly. So, go out and blow off some steam. He's not going anywhere. This issue will still exist tomorrow.
Great. Thanks for that.
You know what I mean. This isn't the sort of shit that gets fixed easily or quickly, so just give yourself some time and trust that everything will work out in the end.
I wish I could be so positive about things. He shrugs.
I deal with life or death on a weekly basis, Peyton. No problem is ever as serious as that.
My stomach knots at the reminder of what he does for a living, and I immediately feel awful for acting like the world is ending with my family issues.
No, don't look at me like that. I didn't say it to make you feel guilty.
I know. It's just... Ugh,
Come on,
he says, jumping up and straightening his shirt.
finish up, and we're going out and putting all your troubles behind you for a few hours.
Okay. I nod at him, a small smile pulling at my lips.
I want to get to your blonde friend. She's single, right?
Jesus, I'm going to regret this, aren't I?
You'll never know if you don't hurry.
He He leaves me to finish getting ready, and when I finally stand in front of the full-length mirror out in the hallway before heading downstairs, I can't deny that I feel better. The dress is killer, and that, along with my stilettos and makeup, help me. It all feels like a layer of armor that I'm able to hide the truth behind. "Wow, Peyton," Aunt Bee says, her eyes going wide when I appear in the kitchen doorway a few seconds later. "Elijah's a lucky guy tonight." She winks at her son.
Ready?
"Yes, let's go before I change my mind." "Have fun, kids. Don't do anything I wouldn't have done."
We don't want to know what you got up to, Mom.
Elijah groans, following me out of the house. "An Uber?" I ask when I see the car idling at the end of the driveway.
Yeah. You're already in no state to get behind a wheel, and I do not plan on spending tonight sober, so...
He gestures to the car, pulling the back door open for me.
My lady?
He quips, making me laugh. By the time we pull up outside the house where tonight's party is, I'm a nervous wreck. My hands are trembling, my palms sweating, and despite the fact that I know I have a full stomach, thanks to Aunt Bee insisting that I eat as much as I could this afternoon, I still feel like I might be about to pass out again.
He's probably not even here after that bomb that exploded in his face this afternoon.
Elijah says, unable to miss my hesitation to join him out of the car. I suck in a breath, quietly thank our driver before sliding out. "What the hell are you doing?" I gasp when his fingers tangle with mine. I immediately try to pull them free.
You told me that he thinks I'm your boyfriend earlier. So if he is inside, let's allow him to believe it.
I don't think that's wise, I warn, still trying to free myself.
You want him to stay away? Trust me, there's no better way.
Yeah, or Luca will delight in telling Elijah what a cheating whore I am and spill all our wicked secrets from last weekend. It's not a good idea.
I can handle a college football player, Peyton.
He lifts my hand and places a kiss to my knuckles.
You've got this, Pepe.
He winks, and I barely contain my eye roll. Unable to free myself from his grip, I walk alongside him and toward the open front door of the house. The music booms, the scent of cigarette smoke and weed mixes together as we make our way into the crowded hallway. "Peyton!" I hear someone squeal before Letty races down the stairs so fast I'm sure she's about to faceplant on the floor any second. "Happy birthday!" she cries, slamming into me and throwing her arms around my body. Finally, I lose Elijah's grip, allowing me to hug her back. "Thank you."
Ignore her. She's already wasted.
A deep rumbling voice says. When I look up, I find Kane watching his girl with an amused yet satisfied smirk on his lips. "You're aware you're wearing her lipstick, right?" I ask him, unable to keep the smile from my lips.
Yeah. You think it's my color?
He winks. "Let's go get drinks." "Are you sure you need another?" I ask Letty as she takes my now free hand and pulls me toward the kitchen. "Elijah, Kane, Elijah. He's kinda my cousin, I guess." They nod at each other and follow us through the groups of people. "Look who I found," Letty announces the second we're in the kitchen, causing everyone to turn and look at me. "What the hell happened this afternoon?" Ella asks, clearly more sober than Letty. "Family stuff?" "Fair enough. Here you go, a very special cocktail for the birthday girl." She passes me over a solo cup, with God knows what inside it, and encourages me to knock it back, which I do with a little hesitation. The second I swallow, I regret it, because the alcohol burns. "Jesus, what the hell is this?" Ella shrugs, too busy staring at the person over my shoulder. "You brought a friend," she says, clearly as interested in him as Elijah is in her. "His name is Elijah. He's a Marine. Ships out again soon, so do not get attached in any way. He's my Aunt Fee's son. And he is hella hot. You mind?" "By all means." While he's distracted with her, the less chance he'll be able to play big brother/fake boyfriend with me.
Girl, you are looking fine.
Brack says, coming to stand before me. "Ah, the good-looking, smart one," I quip.
I think I'm going to need a dance with the birthday girl tonight.
I'm sure that can be arranged, although I'm pretty sure I remember you being firmly warned off me, I say, remembering Ella's demands when I went to their dorm the other week.
Oh, she's fully distracted, don't worry.
He winks. My lips part to warn him about Luca. I know both Brax and West are on the team, which means they're his boys, but I don't want to think about him right now, let alone say his name out loud. I startle when a hand lands on my waist, but the second Letty's floral scent hits my nose, I relax. Brax, stop looking at her tits. She slurs. We all know you're desperate, but Peyton is not for you.
They're right in my face. I can't not look.
He says, with his hands up in defeat. The girls are looking good, Peyton. I bet Luke... Don't, I growl, cutting her off before she lets his name slip past her lips. Has something happened? She asks, clearly sensing that something is wrong even while she's intoxicated. It doesn't matter. I'm here to have fun and let go. Hell yeah. Let's go dance. She takes my hand before reaching for Kane with the other. Elle, bring your marine. We're dancing. She shouts. We blend into the crowd that are grinding it up in what I can only assume should be the living room, and the second we come to a stop, Letty pulls me into her, and we dance together with Kane at her back. Whatever Ella gave me, added to the champagne and vodka I've consumed today, ensures that my reality stays away as I lose myself to the music. A guy who I'm introduced to as Letty's little brother, and a couple of the other guys I recognize from the toga party, supply us with drinks, and with each one, I let go a little more. So much so that when some guy I don't know steps up behind me and begins dancing with me, I just go with the flow. I don't care who he is. I don't want to think about anything. I just want to let go. Resting my head back against his shoulder and moving my ass against him, his hand grips my waist, their burning heat turning my blood to lava. I have no idea how much time or how many songs pass like that. It could be 1 or 10. I lose all sense of time and anything around me as I get lost to the music. But the second he spins me around and I recognize a pair of green eyes, everything comes crashing down around me until my alcohol-fueled brain catches up with my reality. My body stills, my blood instantly cooling, and my high from only seconds ago vanishing faster than I thought possible. Lee? What are you...
Disappointed?
He asks, clearly reading my reaction. No, I just didn't... Shit. I drop my head to his shoulder, suddenly feeling like I've got the weight of the world on my shoulders once more.
Chapter 4. Luca. I stand in the driveway to the house where tonight's party is. It's only a short walk from our house on the next street over. I told myself I wasn't going to show my face. Today has been the biggest shit show I've ever experienced. My head spins with the vodka racing through my system, and the house before me appears to move, despite the fact I know it's not. I can't even think about what happened this afternoon. If I picture his face, if I think about her confession, then I know I'm going to drown and never surface again. I spent 5 years convincing myself that she was wrong, that my dad hadn't slept with my best friend's sister. But it's not even just that. He got her fucking pregnant. Lifting the bottle to my lips, I try to force myself to walk back home, to stay away from her, to stay away from everyone. But a photo I saw on Instagram only 30 minutes ago calls to me. I have no idea if Letty did it on purpose. If she knew I'd be sitting at home stalking them all on social media to try to get a glimpse of her. Part of me thought she'd bail on tonight. But it seems what happened today hasn't affected her in the same way it has me, because I know she's inside there right now, having the time of her life. I guess she has every right. It's her 21st birthday, after all. Pulling my cell out once more, I stare at the image as my confusion continues to war inside me. I want her. I need her. I hate her. My grip tightens until I worry I'm about to shatter the screen as I look at her smile at whoever is taking the photo. Letty? A guy? My heart pounds as I think about her hooking up with someone else tonight. about someone else touching what's mine. With another swig of vodka, I shove my cell back into my pocket and make my way inside. A few people try to stop me as I walk through the house, but most can sense the tension radiating from me and give me a wide berth. I don't blame them. I don't even want to talk to myself right now. I scan the house for her pink hair, for Letty's bronze skin, hell, even for Kane's smug fucking face. Anything that will help me find her. I move through the crowds until I spot the flash of pink I've been craving. Just like at the toga party last weekend, she's in the middle of the dance floor, with the others close by. Ella has got her tongue down some guy's throat, while Letty rubs herself up against Kane as if they're in a room alone. Ripping my eyes from everyone else, I focus on Peyton, desperate for the crowd to part so I can see who she's dancing with. But the second that does happen, I wish it hadn't, because a red haze like I've never experienced before descends upon me, and I'm moving before I even realize my feet have left the floor. Those who see me coming jump aside. Those who don't soon find themselves barged out of my way as I fly toward my brother. "You motherfucker!" I roar, pulling my arm back and slamming it into his cheek. Peyton screams in shock as Leon releases her and goes stumbling backward. Others cry and shout as I approach Leon once more, but instead of coming at me, all he does is hold his hands up in defense as his cheek burns red. "It's not what you think, bro." As he says the words, a flash of pink races past me as Peyton runs full speed through the break in the crowd. "You fucking idiot!"
Peyton, wait!
Letty shouts, but I'm faster than all of them despite the fact my body is entirely fueled by alcohol right now. I take the stairs 2 at a time, hot on her heels. She flies past the line to the bathroom and dives inside right as someone exits, much to the complaints of the people waiting to go inside. She slams the door, but unfortunately for her, she's not quite quick enough. My palm connects with the wood, and I push it open before she gets a chance to lock it.
Leave me alone, Luke. Please.
She begs, wrapping her arms around her waist as if she's physically trying to hold herself together. Slamming the door behind me, I cut off the complaints of the others who are waiting, and I flip the lock. I take a step toward her, and she takes a hesitant one back.
What do you want, Luke?
I consider her question for a few seconds. Honestly, I have no fucking clue. She gasps when she runs out of space behind her and bumps up against the wall.
I'm sorry you found out like that. That wasn't...
Her words are cut off when my hand flies out and pins her against the wall by her throat. She swallows nervously, her body trembling as tears pool in her eyes. "Stop!" I boom. "Just stop!" My chest heaves as I stare at her, almost cowering away from me. I hold her wide eyes for a beat before I drop mine to her pink lips. They're so full, and I already know just how sweet they taste. Then I drop lower to her dress. It's the first time I really get to look at her, and fuck. You look beautiful. I swallow down the word as the confusion I've battled with all day only gets stronger. Hurt her. Take her. Punish her. Make her yours. Tell me he didn't touch you. Tell me he didn't take what's mine. She shakes her head, her brows pulling together.
No, he...
Luca! Peyton! Open the door! A familiar, angry voice demands through the door. Fuck off, legend! I bark. This has nothing to do with you! I hold Peyton's eyes, and I can't miss the relief that floods them that she's being rescued by that prick. No fucking chance! He shouts, before there's a loud bang, and the door rattles on its hinges. Fuck! I bark, acting on impulse and slamming my lips down on hers. The second time he rams the door behind us, the lock gives way, and he crashes into the room.
Luca, you need to...
Letty's concerned voice is cut off when she finds Peyton's hands wrapped around my shoulders. her nails digging into my skin as she kisses me back almost as fiercely as I do her. Reaching down, I lift her so she has no choice but to wrap her legs around my waist, her tight dress riding up her thighs and exposing her ass for me. "Stay out of my fucking business!" I bark as I spin her away from the wall and holding Kane's eyes before drilling them into Letty as well. "This has fuck all to do with either of you!" Without waiting for a response, I march out of the bathroom and down to the quietest end of the hall. "Peyton?" I ask when I stop, noticing that she's dead weight in my arms. "Pee, baby?" Shifting her around so she's cradled in my arms, I look down at her sleeping face. "Jesus fucking Christ, baby." We get more than a few curious glances as I walk down the stairs with her in my arms. I could probably make use of one of the bedrooms in this place, but like hell is that going to happen? The only place she's sleeping tonight is in my bed. It's where she should have been last weekend. It's time to make up for that. We're almost out of the house by the time someone alerts Leon to what's going on, and he comes running up behind us. "Luca, what the hell are you playing at?" I spin around. "Nothing. I'm playing at fucking nothing. You need to stay away from her." "Fucking hell, bro," he mutters, scrubbing his hand down his face. "You have no fucking clue, do you?" "She's passed out. I'm taking her home." By home, I really hope you mean her home and not locking her up somewhere to torture her again. I'm pretty sure she enjoyed every second of last weekend. You're a jerk. You're the one who's fucking clueless, bro. You have no idea what the hell is going on here. Maybe you should tell me then. I chuckle at him, as memories from earlier today flicker through my mind. You'll regret suggesting that when I do tell you. His brow creases in confusion. How about you put less time into worrying about me and go out and try to get laid, huh? I ask, turning my back on him and walking across the front yard with Peyton still in my arms. The walk home is quick, and the fresh air is enough to clear my head somewhat. I make quick work of getting us up to my room. Thankfully, it's a Saturday night, and the house is deserted, so in only minutes, I'm pulling my sheets back and laying her down on my bed. Her pink hair fans out over my dark gray sheets, and her dress rests high up on her thighs. I stumble back until my legs collide with my chair. Sitting down, I don't take my eyes away from her. Her chest heaves with her deep breaths, and a little whimper rumbles up her throat. She looks beautiful. Perfect. Everything I fucking dreamed of for the last 5 years. I lean forward, placing my elbows to rest on my knees, and just watch her. I can't count the number of times I imagined what it would be like to have her in my bed once again, although I know for a fact that I never imagined it to be quite like this. Every part of me wanted to believe that she wouldn't lie to me. After all our years together, I wanted to believe that I knew her inside and out, and that she'd never do that to me. But equally, I refused to believe that my dad could have done that. I always knew he was a lot of things, but a pedophile? No, never. Okay, so she was only a few weeks from turning 18, but he was what, 40? My stomach turns over at the thought of him chasing after Libby. She was a kid. What was he even thinking? He had to know how much that would have hurt all of us. He also couldn't have been stupid enough to think we'd never find out. She was my best friend's sister, for fuck's sake. My hands ball into fists as I try to figure out what his game plan was. My stomach knots with the knowledge of what he did, my anger once again threatening to get the better of me. But as if she knows I need a distraction, Peyton pushes up onto her elbow. She looks directly at me, but I know she's not really seeing me because her eyes are glazed over.
Luke,
She doesn't get to say any more because she pukes all over herself and my bed. Fucking hell, P, I groan, jumping up and racing over to help her. Scooping her into my arms once more, I carry her through to the bathroom and lower her feet into the shower. I knew I shouldn't have gone to that goddamn party, I mutter, as I somehow manage to hold her up with one arm and undo the zipper at the back of her dress with the other, without us both ending up in a pile on the floor. Turning the shower on, I let us both get blasted with hot water. It soaks my clothes as it washes away the puke covering Peyton. She just about holds herself up with her arms wrapped around my waist and her head resting on my shoulder. And just for tonight, I tell myself that everything is okay. That we're just the old Luca and Peyton. I forget that anything else exists and let the alcohol still in my system wash away our reality so that I can just look after her for tonight. So that I can pretend for tonight. I dry her off, my eyes lingering on her curves, my cock throbbing for her to wake up enough for me to take her. But I know she won't. She's out of it. And after pulling one of my jerseys over her head, I place her on the small couch in my room and strip the bed, something I had zero intention of doing tonight. By the time I crawl in beside her in a clean and dry pair of boxers, she's curled up in a ball and snoring quietly. I lay facing her, studying her just like I did last weekend as she slept. And just like last weekend, I see the worry lines on her brow that never used to be there, the dark shadows under her eyes. And for the first time since she confessed what she'd heard to me, I try to put myself in her shoes. A huge part of me feels for her. Walking away from her ripped me apart, but I was the one who made the decision. I was the one who chose not to believe her. I chose my loyalty to my father instead of her. I was the one who made a huge mistake. But despite being in the wrong, I'm not the one who kept a massive secret for the past 5 years. A secret I'm not so sure I'm ever going to be able to forgive her for.
Chapter 5. Peyton. Anger burns through me like a wildfire, but the second his hand closes around my throat, it turns into an inferno. His hard, cold green eyes stare down into mine, and the only thing I can think about is the explosion that's about to happen when he takes what he so clearly craves. His chest heaves, his hot breath fanning my face, the scent of alcohol on it filling my nose, which makes my mouth water for a taste. We might not be able to talk like sensible adults like we should, but it seems that since we reconnected, we're able to vent our anger in much more carnal ways. My body melts into his touch. My impatience grows as my head and judgment becomes completely clouded by his touch and his scent. Fuck, I need this. I need this badly. Something startles me, but I have a feeling that the house could collapse around us right now, and I'd barely even notice. It's just him. Everything is him. When his lips finally slam down on mine, I immediately give myself over to him, drowning in the man the boy I loved so hard has turned into. I forget at that moment that I don't like him, that I want to hate him for everything that he's done to me these past few weeks, and I give in to what my body craves. He kisses me deep, his tongue sweeping into my mouth, claiming me, taking me, owning me. My head screams yes, and my body demands for more as I wrap my arms around his shoulders and pull him closer, although I fear that nothing will be close enough right now. He sweeps me off my feet, both figuratively and literally, and we move through the house, the music fading into the background behind us as I continue to drown in his scent, in his touch. Luca, I moan when my back presses against his bed, my body on fire to feel his lips on me once more. But he doesn't comply, instead flipping me over in favor of getting me naked. My dress is gone in seconds, along with my underwear, as his hands move around my body as if he doesn't know where he wants to touch me first. He parts my thighs, staring down at me with hunger in his eyes, a hunger that I want to swallow me up and never let me go. Ripping open his fly, he pulls out his hard cock, rubbing it through my wetness. Oh God, please! He drops lower, pushing it inside me in one thrust, and I cry out in delight until something startles me, and my eyes fly open. My head feels like it's full of cotton, my mouth is vile, and my body aches. although the desire coursing through my veins is impossible to ignore. Where am I? My heart thunders against my ribs. My skin flushes with my dream? Shit. I pant. I lower my head, but movement on my thigh makes me jump once more, and when I look down, I find a hand. Oh my God, I whisper, risking a look at the person who's beside me. Luke? Shit. I fall back onto the bed, immediately realizing that it was a mistake because everything around me spins. Throwing my arm over my face, I focus on trying to catch my breath. However, that all goes to shit when his hand moves, parting my thighs once more and finding my slit core. Luke, what the hell? That wasn't a dream, was it?
Partly. Listening to you moan my name spurred me on.
He pushes 2 fingers inside me and my body locks up. No! I try scrambling away from him, aware that none of this should be happening. I can't even remember how I got here.
Just give me this, baby.
We can't. This isn't. Pushing up from the bed, he crawls between my thighs. He's only wearing a pair of boxers, which doesn't hide the package I already know it covers. His fingers curl inside me, hitting that part of me that makes me see stars. Oh, God.
You're gonna let me watch you come, baby.
He tells me, his voice rough and deep, making butterflies erupt in my belly.
And then I'm gonna fuck you so hard that you'll never forget having me inside you. You'll never forget what you've done to me.
The edge to his voice hints to the new version I've met over the past few weeks that I'm not at all fond of. But then he folds himself over me and runs his lips over my jaw as his free hand slips under the shirt I'm wearing until he finds my bare breast. A thought flickers through my mind as to how I ended up here, and what I can only assume is his bed wearing nothing but his jersey. Aware that it's probably something I'm going to regret, I push it all from my head as he pinches my nipple at the same time he presses against my G-spot, and I forget about everything. Our reality, how I ended up here, my raging hangover. The only thing that exists in this moment is us. Those 2 lost kids who crave to find the connection that we once had. Luca! I cry as his teeth sink into the soft skin of my neck as my orgasm crests. He pulls back, staring down at me, captivating me with his hungry green eyes. But as much as I want to hold my steady gaze on his, I can't, and mine slam closed as I ride out the pleasure. Oh, God. I pant as I come down from the high.
So fucking beautiful.
He breathes, pushing the jersey up so he can feast on my breasts as he grinds his length against my pussy. It's like we're horny teenagers once again, desperate to go all the way, but terrified to make that move that we both know will change things.
I hope your stomach is feeling a little more settled.
He murmurs against my burning skin. My brows pull together in confusion, but before I get a chance to ask what he means, his hands clamp down on my hips, and a squeal rips from my lips, and he flips me over, my face pressing into the pillow as his weight lands on me.
I don't want to be cleaning up any more of your puke.
He breathes in my ear. My what? My words are cut off when his fingers thread into my hair.
How much did you drink last night, Peyton?
I don't know. It was my birth.
Don't care.
He snaps, pulling my head to the side so I can see him.
You passed out in my arms, P. You could have ended up in anyone's bed this morning.
The shiver of fear runs through me, knowing that he's right. I wouldn't usually drink as much as I did last night, but it was my birthday, and I had a lot of shit to drown out. I also trusted that Elijah and the others would take care of me. Clearly, that wasn't what happened. Elijah—
Don't even say his fucking name, Peyton. I know who he is. I figured it out after I walked away yesterday. He was the boy who used to spend time at your house as a kid. He was friends with your sister. What he is not is your boyfriend.
He growls in my ear. I never said—
No, but I have a very good reason not to believe a single word that falls from your lips.
Tears burn my eyes as he talks, and my head continues to spin with confusion. By all accounts, he looked after me last night, cleaned me up after I threw up. How can he go from that to this? My bottom lip trembles as I try to keep everything inside. I don't want to appear weak in front of him, but everything is just too much to deal with right now.
Don't even think about it, Peyton. I don't want your fucking crocodile tears.
This isn't my fault, Luca. If you believed...
No. Don't you dare put this on me. I wasn't the one hiding a child, a brother, from me all these years. What did you think would happen, P? That I'd never find out?
No, of course not. I wanted to tell you, but you...
Enough! I don't want to hear any more of your bullshit. You're going to do what I say, and then you're going to leave. You're going to walk out of my room and out of my house looking like the filthy slut that you are.
No, Luke, please. His fingers slip between my legs once more, dipping inside, and as much as I want to feel nothing at his touch, it's not the reality, because his fingers burn me from the inside out as he slides them inside me.
So fucking wet, P. You're desperate for my cock again, aren't you?
I bite down on the inside of my cheeks to stop me from responding, because I'm not sure what words will come out if I do. Part of me wants him to go fuck himself, but the other part, the dark and twisted side of me that Luca seems to have found in the last few weeks, wants everything he's threatening me with. I want the punishment, the pain, the torture. His fingers dive deeper, making my hips lift from the bed.
Fuck yeah. Tell me what you want, P.
He demands. A growl rumbles up his throat when I shake my head in refusal. His fingers slip around my throat, holding me in warning.
Tell me what you want, P.
He grits out as if he's right on the edge of his control.
I want to hear you beg for it.
I want you, I whisper, my hips lifting once more, my body fully on board with what he's offering me, while my head is having a harder time at joining the party.
You are my what, baby?
I suck in a breath, my defiance almost getting the better of me. But I know what will happen if I stand my ground. He won't give me what I need, and not only will I leave here full of regrets, but I'll be frustrated as well. I want your cock, Luke, I say with a confidence that I know he'll get off on.
Fuck yeah, you filthy slut.
Luke! I scream as he lifts me with one hand and surges inside me without warning. His intrusion burns as he stretches me wide open and bottoming out in one move. He doesn't give me any time to get used to him. He pulls out of me almost immediately before he begins fucking me like a man possessed. The bed bangs against the wall as our bodies become slick from the exertion. My head spins with my lingering hangover, mixed with the heady desire only Luca manages to drag up inside me. Oh, God! I cry as his fingers tighten in my hair and he shifts behind me and pulls me to my knees with only my hair, his length never once slipping from inside me.
You shouldn't feel this good, baby. It almost makes me not want to do all the things to you that I've imagined for 5 long years.
His fingers tighten around my throat as he pins my ass back against him with his tight grip, forcing my back to bend painfully as he continues to thrust inside me. Do them, I growl. Punish me, hurt me, do whatever you want.
Fuck, you drive me insane, baby.
Good, that makes 2 of us. He pulls me to one side so he has access to my neck and shoulder, and he sinks his teeth into my skin. Oh shit, Luke! I shout as pain shoots from where I'm sure he just broke the skin.
You're mine, Peyton, and you're not going to forget it.
He pistons into me, his movements becoming erratic as his cock begins to swell even larger inside me.
Come for me, baby, or you're going to lose your chance. Who knows when I'll be feeling generous enough to give you 2 again.
Luke! I cry as his fingers tighten on my throat until stars begin to appear in my vision. He releases my hip, and his fingers find my clit, the movement against my skin vicious, but perfect and precise as he plays me to the perfect crescendo. Luca! I scream as the most powerful orgasm I think I've ever experienced slams into me, turning my muscles to mush and making me go limp in his hold as wave after wave races through my body. He holds me up, thrusting into me 3 more times before his own roar of pleasure fills the room, sending aftershocks of ecstasy shooting around my exhausted body. The second he's done, he releases me, giving me no choice but to flop on his bed in a heap, my muscles still quivering with my release.
No better way to forget a hangover than to fuck it out. Thanks. You can leave now.
It takes everything I have to lift my head to look at him, but the second I do, I regret it. His face is an emotionless mask as he stares at me as if I'm nothing more than a piece of shit on his shoe. I prefer it when he's angry and shouting at me. At least I know he's feeling something. But right now, he's downright terrifying, and so much like I remember of his father, that fear races down my spine. Turning into his father was one of his biggest fears as a kid. He knew from an early age that Brett wasn't the kind of father most kids wanted. He never said, "well done," or told him he was proud. All the things kids need to hear. I can only imagine how he feels about him now that he really does know the truth. But staring at him right now, I fear that he's getting closer and closer to becoming the man he feared he'd become.
What are you waiting for? Get the fuck out before I throw you out.
My chin drops at the coldness in his tone before I scramble from his bed, tugging the hem of his jersey down in an attempt to cover up. I look around for my clothes, my shoes, my purse.
Get the hell out!
He booms when I don't move fast enough. Thankfully, I spot my purse on the nightstand beside where I slept, and I grab it before he takes a menacing step toward me as if he's going to do exactly what he just threatened. Part of me wants to stand my ground and see if he goes through with it, but the other part, the bigger part, is just too exhausted to deal with whatever he might deliver should I force that to happen. Before he gets to me, I race toward the door. I twist the handle, but I don't open it. Instead, I look over my shoulder at his familiar yet totally unrecognizable face. You can keep pushing me away as much as you want, but we both know you want to hear what I have to say.
Get the hell out, Peyton! I don't want you here!
I swallow down the emotion that threatens to clog my throat at how easily he can dismiss me after our time together. I need to remember that this is who Luca is now. He's cold, vicious, and unattainable. Just as I close the door behind me, something smashes against it right on the other side of my head. A scream of shock rips from my throat as my legs give out and I start sliding down the door.
Whoa, I've got you.
Strong arms wrap around me before I hit the floor, and I'm lifted and carried inside another room. I need to leave, Leon, I say, dropping my head into my hands as I sit on the edge of his bed, with the evidence of what his brother did to me only minutes ago leaking from my body. Jumping up, I take a step toward the door.
What's really going on here, Peyton?
He asks softly. The genuine concern in his voice forces me to look at him. I wince at the darkening bruise on his cheek that only adds to the healing wounds from the last time they got into it over me. I shouldn't have come back here, I confess, my heart shattering with each word. I knew it was going to be bad, but I never thought it would be like this. Pushing from the wall where he was watching me, he drops down beside me.
Why does he treat you like he hates you, Peyton?
Because he does, I state simply.
Yeah, apart from he doesn't, actually. He's loved you since before he even knew what it meant. That kind of love doesn't just die, Peyton. And don't even think about arguing with me, because I know you feel it for him too.
My lips part to respond, but I soon find that I don't have any words to say back to that. Do you have a bathroom that I can use? He studies me for a beat, his eyes begging me just to spill everything, to put an end to all the secrets and the lies.
Yeah, sure.
He points to the only other door in the room, aside from the one he brought me in through, and I push from the bed.
Use anything you want. I'll find you some sweats or something.
I look down at my bare legs in a daze. Is this weekend really even happening? Thank you, I whisper, padding across the room with my shoulders lowered and my heart in my stomach. Slipping inside, I make use of the toilet before standing in front of the sink with my head down, too scared to find out what's going to be staring back at me when I do look up. I suck in a calming breath before counting to 3. The second I'm on 3, I force myself to lift my head to look at my reflection. Oh my God, I gasp. No wonder Luca sent me away. I look like a train wreck. My makeup is literally everywhere. My hair is a matted mess around my head, and my neck is red with his hickeys and light bruising from his fingers. Jesus, Peyton, you need to get your shit together, I tell myself, reaching for the toothpaste that's sitting on the side and squirting a generous amount onto my finger. Once my mouth is a little fresher, I feel a tad more alive. After washing my face, I run my fingers through my hair and call it a day. That's as good as it's going to get while I'm standing in a boy's bathroom. A loud bang startles me, the floor shaking beneath me, as the sound of footsteps thundering down the stairs sounds out. My stomach knots, and disappointment floods me, knowing that he's running away from all of this.
Here.
Leon says, holding out a pair of black sweats when I step back into his room.
I shrunk them, although they'll probably still be massive on you.
Thank you, I whisper, my cheeks heating that he's once again seeing me in this state and attempting to pick up the pieces. I shouldn't have gone last night, I say, unable to look at him as I make excuses for what happened.
Bullshit, Peyton. You had every right to be there. He's the one who acted like a possessive jerk.
I shouldn't have been dancing with you. I shouldn't have drank so much. I shouldn't—
Stop, please. None of this is your fault.
A sad laugh falls from my lips. You're damn right there.
Talk to me, P.
A shudder runs down my spine at his use of one of the nicknames Luca uses for me. Dragging my eyes from his carpet, I stare into his concerned green eyes as he rubs the back of his neck, almost nervously. Would you be able to drive me home? Disappointment floods his face, but after a second, he nods and reaches for his keys that are sitting on his desk. Chapter 6. Peyton. The air in the car as Leon pulls away from the house he shares with Luca and some of the team is thick. I know he has 1,000,001 questions for me, and I know that I need to start answering them. But the thought of letting Caden's existence be known by someone else connected with their father terrifies me. I know it shouldn't. It's Leon. I trust him as much as I used to Luca. Leon's loyalties have never been with his father. With every day that passed when we were kids, it became more and more obvious that Luca was Brett's favorite because of his chosen football position, and I watched as Leon became more and more detached from his father. And even sadder, I was forced to watch his father not even care. That's just one of the many reasons why I understand why Mom did what she did when she dragged Libby and me away from Rosewood. She didn't want Libby or her grandchild connected to that pathetic pig of a man. I get it. I do. It just terrifies me that he could have repeated what he did with Libby over and over again, and no one is any the wiser, other than those it directly affected. I've prayed that Libby was the exception, that she was his one vice that he couldn't stay away from and broke all the rules for. But the fact that he didn't have any contact with her from the moment we left Rosewood forces me to believe that she could have been one of many. He didn't care about her. He just wanted to get his rocks off with a younger model than he was used to. My chest aches once more as I think about Maddie, the sweetest, most caring woman ever. How could he do what he did while she was at home being the parent Luca, Leon, and Shane deserved? I exhale a long breath, finally lifting my eyes from my lap to find that Leon stopped the car in the line for takeout. What are you doing?
Getting coffee and breakfast. I'm starving, and you look like you could use it.
Right on cue, my stomach growls. I think I might have puked all over Luca last night. Leon throws his head back and laughs.
I really fucking hope you did. It's the least the asshole deserves after the stunt he pulled last night.
What happened? I ask. My memories are hazy, and I have no idea what was a dream and what was reality.
Well, you already know that we were dancing, and he took offense to it.
He mutters, rubbing at his bruised cheek. Yeah, I mutter.
You ran, he chased you, and the next thing I knew, he was carrying you out of the building in his arms.
I drank too much. I was reckless.
I don't know whether to be glad he looked after you or not.
That makes two of us. I think he did look after me last night, but then this morning, I trail off, my cheeks burning.
No point trying to cover it up. I'm in the room right next door. I have a very good idea of what happened.
Jesus, Lee, not necessary. He shrugs.
Sounded like my kind of punishment.
He admits dryly. A weird noise rumbles up my throat at his admission as he chuckles beside me.
Don't worry. I've got no reason to punish you.
He says with a smile, clearly sensing my unease. Christ, I mutter, dragging my hair away from my face as a thought hits me. Have you two both been with Letty?
She tell you that?
No, Luke did.
Huh.
He scrubs his jaw as he thinks. What? Isn't it true? A smile curls at his lips.
Yeah, it's true. We've done a lot of stupid shit over the years. Most of it probably would never have happened if you never left.
Is that a good thing or bad thing? I ask, despite the guilt already tugging at my insides.
Who knows? Some of it's been fun. Other stuff, not so much.
Our conversation is cut off as he places our order.
He was never the same once you left, you know. You took a part of him with you. No one else saw it. Or if they did, they didn't appreciate just how bad it was. Pretty sure there's not a day that's gone by where he hasn't wished you were still beside him.
I don't know about that. It's not like he wants me here now.
He does.
Leon says confidently.
He's just working through whatever shit happened. Last night should be proof enough that he still cares.
I mutter some kind of agreement as he moves toward the window to pick up our order.
It was too late for breakfast.
He says, handing the bag over, as if he's only just realized that he ordered for me only minutes ago. It's fine. Without wasting a second, I dig into the bag and stuff a handful of fries into my mouth. He laughs at me as he pulls into his space in the parking lot and takes the bag from my lap, pulling out his own food.
Time to start talking, Peyton.
I bite down the fry in my hand as I fight my internal battle about whether to confess or not. In the end, my mouth decides for me when the words just start pouring out. A few weeks before we left town, I told Luca something that I'd overheard my mom and sister talking about.
Right?
He says lightly, taking a huge bite of his burger, as if I'm not about to turn his world upside down. She told Mom that she was pregnant.
Holy shit.
He splutters, damn near choking on his food. I wait for him to swallow before I land the final blow. Libby told her that the father was... Leon looks me dead in the eyes. I can almost see the wheels turning in his head trying to work it out.
Luke?
He breathes. A smile pulls at my lips, because even now, I trust Luca to never have gone after Libby, not in a million years. No. Your dad. All the air escapes from Leon's lungs as his face morphs into one of utter disbelief and shock. He's silent for long seconds. He's still looking at me, but his eyes have glazed over, as if he's not really seeing anything, as he tries to process those 3 words I've just said to him.
My dad?
He finally stutters. I'm so sorry, Lee.
My dad slept with your sister and got her pregnant?
No longer hungry, I push the bag of food onto the dash and curl myself into a ball on Leon's passenger seat. I'm so sorry.
Fuck.
He scrubs his hand down his face, leaning his head back against the headrest as he stares out of the windshield. I want to reach out and comfort him in some way, but his body is locked up tight with tension, and I'm not sure if he'd accept it right now. Leon is a totally different person to Luca, and what I know might work with Luke could be an entirely different story with Lee. His chest heaves as his fingers curl into fists, and I just sit there awkwardly, not knowing what to do for the best. If I were wearing my own clothes, I might have offered to leave by now, sensing that what he really needs is to be alone. But selfishly, I continue to sit there in the hope he comes back to me.
How old was she, Peyton?
17. She was a few weeks off.
Motherfucker!
He booms out of nowhere, making a startled little scream rip from my lips, slamming his palms down on the wheel so hard it makes the entire car shake.
Fucking motherfucking fuck!
His face turns red with anger as he takes it out on his car, spittle flying from his lips with every word that rips from his throat. Leon, I whisper, needing to break him out of the trance he seems to have lost himself in. Resting his forearms on the wheel, he drops his head to them and sucks in a deep, calming breath.
I'm sorry.
When he finally looks at me, the pain in his eyes makes me gasp. Unable to stop myself, I reach out and plant my hand on his exposed forearm in the hope the contact helps even a little bit. Hey, it's okay. I get it. Trust me.
Fuck, Peyton. That's what you told him?
I nod, the lump in my throat from the look on his face too huge to talk around.
And he called you a liar. All this time he's been walking around thinking you lied about that.
Again, all I do is nod.
Fucking asshole. He could...
He sucks in a breath and looks away once more.
Fuck, Peyton. I don't even know where to start.
It's okay. How about I just talk, and hopefully it'll answer some of your questions? He nods, sitting back in his seat and fixing his eyes on something in the distance. I tell him about Mom making us leave, about getting us away from both Brett and the drama it would ultimately cause when she started showing and people began asking questions. Libby's pregnancy was awful, I confess. You know what she was like. She was wild, always doing the opposite of what anyone said. Add some hormones into that mix, and it was just horrendous. She wanted to be back in Rosewood. She was naive enough to think that Brett would want to see her, would want to know about the baby. I have no idea if she ever managed to slip out of Mom's grip and get back to see him. As far as I'm aware, they had no contact since the moment we left. But this is Libby we're talking about. Some kind of snort comes from the back of his throat, telling me that he remembers all too well. Anyway, she had a little boy. He gasps, as if hearing that really makes it true. Caden. He scrubs his hand down his face, his eyes closed for the longest time. He's the most perfect thing, Lee. He was the best baby. Which was a good thing, really, seeing as Libby bailed a few months after he was born.
She what?
He barks. I shrug. She was a mess. Her mental health was bad, really bad. She was already drinking and smoking weed. Then one day I found her with a line of coke. 2 weeks after that, she was gone. No note, no goodbye, no anything. She just disappeared, leaving me and Mom with Caden.
Jesus, Peyton. Where is she now?
Your guess is as good as mine. I don't even know if she's aware Mom died. I admit, with a heavy heart. I tried to find her. I did everything I could, but nothing. I don't even know if she's still alive. I can only assume she is.
I'm so fucking sorry, Peyton.
It is what it is. Too late to change any of it now. Mom brought Caden up as if he was hers, and between us, we just managed. When I was at school, she'd look after him, and when I was home, she would work. We figured it out.
Why did she run? My dad's worth a lot. I don't even know. She could have taken him for a fortune.
She could, but if she did that, if she put it through the courts, then it would drag it all back up for Libby. It would put us all in the spotlight. Her priority was us, and making sure Caden was okay.
I get that. But what if...
He did it to other girls? I know, Lee. I've battled with this for years. Mom and I argued over it regularly. I understand her need to protect me, Libby, Caden, you three even, your mom. But I never totally understood how she could walk away knowing that it could happen again.
I didn't think it was possible for me to hate him anymore.
Leon mutters quietly. I'm sorry.
I can't believe Luke didn't trust you.
He didn't want to. I understand that. He didn't want to believe that your dad could do that. It was easier for him to call me a liar and to think it was all fake.
Does he know it's true yet?
Leon's immediate acceptance of my words, his trust in me, doesn't go unnoticed. It's exactly what I wished Luca did all those years ago. He invited himself to my birthday party yesterday and came face to face with Caden.
Fuck.
Yeah, it was a disaster. Silence settles between us, but while it's full of tension and anger, it's not uncomfortable. You want to meet him? I ask eventually. He turns to me, sheer panic written all over his face. You can say no. I just thought you might want to. I trail off.
Does he know about us? About who his dad is?
Yeah, well, to a point. We never lied to him. He knows he has 3 brothers, but he doesn't know who your dad is. He loves that he's got older brothers and is desperate to meet you. Apparently, I'm only so much fun because I'm a girl. Leon laughs. Seeing a smile on his face melts my heart a little.
Well, yeah. I can understand that.
Hey, I complain.
I think I need to meet him.
He confesses nervously. Okay.
I need...
He blows out a long, pained breath. So many things go unspoken in those few seconds as he tries to find his words. The pain that's oozing from him is palpable, and I have to fight not to just pull him into my arms and hold him, to tell him that everything is going to be okay. But also, I think doing just that might freak him out even more. He's clearly fighting some internal battle, and I can't help but worry that my confession has triggered him somehow. The Leon I'm looking at right now is different from the one who caught me before I hit the floor outside of Luca's room only an hour ago.
I think I need to see that something good came out of all of this.
I nod, totally understanding that. After giving him the directions to Aunt Bee's house, we both buckle up and head that way. Our breakfast, or lunch, long forgotten. Not that I'd be able to even eat it now, with the way my stomach is churning. Before we go in there, I need to tell you something else. I confess.
Fucking hell, Peyton.
He groans, sounding like he's at his wit's end when it comes to secrets and shocking announcements. Caden was in the car crash that killed my mom. He turns to me so fast that I'm surprised he doesn't pull something. The speed of his reaction warms me from the inside out. He's not even met Caden yet, and he's already protective. He's already proving what I've always known. The Dunn boys are going to be incredible big brothers to that little boy in there.
Is he okay?
He will be. He's on his way to making a full recovery, but he's in a wheelchair right now.
Fuck.
Leon breathes. He broke both his legs, his pelvis. He's had a couple of surgeries to pin everything into place. Everything is looking as it should be, but it takes time, you know? He might never make the NFL like his big brothers, but it shouldn't limit him too much.
Jesus fucking Christ.
He's strong, Lee. So fucking strong. Brett doesn't deserve him.
That cunt doesn't deserve anything fucking good in his life.
Knowing the only thing I can say to that is to agree, I push the car door open and climb out. Nervous energy radiates from Leon as I pull my key from my purse and slide it into the lock. The second I push the door open, footsteps race toward us. There you are. Do you know where my son... Oh, Leon? Hi. Aunt Bee squeaks, changing her tone mid-rant.
Hi.
Leon stutters, his brows pulling together as he tries to figure out how this woman knows him when he has no idea who she is, no doubt. Leon, this is my Aunt Bee. She was my mom's best friend, and she agreed to take us in after the accident. She's seen enough photos over the years to know who you are. I add lightly.
Okay. Nice to meet you.
He says politely, turning his megawatt smile on her. Embarrassingly, Aunt Bee blushes. I have no idea where Elijah is, I say, as she opens the door wider for us both to enter. Last time I saw him, he was... You probably don't want the details, I say, thinking about him with his tongue down Ella's throat. Like father, like son, that one. Maybe one day he'll find a woman to nail his ass down. What happened to you? No offense, sweetie, but you look like hell. Luca happened? Ah, so my son wasn't the only one up to no good last night. Something like that. Anyway, Leon agreed to bring me home. I've told him everything Luca's failed to, and he'd like to meet Caden. Of course. He's watching TV. Why don't you go on through and I'll put the coffee maker on? She smiles at both of us, her gaze lingering on Leon a little longer than necessary, as if she's trying to work out what his intentions are here. But she obviously likes what she finds, because she lets us move through to the living room. Hey, baby boy, I say, when I find Caden watching cartoons with his beloved stuffed lamb tightly in his grip.
Hey!
His eyes widen when he looks at me. Christ, I must really look a mess if I'm being judged by a 5-year-old. I've brought someone to meet you. I stand aside and allow Caden to see Leon standing behind me. Caden's eyes light up, although I can see a little hesitation there. After all, he thought he was getting his chance with Luca yesterday, and I made him leave.
Hi.
He says nervously, his eyes flicking from Leon to me, probably worried that I'm going to freak out again. Caden, this is Leon, your...
Brother.
Caden finishes for me.
Hey, little man. What are you watching?
Leon asks, walking farther into the room, as if they've met a million times before. I stand leaning against the doorway as Caden begins an in-depth rundown about the PJ Masks episode he's watching, and who everyone is. That's a fine sight right there, Aunt Bee says as she stands beside me. Caden deserves this. Girl, they all deserve this. I nod, a lump clogging my throat and tears burning the back of my eyes as I watch the two of them together. I did the right thing today. Getting this time with Leon will mean everything to Caden. I stand there for the longest time, cradling the mug Aunt Bee passes me in my hands, just watching them. I have no idea how much time passes, but after a while, my skin begins to tingle with awareness. It's a reaction I only get when one person is close. Glancing away from Caden and Leon, I look out the window, my breath catching as my eyes lock onto a very angry green pair standing out in front of the house.
Chapter 7. Luca. The farther I ran, the more clarity I found, and the more I realized that I fucked up this morning. Fuck, not just this morning. I've been fucking up for the last 5 years. Ever since my first reaction to her telling me what my dad had done was to call her a liar. Seeing her dancing with Leon last night lit a fuse that I had no control over. Flashbacks of him with Letty played out in my mind, and I knew I couldn't deal with that again. Letty was one thing, but Peyton? My Peyton? Hell no. Leon wasn't going anywhere near her. Knowing this morning that by kicking her out of my room I forced her straight into his arms once more was more than I could handle. With her scent still clinging to my skin, I threw some joggers and a shirt on, and I just started running. I didn't have a destination in mind, but I soon realized that my subconscious had a plan as I got closer and closer to her house. I thought that maybe by the time I got there, I'd have managed to clear my head and actually knock on the door and have something resembling a sensible conversation. Only, when I came to a stop out in front of the house, the first thing I saw was him. My twin brother was exactly where I should have been. I didn't want them to see me, but I was powerless to do anything but to stand frozen right in the middle of the front yard and watch as Leon introduced himself to our little brother, and sitting beside him, chatting away as if they've known each other forever. And Peyton, she just stood there staring at the two of them like they were the best people in the entire world. My heart shattered in my chest as I vividly remember her looking at me exactly like that. Like I had literally just hung the moon in the sky just for her. My chest heaves as I try to keep control of my breathing as I continue watching them. My head screams to move, to stop torturing myself more than I already have. But my body, that refuses to cooperate. And that's why, when Peyton does finally look up, she finds me standing there like some kind of stalker, watching her every move. All the air rushes from my lungs the second her eyes find mine. Shit, I hiss through clenched teeth. She says something and looks away for a second. It's my chance to escape, to run and pretend it didn't happen, but still, my body remains frozen to the spot as Leon stands and looks at me through the window. I can sense his anger, his frustration, and confusion over all of this, even with the distance between us. But he's in there. He's accepted her words for what they are, the truth. And he's being the friend, the brother, the person she expects. Hell no. It's more than that. He's being the person she needs. And it fucking rips me apart that he's taking my place. I'm still having a silent argument with Leon when she opens the front door.
Luke?
Her soft voice sends chills down my spine, and when I turn to look at her, the only thing I feel is the ache in my chest. She's still wearing my jersey, my number. It should mean something, but while she's in there with him, it means nothing. It's just a shirt because she's made her choice. It's why she's with him. It's my fault. I'm fully aware of that, but it doesn't make it hurt any less. You look like the perfect little family, I spit, unable to keep the venom inside. She rears back like I just slapped her, her arms crossing over her chest.
What do you want, Luke?
A shadow falls over her, and when I look behind her, Leon steps up, his face set in a stone mask, as if he's ready to fight this out again if need be. I shake my head, a bitter laugh falling from my lips. It doesn't matter. It seems he's already slotted in and taken my place, I spit.
There's no place to take, Luca. You're not a part of my life anymore. You made that decision for the both of us. So unless you actually want something, you need to leave. None of us want you here.
Her words cut, but I know they're exactly what I deserve. Ripping her eyes from mine, she turns to Leon, looking up at him like he's someone special. My fists curl, and I take a step forward, but the second Leon looks at me, I stop. The darkness in his eyes, the coldness in his green orbs rocks me to my core. What the hell? Before I get to do anything, say anything, I'm forced to watch as Peyton wraps her hand around his upper arm and all but pulls him inside. Neither of them look back at me. They just dismiss me as if I'm nothing. No one. Insignificant. It fucking hurts. Spinning around, my fist finds the trunk of the tree at the end of the yard as an incensed roar rips from my throat and echoes down the deserted street. Hanging my head, I take a second to revel in the pain that shoots up my arm from the hit, focusing on that instead of the agonizing ache in my chest. I don't want to do it, but it seems my need to torture myself knows no bounds, because before I walk away from the house, leaving Leon inside with my girl, I look back. Neither of them are there, but the older lady from the day before is. She stands in the doorway with her brows drawn together in concern. Her lips part to say something, but she quickly closes them again when I shake my head. My body aches with exhaustion as I turn away from her worried stare and make my way down the street. I barely slept last night. After she threw up in her sleep, I was too worried that she might do it again. Well, that's what I told myself. The reality was that I couldn't bear not to make the most of her sleeping beside me. Just like last weekend in the pool house, I sat beside her and watched her every move. I studied every inch of her, once again noting the differences from the girl I used to know to the woman she's become. Not that any of those differences matter, because I didn't fall in love with what's on the outside, although she is beautiful. What I really fell in love with was the girl on the inside, her soul. And despite all the bullshit, deep down, I know she's still the same person. Why couldn't I have just believed her that day? Why did my stupid loyalties have to lie with my cunt of a sperm donor instead of the girl who'd proved time and time again that she would do anything for me? What the hell is wrong with me that I would spend the last 5 years convincing myself that I was right, that I did the best thing, that protecting my family, my father, was the right thing to do? Deep down, I think I knew, but I refused to accept it. I wanted to believe that there was something redeemable about my father, that the controlling, forceful man that I see, the one who will literally steamroll his way through anyone to get what he wants, isn't all he appears to be. I wanted to believe that he wouldn't do something so treacherous, that he would cheat on his entire family, and not just with some random ex-Jersey chaser that we all knew followed him around like lost puppies, but a kid. And not just a kid, but Peyton's sister. My stomach turns over at the thought of him going after her, and I heave into the flower bed beside me, bringing up what little is left over from last night. My stomach convulses, trying to expel the disgust that's rolling through me. I have no idea what's going to happen next with Peyton. My chest aches, knowing that she has every right never to forgive me for not only turning my back on her 5 years ago, for calling her a liar, but for the past 2 weeks. I've been I've been just like my father. I heave once more. My throat burns as nothing but bile comes up. A sob rips up my throat as the reality of the situation slams into me like a truck. The way I've treated her, the things I've said, the things I've implied, I'm him. I get no clarity with that realization. If anything, the dark cloud that has already engulfed me only gets darker. I move, although I don't realize it, and I don't come to a stop until I'm somewhere I know I can make it all go away. There are a couple of cars here already, so I take that as my invite inside and push through the main door. The bar is deserted, and thankfully, the lighting is low as if it's evening. The only main difference, aside from the lack of scumbags, is that it smells like cleaning products, not alcohol and sex. With no one behind the bar, I invite myself behind it and reach for one of the expensive bottles of whiskey that Dad keeps on the top shelf to show off. Cunt. Twisting the cap, I throw it across the deserted bar and listen as it clatters against whatever it hits and finally bounces to a stop on the polished concrete floor. I take myself to the booth in the shadows where I watched Peyton on her shift Sunday when those men stripped her bare with their eyes all night. They're not here, yet my fist curls as I picture slamming it into each of their noses. I'm almost halfway down the bottle before a door slams and footsteps echo across the room. "Hello?" a familiar voice calls, clearly sensing that there's someone here. "We're not open yet." "Don't need you to be open. Actually, I prefer it not to be." "Luca? Fucking hell, man," he says, coming closer and finally finding me cloaked in darkness. I tilt the bottle in his direction before lifting it to my lips once again. "Where'd you—" He looks over his shoulder at the bar and stops mid-question. I assumed at finding the empty spot on the shelf. "Right." He exhales in frustration before sliding into the booth in front of me. "What the hell is going on, Luke?" He rests forward on his elbows and levels me with a look that tells me I'm not getting out of this easily. Bri and I aren't exactly friends. Or maybe we are, I have no idea. But since I convinced security to let me in here before I was officially allowed, we've hung out and chatted. I don't know all that much about him, but it's nice to have someone away from the team and the pressure of all of that. Sit there silently all you like, but I know this involves Peyton, and you can bet your ass that I'm going to do whatever I can to protect her. Me and you might have known each other longer, but that girl needs as much support as she can get. Fucking hell, Bri, you don't need to guilt trip me. I fucked up. I know I fucked up, okay? You're here getting drunk on a Sunday afternoon with whiskey you've stolen from my bar, and not with her, apologizing for whatever it is you fucked up, so no, it's not okay. Fair enough. I think for a minute. Peyton and we go way back. Yeah, I got that. I'm also assuming that you were the one to screw it all up? Good to know where your allegiances lay, Bri. She's hurting, Luke. She's desperate. Why the hell do you think she's working in a place like this? She doesn't belong here, and you know it. Fucking right I do. And I need to get her the fuck away before she realizes who her boss really is. A shudder rips through me at the thought of her being anywhere near my dad. It was bad enough last week after he suddenly showed up in town, but now that I know the truth, I don't want her anywhere near him. Why? What? I pin him with a look that shuts him the fuck up instantly. Okay. Look, she needs the money. You can't just get her the sack and think it'll make everything okay. I know. Why do you think she's still here? She's back in tomorrow night, and your father has already been in this weekend. If you want her out and away from him, then you need to act fast, man. I nod, appreciating that his loyalty seems to be first with Peyton and then me over my cunt of a father. I know. And getting wasted here isn't going to help, especially once Helena turns up and decides to make you her little toy tonight. I'm not fucking interested in her, and you know it. I do. It won't stop her from trying, though, will it? She wants her taste of Madison King's royalty. And the more you turn her down, the more desperate she gets. Don't I fucking know it? She's like a dog with a bone. You've got 3 hours before she starts her shift. Sit here and drown your miseries if you want, but I want you out of here before she shows her face. You've caused enough shit for Peyton already. I hear his warning loud and clear. It doesn't stop me from reaching for the half-full bottle on the table before me, though.
Chapter 8. Peyton. The sound of Leon's cell cuts through Caden's sweet voice as he continues to talk his new brother's ear off. I didn't expect Leon to hang around long, but his eyes light up when Aunt Bee offered to feed him, and, well, he's still here. From the wide smile on Caden's face, I'd say Leon's extended visit has made his year.
Sorry, little man. I need to get this.
Standing, Leon pulls his cell from his pocket and looks at the screen before shooting a concerned glance at me. My heart rate picks up at the concern on his face.
Yeah?
He asks as I sit forward on the couch.
Yeah, okay. I'll come get him now. Later, Bri.
Bri? Leon hangs up and closes his eyes for a beat.
I'm sorry, but I need to head out.
He says, dropping down to his haunches in front of Caden.
But I'll come and hang out with you again soon, yeah?
Disappointment darkens Caden's eyes, but he keeps a smile on his face.
Yeah. Good boy.
Leon winks at him and ruffles up his hair before walking over to me. What's going on? I whisper.
Luca's wasted at the locker room, and they're about to open. I need to go and get him.
Jesus Christ.
What are you doing?
He asks when I shove my cell into my back pocket and grab my jacket off the back of the couch. Coming with you.
No, Peyton. You don't need to. Not after.
I'm coming. He holds his hands up in defeat and waits for me to tell Aunt Bee where we're going.
You two really need to talk.
Leon says once we're on our way across town. Yeah, I know. It's just easier said than done.
Well, you need to try harder because at this rate, Luca's not going to have much left to salvage. He came in the other night stinking of weed. If Coach finds out, then...
I know, Lee. I know. He glances over at me, but whatever words were on the tip of his tongue die the second his eyes lock with mine.
I'm on your side here, Peyton. But I'm worried about him.
Same. I'm worried about both of you. You might have been wearing a smile all afternoon, Lee, but don't think I can't see beneath that. I confess, referencing the dark clouds that had been in his eyes ever since my confession earlier.
I'm fine. It was just a shock.
Sure, I agree, knowing that he's not going to want to talk to me about whatever it is. It's not like we've ever been close. But if you ever need to talk or whatever, I'm here. Okay? I wasn't just Luke's friend.
I don't think that's a good idea. As far as he's concerned, we've already spent too much time together.
Well, he can go fuck himself. We're allowed to be friends. What happened with Letty, it's not going to happen here.
Not into the twin thing, huh?
He deadpans. Lee! I breathe.
Sorry. It's just easier to joke sometimes, you know?
I do. I whisper as he pulls into the parking lot for the locker room.
Ready to go and see what state your boy is in?
His words make my chest ache. He's not mine anymore. With a loud sigh, the two of us climb out of Leon's car and head toward the main door which security opens for us.
Where is he?
Leon asks the second Bri looks up from his place behind the bar. Bri nods to the back corner, and when I turn around, all I can see is a pair of feet sticking out into the walkway between the booths.
Fucking hell. Well, get him out of your way.
I march over with Leon hot on my tail. We find Luca passed out on the bench seat and still holding an empty bottle of whiskey.
You two really need to hash this out. He can't keep this shit up.
Leon mutters, plucking the bottle from his brother's hand before pulling him so he's sitting up.
Luca! Asshole!
He shouts, slapping his face with a little more force than probably necessary.
Luca, wake the fuck up! I ain't carrying your drunk ass all the way to the car.
Luca groans, his head rolling and his eyes remaining tightly shut. Grab an arm, I'll get the other. It's not that far. Leon looks at me with wide eyes. What? I'm stronger than I look?
If you say so.
He mutters, pulling hard on Luca's arm until his ass leaves the bench and lifts him into his body. Wrapping his arm around my shoulder, we set about maneuvering him toward the exit and into Leon's car.
If you puke in here, you're paying for a full detail.
Leon barks before closing the door on Luca. He groans in response, and that's the last we hear of him all the way home. The second we have him inside the house, one of their friends that I recognize emerges and thankfully takes my place. I might be strong and able to move Caden around with little effort, but Luca is another story. I lead the way, opening his bedroom door, so the guys can unceremoniously dump Luca onto his bed.
Come on, P. I'll take you home.
I stare at Luca, passed out, and then back at Leon, who's standing in the doorway. He must be able to read my mind, because his brows pull together and he shakes his head.
No, Peyton. He doesn't deserve it.
I know, but...
You should leave him to suffer after the way he's treated you.
I know what I should do, Leon. I snap, irritated by his judgmental tone. But things aren't always that simple. His brow lifts.
You really want to do this? Fine. Be my guest, but don't come crying to me when he kicks your ass to the curb again.
It won't come to that, Lee. I'm just gonna make sure he doesn't choke on his own puke. Just like he did for me last night. As vicious and evil as he's been to me, I still desperately want to believe that there's a good person under all that hate and frustration at the world. Leon leaves, slamming the door behind him to ensure I know how he feels about my decision to stay. I understand why he's pissed at me. Hell, I know I'm crazy, but I can't help it. I just can't walk away right now and leave him in that state. I'd rather stay and make sure he's okay than lie in bed at home worrying about him. I know I shouldn't worry, but it's Luca. No matter how wicked he is, no matter what he says to me, what he accuses me of, he'll always be under my skin. With a sigh, I walk toward his bed and lower down beside his feet that are sticking off the end of the mattress. I pull his sneakers off, then his socks, and with all my strength, I manage to roll him over. You don't make this easy, do you, Dunn? I pant out as I try to straighten him up. Popping the button on his jeans, I wrap my fingers around the waist and attempt to pull them down over his hips. Only I don't get very far, because the second I clear his ass, his hand shoots out and wraps around my wrist. My heart jumps into my throat in shock. Shit, Luke, When I look up, he's staring right at me. The mask I've been used to staring at during the past few weeks is gone. He looks just like he did the other night when he came to the locker room after seeing his dad. Exhausted, lost, utterly broken. He blinks as silent seconds pass. His fingers retain their tight grip on me, and I start to think that he's still asleep and has no idea what he's doing. But then he lifts his arm and tugs so hard that I have no choice but to fall onto the bed and on top of him. Before I have a chance to scramble off him, he rolls onto his side, taking me with him and locking his arm around my waist. His nose nuzzles into my neck, causing fire to shoot through my veins and goosebumps to prick my skin. Damn it, body.
Don't leave me, Peyton. Please. I need you.
The vulnerability in his voice makes my breath catch.
Please.
He whispers, making a shudder race down my spine. Squeezing my eyes closed, I fight back any kind of reassurance that wants to fall from my lips. He doesn't deserve to hear those words from me. He doesn't deserve to hear that I'm here for him, that I'll support him in any way through whatever it is he's going through right now. Having said that, though, as I lie there in his arms and surrounded by his, albeit whiskey-infused scent, I find my body getting heavy with my own exhaustion. I tell myself I'll just give it 10 minutes, let him fall back into a heavy sleep once more, and then I'll slip out, confident that he's okay. I can call an Uber and get home to do work on my assignment. I awake with a start sometime later and attempt to sit up, but the dead weight of Luca still pins me to the bed. Forcing my eyes open, I find the room in total darkness. My brows pull together, knowing that there was a light on when I fell onto the bed. Not allowing myself to dwell on it, I twist around to look at Luca. He's fast asleep, his dark lashes resting down on his cheekbones, his full lips parted, and the lower half of his face covered in weeks' worth of scruff, hiding what I know is a square jaw beneath. His brow is furrowed even in his sleep, showing just how tormented he is with everything in his life right now. Knowing I need to leave before he wakes up, I slip out from under his heavy arm and tiptoe across the room. It's not until I'm at the door that he moves. I freeze, holding my breath as he rolls onto his front, but thankfully he doesn't wake up. I manage to get out of the house unnoticed, ordering an Uber as I do so. I only loiter on the sidewalk for a couple of minutes before a car pulls up to take me home. It's long past midnight when I let myself back into Aunt Fee's house. It's dark, so the last thing I expect when I step into the kitchen is for someone to speak.
Bit early for the walk of shame, isn't it?
My heart thunders in my chest as I turn to the dark figure leaning against the counter. Slamming my hand on the switch, I turn the light on. Jesus, Elijah, what the hell?
Sorry.
He mutters, lifting a glass to his lips. Well, it's good to see you're still alive. I scoff, pulling the refrigerator open.
Could say the same thing about you.
Yeah, how'd that I'll keep you safe thing work out for you?
The blonde happened.
He confesses with a shrug. Although, to be fair, he does look a little regretful. Yeah, I saw. Everything you'd hoped she'd be?
You have no idea. Listen, though.
He says somewhat nervously, lifting his hand to the back of his neck.
I'm sorry I bailed on you. Mom ripped me a new one when I got back.
It's fine, E. I don't need a babysitter.
What happened with Luca?
I sigh, mimicking his stance at the opposite counter. I don't know. He's a mess. I got trashed. He took me home, took care of me. Kind of.
Mom said Leon came to meet Caden.
I can't help the smile that curls at my lips as the memory of the two of them playing this afternoon fills my mind, along with Caden's smiling face. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the best day of Caden's life.
How'd Leon take the news? I'm assuming good, seeing as he spent most of the afternoon here.
Yeah, I murmur. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, he believed me, so that's a start. I guess only time will tell. I think of the darkness that surrounded him as I explained what his dad had been doing, and concern races through me. I've experienced Luca's darkness before. Hell, I'm living it right now. But there was something about Leon in those few moments that was absolutely terrifying.
Chapter 9. Luca. My first thought when I wake is of her, having her pressed against me as I slept. But the second I try to pull her tighter against me, I realize that it was all a dream, because what I'm holding to my body isn't her little curvy hot one, but a pillow. God damn it. Rolling onto my back, I throw my arm over my eyes and focus on my breathing in the hope it'll magically make my hangover abate. Just thinking about the taste of whiskey makes me want to puke. Once I feel like my body is a little more under control, I push myself up so I'm leaning up against the headboard and look around my room. The dream of her felt so real. The scent of her that fills my nose is almost enough to convince me that I'm not totally crazy. Glancing around the room, I search for any kind of sign that she was here, but I find nothing. The last thing I remember was sitting in the booth at the locker room and feeling Bry's disapproving stare burning into my skin. I have no idea how I got back here. Leon, I assume. Does she go with him? But why would she? After the way I've treated her, she should leave me to drown in my own drunken stupidity. Reaching down, I find my jeans undone and around my hips. The image of her delicate fingers wrapped around the fabric as she tried to undress me hits me out of nowhere as I push my hand into my pocket, searching for my cell. It's not real. She wasn't here, I try to convince myself. Not finding my cell, I finally drag my pathetic ass from the bed and start looking. I finally find it under my pillow. All the alarms I had set canceled. Fuck, I hiss, taking in the time. Not only have I missed my chance to hit up the gym, not that I'm sure I could cope with a workout right now, but I've missed my first class of the day. I still feel like death when I get to campus a little over an hour later, now late for my second class. I really don't want to sit in class and attempt to focus on anything, but I figure it might actually be better than sitting in my room and replaying my dream over and over and trying to convince myself that it was real, that she was there, that she does care. The building is empty as I make my way to the elevator. The doors open the second I hit the button, and I slip inside. Resting back against the wall, I tip my head back and close my eyes, wishing that I hadn't bothered and just stayed in bed. The doors are almost shut when they jolt and open again. I just about manage to fight the groan of frustration that wants to rumble up my throat at someone encroaching on my peace. But when I look up and find a familiar face wearing a determined expression as she stares back at me, I know that turning up today was a massive mistake.
Well, well, well. Look who decided to show their face.
Letty mutters, stepping inside and letting the doors close behind her. I could really do without the lecture, Let.
Well, that's a real shame, Dunn, because you're about to get one.
I stare at her, unsure if I'm impressed or just downright terrified by her attitude. You spent too much time with Legend, I mutter.
He's got nothing to do with how I feel about you messing around with Peyton.
You barely even know her, Let, and you certainly don't know the details of what happened between us.
I might have only known her a couple of weeks, but that's enough to know which one of you is in the wrong here.
Wow, your loyalty astounds me, I deadpan.
When you deserve it, you can have it back.
She quips. My chin drops, but I don't have anything to say in response. So instead, I just shut the hell up and stare at the doors, praying they'll open any second. The tension in the small space is oppressive, even worse than the last time we were in here together. Go on then, hit me with it, I say, figuring that I may as well get this over with. But before Letty gets to say anything, there's a loud bang, and then the elevator bounces to a stop.
What the hell was that?
Letty asks, her eyes wide as she looks around. Reaching forward, I press the button again for the floor we want, but nothing happens. Shit, I hiss, pressing it over and over in the hope it does something.
Looks like there's no escaping this now then, Luke.
Did you plan this? I bark, turning to look at her. An incredulous laugh falls from her lips.
You think I planned for the elevator to break so you'd be forced to talk to me? Are you serious?
Reaching up, I rub the back of my neck. When she puts it like that, the accusation does sound ridiculous.
I had no idea you'd even be late in class,
She says with a sigh.
Press the call button and tell someone we're stuck.
Sure thing, boss, I deadpan, doing as I'm told and explaining what happened to the bored-sounding guy at the other end.
I guess we may as well get comfortable then.
Letty takes her jacket off, folds it up, and drops it to the floor before sitting on it.
You look like shit, by the way.
Thanks, I mutter, sliding down the wall. You look amazing, I confess, taking in her sparkling eyes and constant smile.
Thanks.
How come you're late? You sure don't look like you're fighting a hangover.
Kane, he had this morning...
Enough said, I cut her off.
Luca, at some point, you need to accept that this is how it is now. Kane is part of my life, and he's also a part of yours.
I've accepted it.
Sure you have.
She rolls her eyes at me.
I shouldn't have to tell you that relationships are way more complicated than they often look. Kane and I, we have a lot of history. Things have happened between us that no one knew for a long time.
I stare at her, wondering if she's talking about the same thing Leon alluded to the other day.
Everything you know about our younger years is true. I thought moving to Rosewood would get me away from it all, give me a fresh start, and it did, for a while. But Harrow Creek is my home. It's where my dad is. I am, always going to go back there.
She holds my eyes and I sit forward a little, resting my elbows on my knees, ready to hear what she's got to say.
Almost 2 years ago, I went to a creek party. It was my old best friend's birthday. I was told he wouldn't be there, but he was. One thing led to another, and, well, he got me pregnant.
Shit, Let.
Yeah. Well, I went back to Columbia, found out, thought I could deal with it all myself. I didn't tell anyone. I even managed to hide it from my roommates. I stupidly thought it wouldn't change much.
She shakes her head.
I was an idiot.
What happened? I ask. assuming that she's not hiding a baby somewhere.
I lost it at 20 weeks.
Holy shit. She stares at me, her eyes glassy with tears, her pain tangible.
I couldn't cope. Bailed on classes, lost myself. I was a mess.
That's why you came back. I breathe.
Yep. It got to the point where I was either going to do something I wasn't going to come back from, or I pulled up my big girl panties and confessed the truth. I came home. Mom found me someone to talk to, and I worked through it all and restarted my life.
I scrubbed my hand down my face. Fucking hell, Letty.
Kane didn't know. I had no idea he'd be here. He already hated me and blamed me for Riley's death. Then when I told him about our baby, well, he drove his car into a truck.
Shit.
Look, Luke, I'm not telling you this for sympathy. I've dealt with it all now, mostly. What I'm trying to say is that things aren't always as they seem. And just because you think one thing, it doesn't mean you can't overcome it. Change. Love isn't always easy or pretty. It can be hard, painful, messy, dirty. But let me tell you, when you figure it out, it's so fucking worth it.
What are you really trying to say, Let? I ask with a heavy heart.
Peyton is. She's not a liar, Luke. I don't know the details, but I truly believe that she loves you and that she never wanted to hurt you.
I know, I confess, much to her shock.
You do?
Yeah, I was wrong. She never lied to me. I just didn't want to believe it. What she told me, I had no idea how to handle it. So I picked the easiest choice and turned on her.
Okay, so now what?
It's not as simple as me being wrong. She might not have lied to me that day when we were kids, but she's kept some huge shit from me.
Shit she'd have kept from you if you'd have believed her back then?
Well, no, but...
There you go then. You can't blame her for protecting herself.
Shit. I breathe, falling back against that wall and letting my head slam against it.
Nothing is unforgivable, Luke. You just need to pull your head out of your ass and decide what you really want.
I keep my eyes closed, but I feel Letty's stare burning into my face.
Despite all the bullshit and whatever might have happened in the past, what do you want?
Her. That single word falls from my lips before I've even had time to think about it.
So start making it right. Quit with all this drunken, angry bullshit. Stop with all the fighting, the pity parties for one. She needs you, Luke. She needs you to be on her side, in her corner. I don't know the details. I know she's lost her mom and she's still grieving. I also know that's only the tip of the iceberg. You want her? You need to prove it. You need to be what she needs, what she doesn't even realize she needs.
Dragging my head from the wall, I rip my eyes open and stare at Letty. I'm sorry I never told you about her. Getting up, she moves closer to me and threads her fingers through mine.
I understand, Luke. I know things have been fucked up, for both of us. But I'm here. I'll always be here for you.
Wrapping my arm around her shoulder, I drop my lips to the top of her head, as emotion clogs my throat. Me too, Let. I'm sorry for all the shit I pulled.
Me too. I should have told you the truth sooner. I shouldn't have used you the way I did.
I hold her tighter as the tension drains from the space around us, and the silence stretches out. My dad fucked her sister. I've got a little brother out of it. Letty's body tenses at my words, but she doesn't say anything, and I appreciate it. I hate my dad. You know that more than anyone. But I refuse to believe that he could do that he could stoop so low as to cheat on my mother with a high school senior.
Shit, Luke.
She was a few weeks from being 18, but I have no idea how long it was going on for. If she was the first, if she was the last. Releasing her, I lean forward once more, bowing my head in shame. She tried to tell me. Can you even imagine how hard it must have been for her to say the words? And then I turned around and called her a liar and cut her out of my life. I fucked up so fucking bad. Letty remains silent beside me, giving me all the answers I need.
Are you really serious about walking away from the Panthers?
She asks after long, agonizing seconds. Her change of subject gives me whiplash. My brows draw together in confusion, but I quickly figure out that Leon must have told her. Dropping my head into my hands, I give her the truth. It's the least I can do. I don't know. I don't know anything right now. My life feels like it's spiraling out of control.
Have you spoken to your father?
My fists curl at the mention of him. Not since I learned all of this, I force out through clenched teeth. I want to fucking kill him, Let. She turns to me, resting her hand on my forearm.
Still enjoying football and wanting success doesn't make you your father. Pushing hard to get to the NFL, to have all the things he's wanted for you, that you want for yourself, doesn't make you him.
I shake my head, not finding any words to respond with.
I hate your dad, Luke. I've hated him for years for the way he's treated both you and Leon. Shane, too. He's an asshole. But football is who you are. I have no doubt that even if he hadn't pushed you, that you'd be exactly where you are now. It's in your blood, Luke. Following in that path, in his path, won't change anything. It won't make him stop being the prick he is, and it certainly won't rewrite the past. The only person you need to worry about when you're thinking about what comes next for you is you.
I glance up at her.
Okay, maybe Peyton too, if you're going to make that right.
I am.
Okay then, so what do you want, Luke? Do you want everything you've worked so hard for? Do you want football, the NFL? Or do you want to start over, find a new path for yourself?
My lips part to respond, but she cuts me off.
You don't need to answer that now. We've got time to figure it all out. We all just want you to be happy, Luca. We don't care if you're the NFL's next star quarterback or if you work at Dunkin' Donuts. We just want you to be happy, to figure this stuff out because you're killing us with this right now.
Her hand slides down to mine once more, and she uncurls my fist.
I just want my old Luke back. And something tells me that Peyton probably feels the same.
I don't know who he is anymore, I whisper. Placing her hand over my heart, she stares into my eyes with her big dark ones.
He's right here, Luke. You'll find him again.
Emotion clogs my throat, and tears burn the backs of my eyes. I want to be able to agree with her, but I fear the person both she and Peyton remember is gone. Leaning back against the wall, I blow out a long breath. Only time will tell, I guess. Crackling from the small speaker on the control panel distracts both of us. An engineer is on his way. Hold tight, it shouldn't be too long. Hold tight, I mutter, after Letty has thanked him. Is he having a laugh? We're stuck in a metal box. Letty shakes her head at me, a smile playing on her lips before her expression turns serious once more.
So, Peyton, I guess we need a plan.
I stare at her for a beat, my chest tightening. I love you, Let. You know that, right?
Of course I do. We just need Peyton to know the same thing.
Our class is over by the time we're finally freed from the elevator. Letty heads straight off because she's got work this evening, but deciding that it's time to get my life in order, I continue down toward my missed class in the hope of catching the professor to find out what I missed. No matter what happens next, I need all the credits I can get, and failing my classes this semester isn't going to help with that. I turn the corner toward the auditorium when I collide with someone. Shit, I'm... Peyton? Placing my hands on her shoulders, I push her back slightly until I can see her face. Tears cascade down her cheeks as she keeps her eyes on the floor. What's wrong, P? A sob rips up her throat at my question, and I pull her into my arms, holding her tight as she falls apart.
Chapter 10. Peyton. My cell buzzes in my back pocket as I sit and listen to Professor Lincoln. My fingers itch to get it. No one ever calls me unless it's important. My heart pounds as I think about something being wrong with Caden. I don't remember seeing a doctor's appointment on the calendar for him this morning. But then it's not like I've really been on top of things the past few weeks. I wouldn't be surprised if I'd missed something. Glancing at the clock, I notice there are only 10 minutes until the end of class. I convince myself to wait, that it's probably only a sales call. I tap my pen against my notebook as I count down the seconds as the hands on the clock continue to tick around. I totally miss whatever Professor Lincoln says as my panic begins to build. There's something in my gut telling me that whoever is calling bears bad news. The second the class draws to a close, I run out of the auditorium like my ass is on fire, pulling my cell from my back pocket as I go. I find 2 missed calls from an out-of-state number I don't recognize, and a voicemail. I'm about to hit play on the voicemail when it rings again. Hello? I ask, my heart in my throat.
Hello, is this Miss Banks?
Yeah? Who's this?
My name is Dr. Willis from St. Thomas Hospital in Atlanta. I believe I've been treating your sister?
Oh my God. I stumble back against the wall as if the rug has just been ripped out from beneath me. Liberty?
Yes.
Is she okay? I ask in a rush, but the knot in my stomach from the tone in the lady's voice on the other end already tells me that she's not.
Your sister was brought in following a drug overdose, Miss Banks. I highly suggest you find a way to get here if you'd like to see her.
Tears spill from my eyes at her unspoken words. She's not going to make it?
Her condition is critical, Miss Banks.
Okay, I'll get there as soon as I can. I promise, before hanging up, not able to hear anything else. I stare at my blank screen for a few seconds as I try to process what I just heard. But the only words that repeat over and over in my head are that my sister might possibly die. A sob rips from my throat as I push my way from the wall and all but run down the hallway, needing to get home and find a way to get my ass to Atlanta. I don't realize there's anyone in front of me until I slam into what feels like a brick wall.
Shit, Peyton?
A large, warm pair of hands lands on my shoulders and moves me back before his stare burns into the top of my head. I suck in a shaky breath, wondering why it had to be right now that I run into him.
What's wrong, P?
The genuine concern I hear in his voice forces a sob up my throat, and in seconds I'm gathered in his arms, my face pressed firmly against his chest as his scent fills my nose. Unable to keep myself under control, I let it all out and cry into him for everything I've already lost and everything I could be about to lose. I don't realize we've moved until he lifts me onto his lap. Lifting my head from his chest, I look around and find that we're still in the hallway, but sitting on the chairs a little further down from the auditorium I was just in. Thankfully, the entire hallway is empty. It's bad enough that Luca just witnessed my meltdown. I don't need anyone else to see the mess I've been reduced to.
Tell me what's wrong, baby.
His voice is soft, and for a few seconds I forget all about the past few weeks, the past few years, and I want nothing more than to confide in him and allow him to do what he can to support me. But that's not who we are now. His giant hands engulf my face when he cups my cheeks and wipes away my tears with his thumbs.
Talk to me.
He breathes, his eyes begging me to open up. It's Libby. She's... A sob cuts my words off, but I find some strength from him and suck in a deep breath. She's in the hospital. I think I'm going to lose her too.
Shit.
He pulls me into him once again, but this time I refuse to fall apart. I can't, because I need to get to Libby. I need to be there for her no matter what happens. I need her to know that she's not alone, that no matter what has happened in the past, I'll always be there. I fight to get out of his hold and stand on weak legs.
What are you doing?
He asks, taking in the determined look on my face. I need to figure out a way to get to Atlanta.
Okay, let's go.
What? Pushing from the chair, he stands before me, taking both of my hands in his, despite the fact I try to fight him.
We're going to Atlanta.
No, Luke, you can't.
Watch me.
Closing the space between us, he once again cups my cheek.
Let me be what you need, Peyton.
I open my mouth to tell him that what I need is for him to leave, but I can't force the words out. because as much as I might not want him to be here with me right now, I also don't want to be alone. Wrapping his arm around my waist, he guides me out of the building, successfully ignoring everyone who tried to engage him in conversation. It's the first time I've been around him on campus, and it's my first insight into just how much of a celebrity he is. I remember what it was like in high school, always being in his shadow while he ruled the school. But here it's on an entirely different level. It is literally like he's God. I can understand why the pressure might be getting to him, especially after a less than successful season.
In you go.
I don't realize that we made it to the parking lot until his words make me look up, and I find his Audi in front of me. I have my own car. You don't need...
I said get in.
He closes the space between us, as if he's about to throw me inside if I don't do as he said. Luke, you don't need...
Let me do this, P. Please.
His eyes plead with me, and as much as I want to say no, I know I'm not in any place right now to drive myself. But my car...
I'll get Leon and the guys to sort it out.
I nod, already too exhausted and too focused on just getting to Atlanta to care. I fold myself into the passenger seat and allow him to close the door behind me. I watch him, feeling completely numb, as he pulls his cell out and taps away on the screen for a few minutes. I wait with my heart in my throat, and my impatience growing with every second that passes. By the time he pulls the door open, I've totally spaced out.
There's a flight from Orlando in 2 hours. I managed to get us seats.
My eyes remain locked on a trash can across the parking lot, his words not really registering.
Peyton.
He says softly, reaching over and holding my hand that's resting on my lap.
Did you hear me? We're flying to Atlanta in 2 hours.
In a daze, I turn to him. 2 hours?
Yeah. I've booked us seats.
You're coming to Atlanta? He threads his fingers through mine and gently pulls me over the center console so he can press his lips to my forehead.
Yeah, baby. I'm not letting you do this alone.
I nod, unable to find any words. After another second, he releases me and starts the engine. We're outside Aunt Bee's house in only minutes. Luca pulls up out front, but hesitates to kill the engine. Glancing over at him, I find his brow furrowed as he stares at the house. Caden isn't home, I say, knowing that he's at kindergarten this afternoon. Aunt Fee is, though, I add, seeing as her car is in the driveway. Hitting a button on the dash, the car shuts off and he throws his door open.
This isn't about me.
He mutters as he climbs out. He opens my door before I've managed to gather my things, and he reaches in for my purse.
Come on. We don't have much time.
Okay. With his hand in the small of my back, he guides me toward the house. Peyton, you're home Aunt Bee's words are cut off when her eyes find Luca standing behind me, but they quickly return to me. What's wrong? It's Libby. She's in a hospital in Atlanta. Oh my God, why? What's she done? OD'd? Shit.
I'm taking her to Atlanta. We've got a flight booked and leaving in 2 hours.
You are? Aunt Bee asks, concern covering her face. Yeah, I say. She looks between the two of us, obviously biting back what she really wants to say.
Why don't you go and pack a bag?
Luca suggests, breaking the awkward tension that crackles around us. Nodding, I bolt toward the stairs, more than ready to get to the airport, so I can at least feel like I'm getting closer to her. I hear Aunt Fee's soft voice behind me, but I don't hang around to hear whatever she might have to say to Luca. Right now, I don't care. I just want to get to my sister. I'm shoving some leggings into my overnight bag when a shadow falls over me. Glancing over my shoulder, I find Aunt Fee watching me, with her arms folded across her chest.
Do you think this is a good idea?
Right now, I really don't care. I just need to get there. But I know, Aunt Fee. Trust me, I know. But my priority right now is Libby, and I'll take all the help I can get. She stares at me, disapproval shining bright in her eyes. I'm not just going to forgive him because he's booked me a flight. It's going to take more than that. From the way her brow lifts, I'm not entirely sure she believes me. She needs me, Aunt Fee. If she makes it through this, maybe it'll be the wake-up call she needs. Aunt Fee lets out a loud exhale. I know what she's thinking, and maybe she's right. Maybe Libby is a lost cause, but I refuse to give up hope on her. Caden needs her. I need her. Addicts recover all the time. I can't lose hope that she could be one of them who does. I've already lost too much. I have to believe that there is a chance.
You need to be careful, she warns. I know you still love him, but you can't.
Is everything okay?
Luca's booming voice cuts through Aunt Bee's warning as he comes to stand behind her. Yeah, Aunt Bee is just reminding me that I hate you. Folding Elijah's hoodie and placing it at the top of my bag, I throw it over my shoulder. Let's go. I push past both of them, already fed up with their meddling in my life. Luca's fingers wrap around the strap of the bag over my shoulder, and when he lifts it, I allow him to take it. I'll call you when I know something, I tell Aunt Fee as they both follow me down the stairs.
Okay, give her my love.
Let's just hope I can, huh?
Shit, Peyton.
She grabs my forearm, and I spin around to her. The tears shining in her eyes don't help me with my quest to keep it together. I'm okay. It's going to be okay. She pulls me into her arms and holds me tight for 2 seconds before she releases me and pins Luca with a fierce look that I'm not used to seeing on her.
You hurt her again, and your life won't be worth living. I own a gun, and my late husband ensured I knew how to use it.
If the situation weren't so dire, I might laugh at the look on Luca's face as all the blood drains out of it. She's joking. Let's go.
Am I? I wouldn't want to test it if I were you, Dunn.
She warns. Jesus, come on.
Call me as soon as you can.
I agree as I race down toward Luca's car. I don't bother to wait for him to open the door for me this time. I just impatiently drop into the passenger seat as he throws my bag in the trunk. Aunt Bee watches us from the doorway, with her brows pulled together in concern. I understand. I don't particularly want to fly to Atlanta with Luca, but if it gets me there faster and safer, then I'm all for it right now.
We'll swing by my place so I can grab some stuff and then we'll head to the airport.
Okay, I say, strapping myself in and keeping my eyes looking out of the window.
I just want to help, Peyton.
He says, after I ignore him for long, agonizing minutes. I know, I say coolly. I might appreciate what he's doing for me right now, but that doesn't mean I'm going to give him a free pass after all the shit he's pulled. One good deed isn't going to make me forget about all the pain he's caused me, how he's treated Leon lately. I'll wait here, I say, when he pulls up outside of his house. His chin drops as if he's about to argue, but he must think better of it as he closes it again, nodding his head and climbing from the car. I watch him as he makes his way toward the house, taking in his confident swagger, my eyes dropping down his body to focus on his ass. I'm so lost in my thoughts that I don't notice him turning back to look at me until it's way too late. His smirk when I look up at his face tells me that he caught me red-handed. Rolling my eyes at him, I drag my gaze away and curl up into a ball on his passenger seat, wishing that I was already on my way to Atlanta, even if it meant driving. I can't cope with sitting still right now, knowing that Libby is fighting for her life in a hospital bed. My sister isn't the kind of person to just give up. She's stronger than that. Or at least, she was. I haven't known her since she was 18. Hell, probably a few years before that, if I'm really being honest with myself. She fell in with the wrong crowd at an early age, and although Mom refused to accept it, I fear she was using alcohol and drugs a lot earlier than we were even aware of. I drum my fingers against my thigh, nervous energy racing through me. I almost get out so I can start pacing to get rid of it, but I want to be ready to go the second Luca emerges. The front door opens 2 seconds later, and my heart jumps into my throat. But when someone emerges, it's not the twin I'm waiting for. Leon runs down toward the car, and I lower the window.
Are you okay?
He asks in a rush the second he gets to me. I shrug, because I really have no idea what I am right now. Impatient? Terrified? Totally fucking lost?
Are you sure this is a good idea? Letting Luke take you?
I don't know, Lee. But I don't care right now. I just need to get there.
I can take you.
I shake my head, knowing that even suggesting it to Luke would turn this shit show of a day into a complete fucking disaster. No, it's fine. Luke wants to do this, and I'm happy to let him.
But...
It's fine, Lee. I promise you that I'm not going to forgive him just because he got me a plane ticket.
That's not what I'm worried about.
I'm a big girl, Lee. I can look after myself. But right now, I need to be with her.
Okay, I know.
He reaches into the car and takes my hand.
Everything is going to be okay.
I try to swallow around the lump in my throat that tells me everything is very much not going to be okay, and instead nod at him.
If you need anything, you call me, yeah? I'll make sure that Caden and Fee are okay without you. But I'm here, okay? We're family now, Peyton. We take care of our own.
The tears that were burning my eyes threatened to spill over. Thank you, Lee. You're a good friend. His lips part to say more, but a door slamming behind him stops him. Luca's footsteps race toward us before the trunk pops open.
Do I need to remind you again to keep your hands off my girl?
Luca growls at his brother.
Fuck off, Luke.
Lee's concerned eyes find mine once more.
Are you really sure? My car is right there and it's faster than his. We could totally outrun him.
I can't help but laugh at the serious expression on his face. It feels good to smile. I'll be fine. I really appreciate the offer, though. We'll call you with news, okay? He nods at me as Luca drops into the driver's seat.
You.
Lee spits, his expression instantly morphing into something most people would be scared of.
If you so much as lay a finger on her, I'll drive to Atlanta and kick your fucking ass. Whatever.
Luca mutters, totally unfazed by his brother's warning. The car rumbles to life beneath us, and Lee has no choice but to pull his head from the car when Luca puts the window up on him.
Call me if you need me.
He mouths at me. I nod once more before Luca floors the accelerator, sending me flying back into the seat. Jesus, a little warning would be nice.
I don't like him touching you.
Luca grits out. Fuck off, Luke. He's your brother. My friend.
I don't care. You're mine.
I scoff. I haven't been yours for years. It's time you got with the fucking program, Luke. There is no us, and you only have yourself to blame for that.
I know who is at fault here, Peyton. You really don't need to rub it in my face.
Really? I ask, a bitter laugh falling from my lips. I think you deserve everything I can throw at you. You called me a liar, Luke. After all our years together, everything we'd shared and experienced together. You threw all of that away because of him, because of a sick fuck who can't keep his... My words trail off, knowing that saying them out loud won't help either of us.
Don't.
He spits. Folding my arms across my chest, I once again focus my stare out of the window as he flies down Main Street toward the highway that will take us toward the airport. Why are you doing this? I ask, after long, silent, agonizing minutes have passed.
Because you shouldn't do it alone.
Leon offered to take your place, I confess.
Motherfucker!
Luca's palm slams down on the wheel. I thought about taking him up on his offer, getting out of your car, climbing into his, and turning my back on you. I probably should have done that. His teeth grind, and his jaw pops at my words. When I told him everything yesterday, do you know what he said? Luca's grip on the wheel tightens, his knuckles turning white with his grip. He believed me, Luke. No question.
Of course he fucking did.
He mutters. I let his words ring around us for a few more minutes as the airport becomes visible on the horizon. It ripped him apart, Luke. The look on his face, it took him to a bad place. I don't know what it was, but I'm worried about him. He lets out a long sigh.
Leon's complicated.
That makes both of you. Is it a twin thing, or is Shane hard work too?
It's a done thing.
He deadpans.
We're all related to that cunt. What do you expect?
I don't answer that, because there really is no response needed.
Leon's... I don't know.
He says, scrubbing his hand down his face.
He's hiding some shit. Has been for years. I don't fucking know what it is. I don't think anyone does.
Shit. You think it has something to do with your dad?
I put fucking money on him being involved somehow. Long stay?
He asks, his sudden change of subject damn near giving me a whiplash. The sudden realization that I have no idea how long we could be about to leave town for hits me. You really don't need to do this, Luke. You should be here living your life, not putting it on hold because my sis... A sob rips up my throat, cutting off my words. Reaching over, his hot palm squeezes my thigh.
I wouldn't be anywhere else, P. We do this together, okay? Let me help you.
I nod, unable to do anything else. I might be conflicted as to whether this is the right thing to do or not, but right now I can't imagine demanding that he's wrong and that I need to do this alone.
Okay, let's do this.
Luca pulls into the long-term parking lot, and after finding a space, we both climb out. I focus on my breathing as I stand beside his car while he grabs our bags. I've spent years wishing I could see Libby again. I prayed that she'd found some peace, made herself a new life, and was doing okay. I had to. The alternative was too painful to even think about. Luca might have been my ride or die until shit went south, but the relationship I had with Libby was a close second to that. We fought, of course we did. We're sisters. But she wasn't just my sister, just like our mom wasn't just our mom. The three of us were a team, a unit, and in the blink of an eye, it became just me. Reaching up, I wipe my tears away with the back of my hand. With both our bags in one hand, Luca wraps his arm around me, his hand clamping down tightly on my waist as he pulls me into his body. His warmth, his scent, just his presence calms me, gives me strength, and I'll take every ounce I can get right now if I'm potentially heading toward a hospital to say goodbye to someone else I love.
You've got this, baby. And I'm right here. I won't let you fall.
I manage to swallow down my sob this time as his lips press against the top of my head. Sucking in a deep breath that's tainted with his scent, I pull up my big girl panties and take a step forward. No matter how badly this is ripping me up inside, Libby needs me. No matter what happens next, she needs me by her side.
Chapter 11. Luca. I glance over at Peyton as she sits nervously chewing on her nails. Reaching over, I wrap my fingers around her wrist and pull her hand away from her mouth.
Hey!
She complains. You hate it when you bite your nails, I point out, much to her irritation. As a kid, she tried all the tricks to make her stop doing it. It wasn't until our relationship started to change that she somehow managed to kick the habit. I like to think that even as a teenager, I was just that good at getting her out of her own head, but it was probably just a coincidence.
Ugh, why do you have to remember shit?
She complains with a huff. P, I breathe, reaching for her hand that she was just gnawing on. I remember everything. Lifting her hand to my lips, I kiss her knuckles.
Being all sweet and supportive is going to get you nowhere, Dunn.
I'm not trying to get anywhere, P. I'm just trying to be here for you, like I should be.
The verdict is still out on that.
Leon wouldn't have stopped you biting your nails, I point out, ignoring the wave of jealousy that surges through me as I think about him trying to convince Peyton to let him escort her to Atlanta. I have no idea what the fuck he's thinking, but when I get back, we need to have it out. All this shit needs to stop. Her lips part to argue, but we both know that he wouldn't have. He wouldn't have known. I've never forgot anything about you, about us. I need you to know that, P. You might have left town. I might have been furious, but you've always been under my skin.
You clearly forgot me while you were getting busy with all the Jersey chasers.
I stare at her, unable to stop the smirk that twitches at my lips. You've been stalking me, baby?
No,
She blows out a frustrated breath.
Okay, fine. I might have looked at your Insta every now and then.
I stare at her, lifting my brows for her to tell the truth.
Fine. Daily. Okay?
And here I was thinking I was the stalker. She stares at the back of the chair in front of her.
I just wanted to know if you achieved your dreams, Luke. No matter what happened between us, I still wanted that for you. I still do.
Well, that makes one of us.
You're not really going to quit. Not because of him.
I shrug. It's not just because of him. Things over the past few months have been... I trail off. I don't even know.
You're not a quitter, Luke.
I gave up on you, didn't I? Her lips part, but she soon closes them again. Exactly. That person you remember? I don't think he exists anymore, P. The expectations, the pressure, the constant bullshit, it's tainted me. Hardened me. I mean, look at us. Look what I've done, the things I've said. I'm no better than him with the way I've treated you. My regret for how I've handled everything since she reappeared in my life threatens to swallow me whole.
You think I'm the same person? Jesus, Luke, you weren't the only one who's had it hard.
Shit, I know. I didn't mean... Fuck.
I know, I'm sorry. How long until we land?
She asks, looking out the window. About 40 minutes.
Okay.
Resting her head back, she closes her eyes and wraps her free arm around herself. I wait for her to pull her hand from mine, but she never does. Knowing that she needs the connection, needs my strength, gives me hope that we might be able to salvage something out of all of this. I rest back, keeping her hand clamped tightly in mine. I meant what I said to her about being whatever she needs. I've got a lot to make up for, and I figure that right now isn't a bad place to start. She's still asleep when we start to descend, and as much as I hate to wake her knowing what she's going to have to face next, I know I need to. Peyton, I say softly, taking in her pale face and the dark circles around her eyes. I've already put enough stress on her the past few weeks. This really is the last thing she needs right now. All I can do is pray that Libby pulls through this. She has to. Peyton can't lose anyone else. She just can't. It's not fair. Not while the man who caused all this walks around like he still owns the fucking world. My free hand clenches in anger. I haven't attempted to speak to him since I discovered that everything Peyton told me that day 5 years ago was true. I have no idea what I'd ever say to him. No words could ever be strong enough to really make him understand how little he means to me now, and how disgusted I am with him. He's fucking scum. The kind who doesn't deserve to breathe the same air as us. I hate that all of this has gone on while his celebrity status and public image remain untarnished. It's wrong. Totally fucking wrong. I vow there and then to do something about it the second all this shit has settled down with Peyton. I'll speak to Mom, find out what she knows, and we'll somehow find a way to ruin him. To destroy him. It's the least of what he deserves. Peyton, we're about to land, baby. Her eyes flutter open at my words, and she looks over at me. For the briefest of seconds, she looks happy to see me. It makes my heart hurt, because I know that momentarily, she's going to remember everything I've done and the hate and disappointment I've become used to seeing in her silver eyes over the past few weeks is going to emerge.
Shit, are we here?
She asks, distracting me. Yeah, we are. Seeing as we only have our carry-ons, we're outside Hartsfield and heading toward a taxi in only minutes. St. Thomas Hospital, I tell the driver, before helping Peyton inside, who looks about 2 seconds away from running away from this whole situation. I totally understand it. Leon's only ever managed to break an arm once when we were kids, but that whole experience with him being in the hospital traumatized me for a long time. I can only imagine how Peyton feels right now, knowing that Libby is in critical condition. The second I'm in the car, I pull Peyton into my side and hold her tight, hoping like hell that she will feel some kind of comfort in my touch. She says nothing the whole journey to the hospital, but I feel her tensing up the closer we get. She noticeably trembles when we see the first sign. Dropping my lips to her ear, I whisper, "Everything's going to be fine."
But what if it's not? What then?
You'll get through it. We'll get through it. She twists in her seat and looks up at me, her sad silver eyes staring up into mine before they very briefly drop to my lips. Everything around us vanishes as I wait with bated breath stuck in my throat for what she's going to do next. I want her to kiss me more than I want anything else in the world right now, but I know it would be wrong to even allow her to do it. I force myself to remember all the reasons she hates me, and why, in reality, Leon, or even Letty, should have been the one to make this journey with her. Not that I'd have ever let them, but I shouldn't get this privilege after everything that's happened. Here you go, kids. the driver announces, bringing the car to a stop and breaking the moment between us. Peyton jumps away from me as if she's been burned before climbing from the car. Thanks, man. I pay the driver, then join Peyton on the sidewalk and grab our bags. She's once again chewing on her nails. Taking her hand in mine, I hold it tightly as I take a step toward the imposing building before us, but she doesn't move.
I can't do this.
Turning back to her, I drop our bags on the sidewalk and take her face in my hands. Of course you can, P.
I can't.
She whimpers.
Even if she does make it, I've got to tell her that Mom is dead and I...
She sucks in a shaky breath, tears pooling in her eyes. Baby, I breathe, staring right into her eyes so she can hopefully see the truth in my next words. You are so fucking strong. What you've been through, how you've handled it, it fucking floors me. Her tears drop, and I catch them with my thumbs. No matter what happens, I'll be right by your side, and I swear to fucking God, I am not going to let you fall, P. Not ever again. She nods, her bottom lip trembling, but I'm not sure how much of it she believes. Hell, if our positions were switched, I wouldn't believe a word that comes out of my mouth if I were her. You need to know how bad it is. Standing out here and thinking the worst isn't helping anyone. It might not be as bad as you're imagining.
Or it could be worse.
I swallow nervously, knowing that she's right. Libby is a junkie, according to Peyton, so he could be about to walk into anything. Come on. I take her hand once more and grab our bags. She walks silently beside me with her head down. All signs of the confident woman who stood up to me over the past few weeks have gone, and I hate it. I want my little Spitfire back. The one who called me out on my bullshit and refused to roll over when I treated her like shit. Hi, we're looking for Liberty Banks, I say to the lady behind the reception desk when Peyton makes no move to say anything.
Okay, just give me a few seconds.
The lady taps around for a few seconds before looking up at the two of us with sympathy written all over her face.
Oh my God.
Peyton cries.
She's in ICU. It's family only. I'm her sister.
Peyton manages through her tears. And I'm...
My husband.
I nearly choke on my own breath at Peyton's words.
Okay.
The receptionist nods, looking between the two of us. She gives us directions to get to the ward and sends us on our way. It's not until we're in the elevator and heading for the 5th floor that I pull Peyton in front of me and grip her chin, forcing her to look into my eyes. Husband? I ask, keeping my voice light.
I'm not doing this alone. I'd have said you were my brother if it didn't freak me out quite so badly.
I appreciate that, baby. I think I can play a better husband than a brother, don't you? Leaning down, I brush my lips over hers, needing her to know that I'm totally here with her right now. For better or worse.
Luca.
She sighs after a few seconds. I know. I'm sorry. I just want to make it better, P.
You can't.
She turns her back on me. My arms move to reach for her, to pull her back into my body and hold her, but the set of her shoulders tells me not to. So instead, I stand there feeling like I'm drowning, not knowing what to do to help. All the while, her words from only a few moments ago echo around in my head. I can't do this alone. Not, I can't do this without you. The elevator pings with our arrival, and to my surprise, the second the doors part, Peyton moves forward. She studies the signs hanging from the ceiling in the sterile hallway before marching forward. It seems she's found some strength from somewhere, and as glad as I am that she has, it also terrifies me, because I know she didn't take it from me. She's right. She really isn't the girl I used to know.
Chapter 12. Peyton. Oh my God. I cry the second my eyes land on my big sister. She looks tiny in the hospital bed, surrounded by harsh white sheets. But it's not her size that's the most shocking thing, because that is the state of her face. I rush forward, taking in her dark sunken eyes, hollow cheeks, and the sores and scabs that cover her once flawless skin. As a teenager, I was always green with envy of her clear skin, while I was always fighting acne. "Libby, what have you done?" I whisper, finding her cold hand that's resting on the sheets, and holding it in both of mine as tears cascade down my cheeks. The machines around us beep and whir. They're noises that I remember all too well from the last time I was in a hospital and sitting around both Mom and Caden's beds. "You can fight this, Lib. I know you can. I'm here, sis. I'm right here," I cry. Strong arms wrap around my waist from behind as I stand there staring at my sister in disbelief. All my hopes and dreams about her finding a new life, some happiness, have been totally obliterated as I stare at my worst nightmare. Luca holds me for the longest time, with his lips pressed against the top of my head as my world crumbles around me. She looks so weak, so frail, so hopeless, and I can't help but let it bleed into me. She's not going to come back from this. How can she?
"Peyton Banks?"
A soft voice says from behind us a few seconds later. Luca turns with me as I look at the young doctor who's joined us. "Yes?"
"I'm Dr. Willis. We spoke on the phone?"
I nod. How is she?"
"Would you both like to come with me? We can get coffee, and I can explain what's happening."
I look from her to my sister. I don't really want to leave her now that I'm here, but I also need to hear what the doctor has to say. And the coffee. God, I need coffee. "Yeah, okay." I give my sister's hand a squeeze. "We'll be back. Don't do anything stupid," I warn her, before following the doctor out of the room into a small family room a little down the hall. She walks straight over to the coffee machine, but before she even asks what we want, Luca steps up beside her.
I've got this.
"Thank you."
I take a seat on the couch, while Dr. Willis sits opposite me on a chair.
"How much do you know about your sister's life?"
"Not a lot. She left home 5 years ago, leaving her baby behind. She's always had an addictive personality, so I wasn't under any illusion as to why she vanished."
"Okay. Well, your sister was brought in yesterday following a crystal meth overdose."
Jesus Christ. I drop my head into my hands. Crystal meth? Seriously?
"I'm sorry, Peyton. I know this must be a lot. Do you have any other family or anyone who could be here to help take the weight of this?"
I shake my head. Our mom died a few months ago. It's just me and her son. Luca places 2 cups of coffee on the table and drops down beside me, pulling me into his arms. What happens now?
"She's had a hemorrhage, which has caused a mild stroke.
A stroke? Shit, she's only 23.
"I know. But from her test results, it would seem she's been using for a while, and it's more common than we'd like to believe."
Shit. So what now? Is she going to make it? If she does, is she going to be able to function? What's the prognosis here? I stare at the doctor, not knowing what's worse, her not making it, or her surviving and not being able to live a normal life.
"It's too early to tell, really, and I'd hate to give you any kind of false hope. The next few days are going to be crucial. We'll see how it goes, and if her vitals look okay, then we can start to bring her around and see where we go from there. She's got scans booked in for the next few days, and hopefully they will help us see how things are going. But even if she's lucky, I'm sure you're aware that she's going to have a very long road ahead of her."
I know. I mutter, mostly oblivious as to what the journey will entail, but I'm not an idiot. Recovering from this, if she gets the opportunity, and rehab if she accepts it, is going to be hell.
"I hate to bring this up, but I need to talk to you about insurance."
I shake my head, a sad laugh falling from my lips. She has none. I have none.
I've got it covered. You don't need to worry.
Luca says, his deep voice startling me. No, Luke, you can't.
It's the least I can do, P. It's the least he can do.
My argument is right on the tip of my tongue, but I can't deny that Luca's got a point.
I'll make sure she has the best care, and when she gets to leave here, I'll ensure she has a place in an excellent rehab facility.
I stare at him, my eyes burning, an emotion clogging my throat. No, you...
I can, Peyton. Please, let me do this for you. For both of you.
I nod, although I still want to argue. No one has ever helped me, and the prospect of someone doing so makes me feel totally uncomfortable, even if it is Luca.
Okay, well, she's not going to be going anywhere for a while, so we've got time to get all that sorted.
Okay, good.
I'll let you get back to her, but right now there's nothing you can do. Don't exhaust yourself trying to support her now. She's going to need that energy from you in the future.
I nod, knowing she's right, but hating that I'm going to have to leave her here alone.
I'll let you drink those and get back to her.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Peyton. If there's anything I can do, please just shout.
I nod again as she slips from the room.
I'm so sorry, baby.
I blow out a slow, calming breath as I attempt to process everything I've just been told. Luca, I really don't expect you to... His fingers lightly press against my lips, cutting off my words.
I'll do anything for you, Peyton. For Libby. Please, just let me.
He holds both of my hands in his, sincerity pouring from his eyes as he stares down at me.
I'm never going to be able to make up for what I did. He is never going to be able to make up for what he did. But please, let me make this easier on you.
Okay, I breathe, knowing that he's not going to let me refuse. I have a suspicion that even if I did, he'd find a way to make it happen anyway. May as well save the energy for something else. I need to go back to her.
Come on then. I've got some calls to make.
Luca leads me back to Libby's room, but this time he doesn't follow me inside. Instead, he loiters at the window so I can see him as he talks to someone on his cell. I can't explain just how relieved I am that he's willing to do this for me, for Libby. And as much as my stubborn streak might hate it, I know it's the right thing to do if Libby has any chance of surviving all of this. I hold her hand as I watch him pace back and forth, his brow furrowed. As if he can feel my stare, he turns to me, our eyes connecting, and he blows me a kiss. My breath catches, and my stupid heart tumbles in my chest. I shouldn't have that reaction to him. I shouldn't care. But I do. I tell myself it's just my gratification for what he's doing for us. But deep down, I know it's more than that. Him being here, him holding me up these last few hours, it means everything to me. And at the same time, I hate that it's having such an impact after what we've been through. Ripping my eyes away from Luca, I stare back down at my sister, barely able to believe that she's the same person as the girl I grew up with. She was always so full of life and had an infectious laughter. Is all of this his fault? I knew that Libby was drinking and smoking weed before I discovered her pregnancy. But with what happened with Brett, is that what drove her to start on the harder stuff? The cocaine? The meth? I shake my head, my brain trying to reject the knowledge that my sister's life has been reduced to this. I run my gaze up her arms. They're bruised, covered in scratches and cuts, but the needle marks are obvious. Dropping my head to my arm, I try to imagine what her life must have been like since she walked away from her baby, trying to understand how she must have felt to even be able to do that in the first place. The thought of leaving Caden damn near rips my heart out, and I'm only his aunt. How desperate for an escape from her own life, her reality, must she have been? We can fix this, Libby. We can. Me and you and your gorgeous boy. We can be a family again. I don't hear Luca when he finally steps back into the room. I'm too exhausted, both mentally and physically, to know what's going on around me. I startle when he places his hand on my shoulder.
Everything is sorted.
Slowly, I turn to look up at him, my breath catching and my heart pounding in my chest as I stare at the man I hoped I'd find when I returned. The man before me is an older version of the boy I remember. He's sweet, thoughtful, caring. He just wants to take me in his arms and do all he can to make everything better. And while I really appreciate that he still exists, that under all the hatred and anger he's still there, I'm not sure if I'm ever going to be able to forgive the other version of him that I've been acquainted with over the past few weeks. His vicious words, they cut deep, deeper than I think I even realized at the time. I'm not sure how I'm meant to be able to put them behind me. Maybe I'm not meant to. Maybe it's a sign that all of this, us, it's all in the past.
What's wrong, P? Has something happened?
He asks, concern laced through his voice. I shake my head. Nothing's happened.
Okay, good. I think.
Reaching out, he pulls a chair over and lowers himself down beside me, reaching over for my hand that's not holding Libby's. He lifts it to his lips, pressing a long kiss to my knuckles that sends heat racing through my arm.
We'll do everything we can to help her, P. I promise.
I blow out a shaky breath. If only that would be enough. I might not have any experience with junkies or any of this, but I know enough to know that if she wakes up, she's going to need to want the help Luca is promising she can have, or it's all for nothing. She'll disappear again, and the next time I see her will probably be the last. Sensing that I'm losing control of my emotions, Luca lifts me out of my chair as if I weigh nothing more than a feather and places me onto his lap. If I weren't so exhausted, I might fight him on it. But right now, having his warmth and scent surrounding me feels too good. So I shut down everything to do with us from my brain and just take what I need in this moment. Right now is about Libby. She has to be my focus. All this shit with Luca can wait. There's plenty of time to try to get my head around how I really feel about all of that later. Thank you for being here. I appreciate what you're giving up to support us. I whisper into his chest, needing him to know that I'm not taking this for granted.
Baby, there's nothing I wouldn't give up to be here with you right now.
I nod, swallowing down the messy ball of emotion that only seems to grow larger in my throat.
Chapter 13. Luca. We sit in silence beside Libby's bed for hours. The doctors and nurses come in and out, but each of them only repeats what the previous one said, that we have to wait and see. Every time they say it, I see a little bit more of Peyton shatter. She needs some good news to give her hope, but I fear that right now, there really might not be any. Baby, I whisper when I notice she's closed her eyes. We should head out. It takes a couple of seconds, but eventually her red-rimmed eyes open again, and she stares up at me.
I don't want to leave her, Luke.
I know, I say, reaching out to tuck a lock of hair behind her ear. But you need to remember what Dr. Willis said earlier. She's going to need you later. Running yourself into the ground right now isn't going to help. She nods sadly, knowing that I'm right. It would be so easy to allow her to sleep in this chair tonight. But what happens tomorrow night, the night after, the week after, if Libby doesn't come out of this as soon as they're hoping she might? I can't allow her to do that to herself. I insisted I come here with her to take care of her, and that's what I intend to do. I've already booked us a motel to crash in. It's the closest place to the hospital, so if anything happens, we could be back here in minutes. She nods once again, but I'm not really sure she hears any of it. Lifting her from my lap, I place her on my feet. I'll leave you to say goodnight. I'll be right outside the door. With a kiss to her temple, I leave the room as she perches herself on Libby's bed. The door clicks closed behind me before I hear whatever she's got to say to her sister.
How's she doing?
Dr. Willis's voice from down the hall scares the crap out of me.
Sorry,
She says when she sees my reaction to her.
I thought you saw me.
I'm not really sure. Life has been a mess for a while. Their mom died a few months ago. Peyton doesn't think that Libby even knows. I'm not sure how she's going to handle it if this goes bad.
People are usually much stronger than we give them credit for.
Rubbing at the back of my neck, I stare down at the doctor, knowing that she's right. Glancing through the window to where Peyton is crying with her sister's hand still in hers, I can't help but agree. After everything she's been through to this point, she's still standing. I guess. I watch them for a few more seconds before turning back to the doctor. I've sorted out the insurance, and I'm working on finding her a rehab facility, should she need it.
Peyton's lucky to have you,
She says with a smile. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that, I mutter.
Just to be there. That's all you can do right now. The rest we can figure out as we go.
I nod. looking back at Peyton as she climbs down from the bed.
I'm off shift in a few minutes, but I'm back first thing. I'll check in and call if there have been any changes. Otherwise, I guess I'll see you both tomorrow.
Thank you, Doctor.
You're welcome. Try to get some rest.
With a smile that I don't feel, I watch her walk away.
Did she say anything?
Peyton asks from the doorway. Nothing we don't already know. Come on. You need to get some rest. Peyton glances back over her shoulder, clearly torn about whether leaving is the right thing to do or not. They'll call if anything happens, but she needs you to look after yourself right now.
I know.
She whispers, her voice rough with emotion. The motel I've booked is only a short walk away, but even still, the second I see a taxi loitering outside the hospital, I guide Peyton over to it. She's in no state to walk anywhere. She looks at me curiously when we pull to a stop in front of a questionable-looking motel a few minutes later. Come on, baby, I encourage, taking her hand in mine after paying the driver.
Here?
She asks, her brows pinching as she looks at the rundown buildings surrounding us. It's the closest.
I know, but it's not really your style.
What are you trying to say, P? I ask in a mocking tone. She spent all our former years pointing out the little luxuries I had in my life in comparison to hers. She's right. This isn't exactly the kind of place I'd choose, given the choice. This isn't about me, baby. This is about making sure you're as close to Libby as possible. Come on, let's go get our key. We step into the reception, fighting our way through the swollen door and the thick cloud of smoke that assaults us the second we're inside. There's a man behind the desk with his feet propped up and a smoke hanging from his mouth while he stares at something on a laptop. He doesn't so much as glance up at our arrival, but the moan that comes from the computer gives us a good clue as to what has him so distracted. I've booked a room. He startles and slams the laptop down in the rush, his smoke falling from his lip and burning his thigh. Shit! Fuck! He hops around, trying to get to the cigarette before it catches the ancient carpet beneath our feet alight. Okay. Name? Done. He flips over his clipboard and reaches behind him for a key. I just need a signature and deposit. Sure. Reluctantly, I take the pen from his outstretched hand, not wanting to think about where that's been already tonight, and sign my name before pulling my wallet from my pocket and handing my credit card over. Peyton stands silently at my side, and when I glance over at her, she's looking around at the dated decor, chewing on her nail. The man passes a key over, and as quickly as possible, I get us out of there.
I hope there's a deadbolt on the inside of the room.
Peyton deadpans the second the door slams closed behind us. It could only get better, right?
Could today get any worse?
You hungry? I ask, changing the subject when a neon pizza sign across the street catches my eye.
Not really.
You should eat.
I know.
The room is about what I expected. Dated and smells faintly damp, but to my surprise, it is actually clean.
Well, this is...
Close to the hospital, I finish for her, pulling her into my arms. She nods against my chest, thankfully relaxing against me and allowing me to comfort her. I'm so sorry, baby. She blows out a long breath and pulls away from me.
Are you going to order that pizza?
Pulling my cell from my pocket, I find the place and put in an order. It'll be here in 15.
Okay.
Without another word, she leaves me in favor of locking herself in the bathroom. With a heavy heart, I kick off my sneakers and drop onto the bed, unlocking my cell once more and finding Leon's number. How's Libby? He asks the second the call connects. Bad, man. It doesn't look good, I say, scrubbing my hand down my face. The doctors may try to be as realistic as possible, but I can see in their eyes that they're not expecting a miracle here. Fuck. Peyton? Falling apart. I don't know what to do, I confess quietly, not really wanting to have this conversation with him, but knowing I need to. Just be there, bro. Be the best friend she's needed for the past 5 years. Pain slices through my chest. Fuck. How did I screw this up so badly? I ask, not really expecting a response. I understand why you didn't want to believe it. Trust me, I do. But you handled it really fucking badly, man. That cunt should never have had your loyalty over your girl. I know. I get it. I don't want to believe it either, but it's true. And that little boy, bro, he's fucking wicked. A smile curls on my lips as I think about my very brief encounter with Caden, our little brother. How are you really doing with all this? I ask, knowing his MO of locking everything down and festering on it until he suddenly explodes. It's not happened for a few years, but if anything is going to set him off, then it's going to be this. I'm sober right now. I glance at the time. That's good, I guess. I just need some time. What are we going to do about it? Right now, nothing. When I'm back, we need to talk to Mom. Then we can make a decision. But I ain't letting this go. He's not doing that to Libby, to anyone, and getting away with it. I hear you, man. Okay. Silence rings out between us. 1,000,001 things going unsaid. I know shit's been fucked up, but I'm here, bro. If you need, I'm good. My brows lift as if he can see them, because I don't believe a fucking word of it. Okay, well, just in case. We can't let him win. Just look after Peyton. Prove to her that you're not just a prick these days. I'll do my best. I hang up, lowering my cell to my lap right as the bathroom door opens. My breath catches at the sight of her. She looks utterly wrecked. Peyton, I breathe, pushing forward, ready to go to her.
I'm okay.
She whispers, holding her hand up to halt my movements.
Who was that?
Leon. She nods and lifts her fingers to her lips. You need to call Fee.
Yeah.
Slowly, she makes her way to where she placed her purse when we walked in and pulls her cell out. Dropping to the end of the bed, she unlocks it and finds her contact, lifting it to her ear.
Hey.
She says softly. The emptiness to her voice makes a lump crawl up my throat. Her body trembles as she listens to Fee. I desperately want to reach for her, to help her somehow. But I also know that I need to follow her lead. I need to remember that she doesn't actually want me here. She never asked me to come. I gave her no choice. I think we both know that I'd never listen, but she could demand I leave at any moment. And that can't happen. I need to be here for her. I'd never forgive myself for leaving her to do this alone.
She's in a bad way, Aunt Fee.
She sucks in a shaky breath as Fee says something.
They don't know. She's had a stroke. She might not...
A sob rips from her, and I move on instinct, caging her in with my legs and taking the cell from her hand and placing it to my own ear. It's me, I say, so Fee knows I've taken it.
Do you need me to come out there?
Not right now. There's nothing you can do. They're going to keep her sedated for a while yet. Do some more tests.
Okay.
I've handled the insurance, and once she's stable, they're going to move her back to Madison so we can come home, and you can be there too.
Luca, you didn't need...
I did. It's the least I could do. I repeat the same words I've said to Peyton more than once today.
Okay, well, we really appreciate it. I know Libby will too.
Yeah, I breathe, hoping she'll come around and be able to do just that.
Look after Peyton, Luke. She's already been through so much. I hate that I'm not there for her.
I'll do everything I can.
I know you still love her.
I don't respond to her statement. I can't.
But you need to prove it to her, because you've done a really good job at showing her just the opposite recently.
I know, I whisper.
You've got a good heart, Luca. Use it.
I nod, despite the fact she can't see me.
Call me if anything changes, or if either of you need anything.
We will. Thank you, Fee.
Don't let me down, boy.
She warns before hanging up on me, leaving me with nothing but a blank screen and the ragged breaths of the woman in my arms. How much of that did you hear? I whisper into her hair.
All of it?
I hold her tighter, squeezing my eyes closed and breathing her in. She's right, I confess. She shrugs.
It doesn't matter.
Her nonchalance damn near rips my heart out. I don't know how to make it up to you, P. I admit, honestly. I fucked up so badly, and I'm terrified that I'm never going to be able to come back from it in her eyes. Unwrapping my arms from around her waist, she pushes from the bed and begins pacing.
There's nothing you can do, Luke. What's done is done.
No, I spit, standing in her way and forcing her to stop. My hands land on her upper arms, and although she doesn't look up at me, I know she's listening. I'm going to find a way, baby. I'm going to figure out a way to make it up to you and to prove to you that you can trust me again. She sucks in a breath as if she's about to respond when there's a knock at the door.
Pizza's here.
She mutters, slipping from my hold and walking further into the room. I watch her for a beat, her shoulders slumped in defeat as she drops into the old ratty chair in front of a small table on the other side of the room. The pizza guy knocks again and drags me from my daze. Thanks, man, I say, taking the box from him, my stomach growling loudly the second the scent hits my nose. Closing the door behind him, I flick the deadbolt that Peyton was worried about and take the pizza over to her, sitting in the other chair. Although from the loud creak it makes when I put my weight on it, I'm surprised I don't end up on the floor. I flip the lid and stare down at the cheesy goodness, my stomach growling once again, but she makes no move to take a slice when I dive in for my first. Eat, P, I demand. Her eyes fly up to mine. Her lips part to argue, but she must remember why I'm being a bossy asshole, because she sits forward and takes a slice. With a small smile, I shove my slice into my mouth, demolishing it like a starved man. I've eaten half of it by the time she finishes her first slice, but she gives up on the crust and throws it back into the box. Pay.
No.
She snaps, jumping up from the chair and pinning me with a look that stops me from saying anything else.
I appreciate what you're trying to do here, Luca, but I'm not a fucking kid.
She storms across the room and yanks open the door and disappears outside. Fucking hell. My fingers curl around the arms of the chair in my attempt to stop me from chasing her. I give her a few seconds before I walk over to the window and pull the curtain back. She's sitting on the curb in front of a car with her head in her hands, her shoulders shaking with her tears. Shit. Rubbing my hands across my face, I lift them to my hair and pull on it until it hurts. I can't stop fucking up, even when I'm trying not to. I stand at the window and watch her for the longest time, and eventually she sits up straight, wipes her face with the backs of her hands, and stands. She finds me behind the curtain the second she turns around, and my breath catches in my throat at the unfiltered pain in her eyes. Walking back to the room with her head held high, she says nothing as she steps up to me and takes my hand in hers. Following her lead, I trail behind her as she walks into the bathroom. I stand awkwardly in the doorway as she reaches into the shower and turns it on. P? She looks over her shoulder before her fingers wrap around the bottom of her tank and she peels it up her body. Her jeans go next until she's standing before me in just her underwear. My body heats. My heart rate increases, even though I know it's wrong. She's having one of the worst days of her life, and here I am getting lost in her already. She turns to me, and although she looks utterly devastated and on the brink of falling apart, there's something else in her eyes. Hunger. Determination. Both of them stir something inside me. I told her I'd be whatever she needs me to be, and I meant it. Taking a step forward, I lose my fight, and my eyes drop from hers in favor of her body. Reaching behind her, she undoes her bra and lets it fall down her arms. My cock swells at the sight of her breasts, her already peaked nipples. She steps up to me, pushing her thumbs into her panties and letting them drop to her ankles. She doesn't touch me as she stretches up onto her tiptoes and breathes in my ear.
Make it all go away, Luke.
Baby. My voice sounds pained even to my own ears.
All I can see is her lying in that bed, Just for a few minutes, I need to focus on something else. Please.
She pulls her head back and looks into my eyes.
I need you.
Fuck. Those words fucking wreck me. Reaching behind me, I pull my hoodie and shirt off in one go before shoving my jeans and boxers down to my legs and kicking them off as I lift her into my body and walk us both into the shower. Warm water rains down on both of us as I press her against cool tiles and slam my lips down on hers. Her legs tighten around my waist, her heels pressing into my ass, ensuring her burning pussy rubs against my cock. Peyton, I growl into our kiss.
Fuck me, Luke.
I pull back from our kiss and look at her, sensing she has more to say, and I'm right, because her nose twitches. Say it, P, I growl.
Make it hurt.
My eyes widen at her demand.
Pretend we're still in that pool house and that you hate me. Make it.
Her words are cut off with a gasp when my fingers wrap around her throat. Kinky little Peyton, I groan in her ear. Fucking knew you loved that weekend.
Oh, God.
I graze my teeth down her throat until I bite the soft skin of her shoulder. I squeeze her ass in my palm until it has to burn before lifting her and thrusting inside her in one move.
Fuck, Luke.
What do you want, baby?
Yes, Luke. Yes, more.
I pound into her without restraint. Her back slides against the tiles behind her as I kiss her mouth with the same ferocity that I fuck her pussy with. Fuck, I missed you, you filthy little slut. I moan into her open mouth as she tries to catch her breath.
More.
Pride for my girl surges through me. Fuck if her knowing exactly what she wants, what she needs, doesn't turn me the fuck on. Pulling out of her, I place her on her feet and spin her around, pinning her to the wall with the length of my body. Reaching up, I wrap the length of her hair around my fist and pull her head back until she's got no choice but to look at me. I hope you know what you're asking for, baby.
I'm more than aware, done.
The challenge in her eyes turns my blood to lava. My grip on her hip is tight enough to leave marks as I pull the bottom half of her body away from the wall and kick her legs wider. You're soaked for me, baby. I moan, running my fingers through her pussy and dipping them inside her. Her hips grind against me in her search for more. You want to come, baby?
Luke.
She moans, her rough voice causing goosebumps to erupt across my skin. Be a good little slut, and I might just let you. Taking myself in hand, I find her entrance and thrust inside her once more. She cries out, surging forward with the force, but my grip on her ensures she doesn't collide with the wall. Pulling her hair, I twist her so she can see me as I pound into her. So beautiful, baby. Her makeup is running down her face from the water cascading down on her. Her hair is plastered against her skin, and her neck is already red from my fingers and teeth. Her eyes hold mine, urging me on, demanding that I give her more, that I do whatever I'm capable of to get her out of her own head. She screams when my palm collides with her ass cheek, her pussy clamping down around me and forcing a grunt of pleasure from my throat. Fucking heaven, P. Fucking thrust. Heaven. I spank her again, pull her hair tighter, making her back arch so my cock hits her deep and just in the right place. Long before I'm ready, her body trembles in my hold and my balls start to draw up. I want to hear my name when you fall, baby. Scream it fucking loud. She nods, meeting my movements thrust for thrust. The slap of another spank rings out around us, and she crashes.
Luca!
She screams as her body convulses with her release. I wrap my arm around her waist to hold her up as her knees threaten to give out as I continue fucking her through her orgasm, but I pull out before I find my own.
Chapter 14. Peyton. My back slams against the wall. The hit smarts, but I barely feel it. or the cold tiles, with the aftershocks of my orgasm still rendering my body useless. Luca lifts me into his body once more, and my legs wrap around him with instruction from my brain. Before I can register what he's doing, his lips crash down on mine once more, his tongue plunging into my mouth as our teeth clatter with the ferocity of his kiss. His hands move over my body, caressing, pinching, squeezing as if he doesn't know where to touch first. I knew going into this that it could be a huge mistake, but it was the only way I could think, without getting blind drunk, that would help drag me out of my own head and force my brain to think about something other than the image of Libby in that hospital bed.
Peyton.
He groans into our kiss, his deep voice sending a shudder down my spine. Asking this of him was a huge risk, but I knew he'd never refuse me what I wanted. I might not know this new Luca all that well, but I know enough to know he wouldn't refuse me. My hips grind down on him, my body already ready for another release, another few blissful seconds where nothing else but this moment, the two of us, exist. His hard cock brushes my clit, and a thought hits me. Pulling back from his kiss, I stare into his dark, hungry eyes. Luke, you didn't... His fingers press against my lips, cutting my words off, as a smirk curls at his lips.
We're far from done yet, baby.
Parting my lips, I suck his fingers into my mouth, smiling as his lids lower with desire and his cock jerks against me. I know what you're doing, I confess once I release him.
Oh, yeah?
He asks, nuzzling my neck and nipping at my skin, enough to send a bolt of pain through me. I don't want you holding back, Luke. He eases back from me and looks me dead in the eye.
You think I'm holding back to punish myself?
Aren't you? It seems to be your favorite kind of punishment. His eyes bounce between mine for a few seconds. I'm not sure if there's disbelief or pride within them that I've worked him out.
Don't worry, P. I'll make sure I get mine.
He captures my lips once more before I have a chance to argue. The water stops falling on us a second later, and he pulls me from the wall, carrying me with ease through the bathroom and toward the bed. Both of us drip all over the ancient worn carpet, but neither of us cares enough to do anything about it. His kiss continues long after he lowers me to the mattress and climbs between my thighs. His still hard cock teases my entrance, but despite grinding my hips in the hope of finding some friction, he doesn't move to take me again, much to my disappointment.
You're a filthy little slut, Peyton Banks. You only want me for my cock, don't you?
Luca, I moan when he sucks on the sensitive bit of skin beneath my ear. I want to tell him that I want way more of him than that I always have. But I slam my lips shut and swallow down the words. That isn't what this is. This is me needing an escape. Nothing that is happening right now is in any way an indication of what the future might hold for either of us. His lips descend my body, kissing, licking, and nipping, giving me just a taste of the pain I demanded of him in the bathroom. Oh, God, I cry, my back arching for more when he wraps his lips around my nipple, sucking it deep into his mouth and sinking his teeth into the sensitive skin. My pussy floods with heat, the muscles tightening in search of the friction I need to lose myself once more. Luca continues teasing me, switching from side to side. Just when I think a few seconds more might be enough to send me crashing over the edge, he stops. Luca, please, I beg as he kisses down my stomach, dipping his tongue into my navel and staring up at me with his dark and determined eyes.
You wanted me at my worst, baby.
I know, but please. I whimper as he spreads my legs as wide as they'll go, blowing a stream of air across the heated skin.
So wet for me.
I roll my hips, hoping it'll be the move he needs to drop his mouth to me.
Tell me what you want, baby. Give me enough detail and I might just do it.
The cocky smirk he shoots me makes me wonder if I want to kill him or kiss him more at this moment. Eat me, Luke. Eat me until I'm screaming your name and our neighbors know exactly how good you are.
Filthy slut.
He mutters as he dives for me, licking up the entire length of me, lapping at my juices like I'm the best thing he's ever tasted.
So sweet, baby. I'll eat you all fucking night if you need it.
My fingers twist in his hair, my hips leaving the bed in my need for more, for everything he can give me. He eats me like a man possessed, bringing me to the brink over and over, but never once letting me fall. It's the sweetest torture and everything I need right now. Reality is long gone as he plays my body like it was made for him. Luca, Luca, Luca! I cry as my orgasm begins to crest once more, but just like I knew was going to happen, he rips his mouth away from me just at the last second. Only this time, he doesn't wait for me to come down before starting all over again, like it's some kind of game. This time, he crawls onto his knees and fists his cock before plunging it inside me. I'm so sensitive after everything he's done to me that I can barely stand it. I wiggle around, not knowing whether to pull him closer or push him away. Oh, shit! My eyes widen as his hand wraps around my throat, squeezing with just the right amount of pressure as his hips begin to piston in and out of me.
Want to know how good you taste?
My eyes hold his, a smirk curling at my lips at his rhetorical question.
Thought so.
His lips slam down on mine. His tongue parts my lips, causing my own taste to explode in my mouth, making my almost lost release to race forward once more.
Come for me, baby. Come for me right now.
He slams into me once more, and I fracture into a million pieces. Luca! I scream as he continues to thrust a couple more times as pleasure races through me, making my muscles quiver and heat to flood my entire body.
Peyton! Fuck!
He groans as his cock swells inside me.
Fuck, I love you.
My eyes widen in shock as his release rocks through him and he drops his entire body weight onto me for long seconds. I love it, feeling him pressing me into the mattress, but I'm too shocked by his confession to really appreciate it. I mean, I know how I still feel about him. I came to terms with the fact I'd probably love him until my dying day some time ago. But to hear him say those words, well, it has me shook. After a few more seconds, he rolls onto his side, allowing me to suck in a deep breath.
Come here.
He murmurs, wrapping his arm around my waist and dragging me into his body. Wrapping his hand around the back of my thigh, he pulls it over his hip, aligning us in the most intimate way as his lips brush mine. He slides his hand to my ass and palms it gently before brushing it up my back and threading his fingers into my still wet hair.
I know you hate me, and I deserve it. I know that. Trust me, I do. But fuck, I missed you, P.
I gasp, and he uses the opportunity to deepen the kiss. His tongue strokes mine, and I'm powerless but to allow him to consume me once more. My head screams at my heart to stay locked up tight, but it's really fucking hard not to let him slip back inside. I focus on the movement of his lips against mine, the caress of his tongue, and the heat of his body doing exactly what I asked, no, demanded of him, making me forget. I allow myself to drown in actions, pushing any kind of feelings aside to deal with at a later date. Right now, everything is too much, but this intimacy with the one and only person I've ever truly felt myself with is everything I need. I wake with a start, not knowing where I am. I sit up, the sheets pooling around my waist, but the second I realize that I'm naked, I quickly gather them up, holding them to my chest in a death grip. Everything is a haze, reality right on the edge of my grasp, like a dream that you can't quite remember. But then my eyes find Luca sitting on the chair where we had pizza last night, with his cell in his hand, and wearing only a pair of black boxer briefs, and everything slams back into me. Oh, God, I cry, falling back onto the bed and pulling the sheets with me.
Well, no one has ever quite had that reaction to me the morning after, I've got to say.
He deadpans as he climbs onto the bed beside me and drops a kiss to my cheek. It's not that, Luke. I forgot. I shove my face into the pillows, breathing in the unfamiliar scent and willing the tears away that are once again burning my eyes.
Hey, it's okay.
I suck in a ragged breath, pulling my face out again and looking into his sympathetic eyes. You had your cell. Has anyone called? He nods, and my heart jumps into my throat.
Dr. Willis called. They're taking Libby for some more tests and scans. She hopes that the results today might help to give an indication of where this is going to go. But she also said not to go in this morning because we'll just get in the way.
She said that? I ask, my brows pulling together.
Well, no. She was a little more diplomatic, but that's what she meant. She said to go up after lunch and she'll give you the results as soon as she can.
I nod, accepting that I won't get to see her again until this afternoon. What time is it?
Almost 9. I thought that maybe we could go and get some breakfast. Find a store and get some supplies.
Reaching out, I rest my hand on his rough cheek, really appreciating everything that he did for me yesterday, but fully aware that he has walked out of his own life without a second thought. You should go back to Madison. He rears back a little as if I just slapped him.
No, P. I'm not leaving you here. No way.
But your life, college, football, your... Leaning toward me, he rests his brow against mine.
I'm not going anywhere until you do. Once Libby is stable, we'll all go back to Madison together.
You've already done too much, Luke.
Nothing will ever be too much for you, baby. Nothing.
He threads his fingers through mine and dips his head to brush his lips against mine. I don't react, realizing once more that doing what I did last night might have given him more ideas about our future than I wanted it to. After a second, he realizes that I'm not going to return the kiss, and he pulls back.
Why don't you get cleaned up and we'll go and find some food?
I nod, unable to do anything but agree with him. Luca takes me to a diner between our motel and the hospital. We're led to a booth right in the back of the restaurant, away from anyone else. It's as if the server knows I need it. But one look at Luca, and I realize he did know, and this is all part of Luca's way of looking after me. I let out a resigned sigh as I dropped down onto the bench, Luca sliding in opposite me, after agreeing to the coffee the server offers. Last night was a mistake. I knew that going into it, but I needed it. Hell, I still need it. He made everything go away. All the thoughts and fears in my head banished. It might have only been for a few minutes, really, but it was the exact relief I needed from it. The server returns to fill our mugs, and still no words have passed between us, although his concerned stare burns into the top of my head as I stare at the worn table before me. Luca orders for us, and I'm grateful that I don't even need to look at the menu, let alone make a decision. My stomach is in knots, dread and regrets from last night sitting heavy in it. I already know I'm not going to be able to force down much. Luca continues staring at me across the table, and I feel myself closing down even more. I don't want to be here. I want to be at the hospital, even if Libby isn't in her room and having tests. I just want to be there because she has no one else who's going to be. I can't help her through this if she's alone. I exhale once more, picking at the sore skin around my nails that I've bitten raw. I hate myself for doing it, but I've got to do something.
Talk to me, Peyton.
About what? I reluctantly ask, my voice quiet and small.
I don't know. Anything. South Carolina, your mom, Caden. I want to know everything, P.
My eyes lift, anger swirling in their depths. A little late for all that, don't you think? I spit, the venom in my voice surprising me.
Probably. Yeah.
He admits, rubbing the back of his neck nervously.
But I want to make this right, baby.
I shake my head. And you think that's possible? He shrugs, defeat clear in the way he slumps back against the bench.
Maybe not, but that doesn't mean I'm not willing to try. We didn't get a chance to talk about everything on Saturday. I want to know the truth, P.
A bitter laugh rips from my throat, making his brows pinch. I guess I should be grateful that you've realized what I say is only ever the truth.
Deep down, I knew it all along. I just couldn't deal with it. I couldn't cope with with Brett doing that.
And you think I could? I lost everything, Luke. You, my home, my life, and I got dragged to another state, forced to keep this huge secret as I watched my sister lose control, only to lose her and then my mom a few years later. Libby is the only thing I have left, Luca. I sit forward, resting my arms on the table and hang my head.
That's not true, baby.
I look up as his fingers manage to pry mine from the fist they were curled in, and I allow him to lace them together, his warmth immediately settling something inside me.
You've got me, Lee, Fee, Caden, and once we've spoken to Mom and Shane, you're gonna have them too. You've always been a part of my family, P. Always. Now it's just really time to take your place.
I scoff. Jesus, Luke. It sounds like you're about to propose or some shit.
If I thought it would help, I would.
My chin drops at his confession. That, along with what he blurted as he came last night, sends a shockwave through me once more.
I'd do anything, Peyton. I need you to know that.
I don't know anything, Luke. You can't go from locking me in a pool house, torturing me, to sitting here telling me that you'd marry me. It's fucking insane, Luca. He shrugs.
I know.
He thinks for a minute, his eyes glazing over as he goes someplace else.
Love isn't always easy, or pretty, Peyton.
I gasp at the truth behind his statement. No, it's painful and full of regrets. Hurt flashes through his eyes, but I refuse to let it affect me. We both knew what last night was, and if he's thinking other things, then he needs to seriously reconsider. He told me he'd be what I needed. Well, last night was what I needed. No strings attached. He's silent for a few moments. My hand is still in his, as his thumb rubs along my knuckles. The move is irritatingly comforting.
Before you ran into me yesterday, I got stuck in the elevator with Letty.
His words make me look up from our joined hands.
Things have been strained between us since she came back and ended up with Kane. I thought she'd been sent back for me. Fate or some shit, I don't know. I thought maybe she was a sign. Anyway, I fucked up with her. I was too focused on my own issues and fucked up life to really listen to what was going on with hers. Getting stuck yesterday was exactly what we needed. It gave us a chance to talk, to be honest with each other. She confessed what really happened with Kane, and I told her about you, the truth.
My breath catches in my throat at his confession.
It's okay, P. I trust Letty with my life. She's no threat to you or Caden.
I nod, knowing that he's right. I really like her.
She's pretty awesome. She just
lets out a long sigh and falls back against the bench.
She just listened, understood, told me what I needed to hear. I know I fucked up. I know I should have believed every single word that ever fell from your lips. And I'm so fucking sorry that I didn't. But this, P?
He lifts our hands.
What happened? It doesn't need to be the end for us.
If it was the end, I don't think we'd be sitting here right now. His eyes light up at my words, and I realize that he read into them more than I expected. I don't know what you want from me, Luke.
I don't want anything from you. I just want you.
And if you can't have me? His lips part to respond, but he thinks better of it.
Then I wait until I can.
Our server appears, breaking the silence that falls over our table, placing our breakfast in front of us. With my eyes focused on my food, I let my mouth run away with me as I take a trip down memory lane and tell Luca all the things I explained to Leon about Libby's pregnancy, her disappearance, Mom and Caden's accident, and all the things that have happened since that resulted in us living in Aunt Fee's house.
I don't know how you're still standing, P. All of that would have broken most people.
Maybe I'm not most people. He laughs.
You got that right. You're one of a kind.
I had him. I couldn't fall apart. I had to be there for Caden. Until Aunt Fee agreed to take us in, I was all he had.
You should have...
He swallows his words. Reached out? Oh yeah, because that would have gone down so well. I lift my free hand to my ear, mimicking being on the phone. Hey, Luke, remember me? I told you that your dad got my sister pregnant and you called me a liar. Anyway, that kid is now in critical condition in the hospital and I need help. I'm sure you would have dropped the phone and come running right away. I deadpan. He drops his head into his hand.
I'm sorry.
You keep saying that, but those words don't fix anything, Luke.
How much do you owe? For your mom and Caden?
A lot. And there's more to come. Caden still has a way to go.
He's a tough kid.
You have no idea.
Can I meet him properly when we get back? Like Lee did?
Can I trust you not to fuck it up? I ask, knowing that if he loses his shit again and disappears, it'll rip Caden apart. He's wanted his brothers in his life for a long time. I'm not about to let Luca into his life if he's not serious.
Did you ask Lee that?
He asks, narrowing his eyes on me. I hesitate, knowing that I didn't. Forgive me for being less concerned about your brother's intentions. A scream rips from my lips, my entire body jumping from the seat when his palm slams down on the table.
You have no idea what Lee is capable of. You don't even know him.
Maybe not, but he proved his loyalty the second I told him what had happened between us, something you failed to do for 5 years.
For a reason. Leon, he's...
I raise a brow, waiting for him to continue.
I don't know. He's hiding stuff. I don't know where his head is at with all this.
Well, I can tell you for a fact that he's dealt with it better than you have.
Touché. Just don't take what you see on the outside with Leon as gospel. He's good at putting on a mask and hiding everything.
Noted. Luca finished his breakfast, while I mostly pushed mine around my plate, my stomach still too knotted to even think about eating it.
Chapter 15. Luca. Things are still tense between us as we make our way to the hospital after paying for our breakfast. Her words about not trusting me with Caden are on repeat in my head as we stand in the elevator to get to the 5th floor. Dr. Willis didn't say how long Libby was going to be with her doing tests and scans this morning, but I know I don't stand a chance of keeping Peyton away from her sister any longer, even if we spend the rest of the day sitting in an empty room. She needs to be here, which I understand, but I also agree with Dr. Willis that this is only the beginning. She needs to look after herself, and if she's not going to, then she can bet her ass that I'm going to do it for her. Her scent surrounds me as we ascend through the building, and my arms twitch to reach out and pull her into me, but after the things she said to me this morning, I'm reluctant. I knew what last night was, but still, I can't help hoping that somewhere along the way she's going to start forgiving me. It's probably naive of me, but holding her last night, waking up to her in my arms this morning, that's what I need. If I thought watching her at work, finding stolen moments with her, calmed the chaos in my head, then it was nothing compared to just being us again. We didn't have sex again last night, although both of us were more than ready for it. Instead, we just made out like old times until she finally gave in to her exhaustion. Everything was so much easier to deal with and process everything happening between and around us when she was pressed up against me. Now, in the stark light of day, everything comes flooding back, and I'm smacked in the face with our reality again. Libby, my father, my little brother. There's so much that I don't even know where to start processing it.
Ah, Peyton. Perfect timing.
Dr. Willis says as we walk into the ICU a few minutes later.
Liberty is back in her room, and I'm just about to go and find out the results. I'll come and find you as soon as I have some new information.
Thank you.
Peyton whispers before racing forward.
Hey, sis.
She says, forcing as much lightness into her tone as possible. It seems like a wasted effort to me, seeing as Liberty is still unconscious, but whatever makes any of this easier. Peyton pulls one of the chairs closer to her sister's bedside, and once again clutching her hand in hers. Would you like another coffee? I ask, knowing that this is going to be another long day.
Sure, if you want.
Peyton says without even looking at me. Okay, I'll be back in a bit. I leave with a heavy heart, stopping beside the little window to watch her before I go in search of the nearest coffee machine.
How's she doing?
One of the nurses who's been looking after Libby asks. She's... Lifting my hand to my hair, I push the strands back, glancing through the window once more. I don't know. She's strong, but I'm worried about her. Her warm hand lands on my upper arm.
This kind of situation can break even the hardest souls. Just keep doing everything you're doing and pray.
I'm not really the praying kind.
You never know what will help, sweetie.
My eyes remain on Peyton. Sadness for my girl coiling around my chest, making it hard to drag in the breath I need. I'll give it a go. Thank you.
We're here for whatever you need. I know you have plans to transfer her as soon as possible, but if either of you needs to talk to someone in the meantime, let us know.
Ripping my eyes from Peyton, I look into the nurse's kind eyes. Thank you. Stepping around her, I walk away, feeling like I'm leaving a huge piece of myself behind. My cell ringing stops me on my quest for coffee, and the second I see Letty's name on the screen, I stop and fall into the nearest chair before connecting the call. Hey.
Hey, I just spoke to Lee. How's Peyton? Her sister?
Leaning forward, I rest my free arm on my knee and scrub my hand down my face. A mess. I'm so out of my depth right now, Let. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
You're there. That's the biggest thing you can do right now.
I didn't exactly give her a choice in that matter.
So I heard.
She mutters. We slept together. I blurt out, not really meaning to say it, but needing to confide in someone.
Of course you did. Luke, what are you doing?
It wasn't me. Well, it was, but she started it. Wanted to get out of her head.
Okay.
Fuck, I bark, startling an old woman who's walking down the hallway. I flash her a smile in the hope of making up for it, but she only looks more terrified by me and moves a little faster. I want more, Let. I don't want to be just the person she can use to get out of her head when shit gets hard. The line goes silent, but I know she's still there. Go on, you can say it.
I don't need to. You already know that you don't deserve any better. Hearing me say it won't help in any way.
I just want to fix it. I want her back.
I know, but it's going to take work, Luke. A lot of work. And right now isn't the time for it. Her head is messed up. Evident by the fact she slept with you.
She deadpans. Thanks.
I'm kidding. I'm sure you rocked her world, QB.
I roll my eyes at her, wishing that she was sitting beside me having this conversation. I missed you, I whisper, needing to get everything out.
I missed you too, Luke.
She sighs, as if she's fighting with whether to say something or not. Say it, Let. Shit can't get any worse right now.
I'm worried about Lee.
That makes two of us.
Pretty sure he didn't spend last night at home. He was a mess.
Fucking hell, I groan.
I know. I'm sorry. I didn't want to say anything, but...
It's fine, Let. I know shit's up with him. I can feel it. I just wish he'd fucking talk to someone.
I'll try again, but you know what he's like.
Sure do. Stubborn fucker.
You should get back to Peyton, Luke. No matter what she says, she needs you right now. And if you're serious about proving yourself, then you need to be there.
I am. Could you do me a favor?
Of course, anything.
After asking Letty to check in on Fee and Caden, I hang up and rest my head back against the wall for a beat. I barely slept last night. If I wasn't watching Peyton with my head spinning, filled with regrets, and trying to come up with killer ways to prove to her that I really want this, I was waiting for one of our cells to ring with bad news. I want to try to be positive for her, but I'm finding it hard when the situation seems so fucking dire. I shoot Lee a message, inquiring as to who he hooked up with last night, something fucking normal before going for the coffee I was meant to be getting. It feels like I've been gone ages by the time I push through the door to Libby's room, balancing 2 coffees and cupcakes in one hand. I was expecting to find Dr. Willis in here giving an update, but it's still only Peyton in the exact position she was in when I left her. Hey, sorry. Letty called and... She turns to me, tears soaking her cheeks, her bottom lip trembling. Fuck. What's happened? I all but throw the coffees to the table beside Libby's and drop to my knees in front of Peyton.
Dr. Willis just left. She wanted to wait for you, but...
She hiccups, cutting off her words. What did she say? What did the tests and scans show?
They were good.
She cries. Good? Wait, what? They were good? She sniffs, pulling one of her hands from mine to wipe her cheeks.
Yeah.
Holy shit, P. When I saw your face, I thought... I slammed my lips shut. It doesn't matter what I thought, and Peyton certainly doesn't need to hear the words out loud.
I'm sorry,
She blows out a long breath. It's okay. You have nothing to apologize for. Squeezing her hand in support, I release her and drag the other chair over so I can sit beside her. What did they say? She nods and holds her hands up for a few seconds as she tries to formulate the words.
Brain activity was good. We have to wait for her to wake up, but they said they're more confident that there hasn't been too much damage and that
She takes a moment.
she might have minimal damage from the stroke.
That's fantastic news, P.
They said she's got damage to both her liver and her kidneys, I think. They said something about her heart, but I can't remember. It was a lot to absorb.
I can imagine. Come here. I pull her into my arms and hold her tight.
She might be okay, Luke.
With my fingers twisted in her hair, I pull her face from my neck and look into her tear-filled eyes.
Luke.
She breathes. Leaning forward, I brush my lips against hers. My need for her is too much to deny. She tenses in my hold, and I expect her to pull away, but when I move again, she doesn't back off. Instead, her lips mimic mine until they part, and I'm able to slip my tongue inside.
Okay, kids, break it up.
An amused voice says from the doorway. Peyton jumps away from me as if she's been burned and looks over my shoulder. Hi, Doc. Sorry, we were...
It's okay. I've just got some paperwork for you to sign.
She passes the clipboard over to Peyton, whose eyes briefly fly over the information before she signs her name at the bottom.
We've been in contact with Madison County General, and they have a room for Libby. Once we've woken her up and have been able to assess her, we'll discuss the logistics of her transfer.
Okay, that's great. Thank you so much.
Do you need me to go over anything we said earlier?
Dr. Willis asks Peyton, who shakes her head.
No, it's fine. I think I got it.
It was good news, Peyton. The best we could expect given the situation. But there is still a very long road ahead for your sister.
I know.
Peyton agrees, sadly.
But at least we're a step closer to the end.
We are. Tomorrow, we'll begin reducing her medication and see how she goes. The detox is going to be tough, and we might find that she'll handle it better under sedation, but we'll have to wait to see.
Okay, whatever is better for her.
I'll check in again later on. Keep it PG, yeah?
She says with a laugh. Sure thing, Doc. I smile at her over my shoulder as she excuses herself from the room. You okay? I ask Peyton once we're alone again.
Yeah.
She says, resting back in the chair.
I know it's only the beginning, but I can't help feeling like we might just go in the right direction.
I nod at her, looking over at Libby. I wish I could say she looked better, but the reality is that she looks as terrible as she did yesterday. To the point that if I passed her in the street, like how she looks at this moment, I would never recognize her. It's heartbreaking. Letty called, I say after a few minutes, going back to what I was going to say when I first walked in. She asked if she could do anything, so I suggested she stop in on Fee and Caden. I hope that's okay.
Of course. Aunt Fee will like that. I should call her and let her know the news.
Why don't you go and get some air? Take a minute after all that. I'll wait here with Lib. She stares at her sister, reluctant to leave her. Nothing will happen, I promise.
Yeah, okay.
Take your coffee. I got you a cupcake too if you want it. Go and sit in that little garden we found yesterday. She picks up the coffee but leaves the cupcake behind.
I won't be long.
Take as much time as you need, baby. All of this is a lot to process.
Chapter 16. Peyton. I rest back on the bench that's in the middle of the memorial garden we found out back of the hospital. The sun is shining, the scent of flowers fills my nose, and the light breeze flows over my face. For the first time since I received that phone call yesterday, I feel a little bit of hope trickle through my veins. I take a sip at my now lukewarm coffee and focus on the taste instead of the man who got it for me. Luca, done. Fucking hell. He's been a part of my life, whether in actual person or just in spirit, all of my life. I have no memories of life before him, and I'm not sure I want to really admit it to myself, but equally, I don't want a future without making more with him. I sit forward, dropping my head into my hands. He's messing with my resolve to keep him at arm's length. Everything he's done since I ran into him yesterday has helped push what happened between us farther and farther back in my mind. But I don't want it to. I want to remember that vicious version of him. I need it to remind myself that I can't give in to the sweet boy hiding beneath. Because if I do, I'll be the one who's once again left heartbroken and alone. And it'll only be worse this time because it's not just my heart that will shatter. Caden, a little boy who through no fault of his own has lost everything. If he were to lose Luca now, even though they've only seen each other across the yard? No. Just no. If protecting Caden means keeping Luca at arm's length, then that's what I'll do. I think about what I told Luca this morning, about getting to know Caden like Leon did, and I realized that I was a little harsh. I can't push my issues and my questionable relationship with Luca onto the one he could potentially have with his little brother. That's not fair. I pull my cell out of my purse with the intention of calling Aunt Fee to update her, but when I land on another contact first, I know that I need to talk to her to get a rational opinion on all of this. "Peyton, how are you?" Letty says in a rush the second the call connects. "I've been better," I answer honestly. "I'm so sorry about your sister." "Thanks. Any news?" I give her the Cliff's Notes version of what Dr. Willis and her colleagues said. "That sounds positive." "Yeah, she's got a long way to go. She's a freaking crank addict, I confess, weirdly feeling lighter for having said the actual words. "I know. She's got a long road ahead of her." I'm terrified that she's going to run straight back to it. If she does, the next time I see her, it's not going to be a bed she's lying in. "All you can do is be there for her, Peyton. The rest is up to her." I nod, although she can't see me. "I know. I just want to fix her, you know? I want my sister back." "I can't even begin to imagine what you're going through right now," she says quietly. "I just needed to talk to someone impartial. Thank you for answering." "Of course. I hoped you might call." I can almost hear the words she wants to say, but holds back in the silence that follows. "I know you've spoken to him. I know things are up in the air with your sister and everything, but where's your head at with him, Peyton?" "My head?" I laugh. "My head is telling me to run as far away from him as possible because it knows the kind of pain he's capable of causing." "Smart," she deadpans. "But it's not my head that's the issue," I admit. "I figured as much." "Last night I slam my lips shut, not really wanting to confess to what I did. "I know." "Shit," I hiss. "It was a mistake." "Was it?" Yeah, it changed things. The way he keeps looking at me. He's got this hope in his eyes, and it shreds me every time I see it because I can't give him what he wants. I'm not what he wants." "You sure about that?" "Geez, I called you thinking you'd talk some sense into me." "Peyton," she says with a laugh, "if you knew the whole story behind me and Kane and our history, then trust me when I say that you'd never come to me for relationship advice. A lot of people would probably say that I did everything I shouldn't have, that I never should have forgiven him. But it's about more than just that. We both made mistakes. We both did things we're not proud of. But ultimately, life just makes more sense when we're together. Everything is easier when we're together. Things that might look bad to the outside world sometimes are exactly what you need in your heart." "But my head..." "Your head and heart will come together at some point. You just have to trust it when it happens." "And what if my head wins?" "Then you walk away knowing that you're doing the right thing." Just her saying the words literally feels like she's reaching inside my chest and pulling my heart out. And trust yourself, Peyton. All this crazy shit with your sister, that needs to be your focus right now. Luca will still be there when it's all over.
Something tells me it's going to take quite a lot to get rid of him now anyway. It will all work out. I wish I had your positivity. One day you will. What he did, turning his back on you and all the crap since you came back, it was brutal. But maybe the time apart, the eruption when you collided again, was exactly what you both needed. Everything happens for a reason. I whisper the words that Mom said to me more times than I can count over the years. Yep, I believe it does. MKU was our fate, Peyton, written in the stars long before we knew anything about it. What you do with it now is up to you. Yeah, maybe. No one can make this decision but you, and you're the only one whose opinion matters. You're the only one who can control your happiness. Thank you, Letty. Anytime. It's nice to have someone listen to me. Kane, Luca, and Lee usually just grunt at me and pretend they're listening. I can't help but laugh. I think you're listened to more than you think. I should go. I need to update Aunt Fee. Okay, I'm here if you need me, okay? Judgment-free zone when it comes to bad decisions with me. I laugh. That's good to know. Thank you. I pull myself from my ear to hang up, but Letty saying my name makes me pull it back. Yeah? Don't feel bad about using him for what you need. He owes you. Make the most of it. Letty, I think I love you. I laugh, feeling much more like myself. Feelings mutual, P. Speak soon, yeah? Yeah. After calling Aunt Fee, and then reluctantly my boss at the locker room, to confirm what I'd already told him, when I discovered what was going on, that I wasn't going to be there for at least the rest of this week, I make my way back up to Libby and Luca. I feel lighter, less conflicted about everything that's going on between us, after speaking to Letty. She makes everything sound so easy. It might be annoying if I didn't know she's just been through it with Kane, but I know she's talking from experience when it comes to complicated relationships, so I really appreciate it.
Hey.
Luca says softly.
How are you feeling?
Good. Better. Thank you for making me go. What's that? I ask, taking in the battered purse that's sitting on the end of Libby's bed.
Her purse. One of the nurses brought it in. They cleared it of... Yeah. They kept it safe for you.
Oh, is there much in it?
I haven't looked.
Walking over, I glance at my sister, and then down at her purse. My need to know where she's been, what her life has been like, aside from the obvious, is too much to ignore, and I pull the zipper open, peering inside. I see that it's almost empty, other than a notebook, a tatty old wallet, and a lot of trash. I pull out all the receipts and old wrappers and dump them into the trash. I find all the old coins at the bottom and drop them into her empty wallet. Oh my God! I gasp when I open the back section where her credit card should be, although that part is empty. What captures my attention is the photograph on display.
What is it?
I stare down at a time that I remember like it was only yesterday.
Is that the day he was born?
Luca asks, staring over my shoulder at the image of my sister holding a newborn Caden in her arms and looking absolutely exhausted. No surprise there. She had the longest labor ever. Mom and I were there the whole way with her. It was incredible, but long and painful for Libby. Yeah, before everything fell apart. It's nice to know she's not forgotten that she's a mother.
I'm sure that's not the case. She's just... lost, I guess.
He says, sadness for my sister making his voice deeper than usual. Yeah, I know.
What else is in there?
Trash, mostly. I pull the notebook out and stare at the words in the front, running my fingertip over the gold print. Don't let anyone dull your sparkle. A lump grows in my throat as I stare up at my sister. She certainly managed to dull her own sparkle.
Anything exciting?
Luca asks, dropping back into the chair by Libby's bed as I flick through the pages. A few loose pieces of paper fall free and scatter across the floor as I look at the pages of what looks to be some sort of diary. I think it's...
Motherfucker!
Luca's vicious tone forces me to abandon my sister's neat writing to see what's angered him. Looking over, I find him standing with a photograph between his fingers. What? Oh, fuck. I breathe when I step up to him. I immediately understand his reaction, because mine is almost as violent.
I'm going to fucking kill him, P. I swear to fucking God.
I place my hand on Luca's forearm in the hope it'll calm him, because he's trembling beside me with his restrained anger.
He He went after...
He lifts his hands to his hair and pulls so hard that there's no way it doesn't hurt.
He went after your fucking sister.
His chest heaves and his eyes darken until they're bordering on terrifying.
What about any others? There could be other women right now across the country in this state because of him.
The photograph in his hold screws up as his fist tightens. We don't know that. His eyes shoot to mine.
Don't we? Come on, P. Don't be naive. Libby surely couldn't have been the only one. I know she's your sister and you love her, but she's nothing special. To him, she was just a young hot blonde who was willing to give him some attention. Add on the daddy issues and he was on to a winner.
My stomach turns over at his words, but I can't deny that he's right. I know, I whisper.
We have to figure out a way to expose this. To find other women. To make sure he pays for all this pain he's caused. Continues to cause.
I nod, relief flooding me that he's saying out loud all the things I've wanted to do for years. Deep down, I know that Mom knew it was the right thing to do as well. But her priority was Libby, and I can't argue that she wasn't wrong there either. Having all this blow up, be all over the media, would have made her worse. She might not even be here right now if that were the case back then. Caden might not be here now. I press my hand to my stomach, willing it to stop rolling before I have to run to the bathroom. Plucking the photo from Luca's fingers, I stare down at the younger version of my sister. She's 17, I'd guess, wearing one of her favorite outfits from back then. Her hair is long and in bouncy curls, her eyes twinkling with happiness as she stares at him. I don't recognize where they are. The house isn't ours or the Dunn's. It's probably some hidden address that he used to use for meeting people. I think this is her diary, I confess, placing the photo back inside the pages and lowering myself to the chair. I rest the book on my lap and look up at Luca as he begins to pace back and forth across the small room. A dark, angry cloud surrounds him, one that I know will only end in destruction if I try to do anything about it. A soft knock sounds out on the door before two of the nurses who have been caring for Libby slip inside. "Hi, sweetie," the older one says, smiling at me. "Anything to report?" I shake my head as they walk toward the end of Libby's bed and pull her chart from the bottom, studying it. "We're just going to do her vitals. You're welcome to stay, or—"
I'll be back in a bit.
Luca blurts, torment evident in his face. Both the nurses look over at him, and their brows furrow in concern. Yeah, okay. I force a smile on my lips, but I know it doesn't help at all. He's too lost right now. But knowing how much getting away for a few minutes alone helped me earlier, I keep my mouth shut as he slips from the room. "Is everything okay, sweetie? Things seem tense." A bitter laugh falls from my lips. "Everything is fine," I force out. "That sure is a fine young man you've got there, love," the younger one adds, her cheeks heating slightly at her confession. "Yeah, he's something," I mutter. "Oh, are you not together?" I shake my head. "No, I'm not sure what we are." "Well, Dr. Willis said, yeah, well, things aren't always as simple as they seem. Excuse me." I storm from the room, my chest heaving and my hands trembling. "Shit," I hiss to myself as I realize just how rude I was. Fuck. Needing a breather to calm down, I slip inside the empty family room and drop to the couch, my sister's diary still in my hands. With trepidation, I flip over the first page. Liberty Banks, keep out. I smile as I think about teenage Libby writing that, in the hope it would keep my nosy ass out. It might have worked back then if I was feeling nice, but it's certainly not going to work now. I need to know, and if what is on the pages within this book will help me discover what happened, help lead us to more, to the real truth, then I'm all in. I'll just have to deal with the consequences later. The first few pages are her gushing about the quarterback who preceded Luca on our high school football team. I remember him. Much like Luke, all the girls ran rings around him hoping to catch his eye, and my sister was no better. I don't need to read her words about how hot he is and how badly she wants to kiss him to know she was obsessed with him. I scan the pages until I come to an after-game party at the Dunn house. Brett was always trying to put himself right in the middle of the game long before Luca got captain, so it wasn't unusual for the parties to be there, despite his own kids being too young. We were only sophomores, but it didn't stop Brett from allowing his sons to party like seniors. I guess this is exactly how Luca and I ended up losing our virginity together, earlier than I'm sure we should have. We were surrounded by it all. It was only natural that we started experimenting. Shaking thoughts of our past out of my head, I keep reading until I find Brett's name. My teeth grind at just seeing it, knowing that he spoke to my sister, that he approached her, probably while she was wasted. I keep reading, despite the bile burning its way up my throat, as she recalls just how sweet he was, how he told her how pretty she was, and how the senior boys were lucky. It's disgusting, and reading the bullshit that he fed her makes my skin crawl. How did she fall for it? Reading it now, it seems so obvious that he was playing her. But I need to remember this isn't now. This was about 6 years ago. Libby was young, impressionable, and as Luca put it earlier, had daddy issues. I guess I shouldn't be all that surprised, really. She remembers our dad. She was just old enough when he decided to bail on us and Mom to remember him walking away. I, however, have no clue about the sperm donor who helped make me, and quite frankly, I'm happy for it to stay that way. It hurt Libby, though, believing that she wasn't good enough to make him stick around. Ultimately, it was what all her issues as a teenager led back to, and it's no different here. I read through pages and pages of her former life. She was popular and had a lot of friends, and I can't help smiling as I read through a happier time in her life. That is, until every time I see his name mentioned. He happened to be at Ace's, at the beach, at football practice, at the store, at our goddamn house. It's all too much, too forced, but she didn't see any of it. Ah! I cry out in frustration, wishing that I could go back in time and warn her, show her exactly what he was doing to her, prove that he was grooming her, and that really he only wanted one thing. I stop, slamming the book shut before anything actually happens, knowing that I'm not going to be able to handle it today. Just knowing that he was following her around town was bad enough, let alone him. I gag at the thought. Holding the book against my stomach, I walk back to her room. The nurses are long gone. The sun is setting outside. But most noticeable is the fact that Luca isn't back, and there is no sign of him. Shit. Digging my cell out of my purse, I hit call. I knew he was in a bad place when he walked out. Maybe I should have stopped him.
Chapter 17. Luca. By the time I walk back into Libby's room, the sun has long set, and the hallways of the hospital are deserted. I didn't intend on disappearing for most of the afternoon and evening, but seeing that image of my father with his arm around Libby, him staring down at her like she's the most precious thing in the world, made my need to run unignorable. She was something precious. A fucking child. So what if she was only a few weeks short of 18? He was a grown-ass, married man with kids. He should have been nowhere near her, let alone in a fucking hotel room or wherever that photo was taken. Despite the hours that have passed, and the fact that I thought I'd managed to somewhat calm down, my fists curl once again as I think of that photograph. The wounds on my knuckles from earlier this afternoon split open once more, but I don't bother looking down to inspect them. I already know they're fucked. But the pain felt too good, too soothing. It gave me something to focus on other than my anger. If Coach knew how much action my hands were getting right now that didn't involve catching or throwing a ball, he'd have my fucking ass. Fucking up my hands is a surefire way to have the decision I'm battling with about my future made for me. Ignoring the sting, I push the door open, ready for Peyton to rip me a new one from my disappearing act. Only when I do step into the dark room, no one so much as moves. I find her curled up on the chair using the hoodie I left behind as a pillow. She looks incredibly uncomfortable, and as much as I want her to rest, I know she can't do it like that. Dropping to my knees before her, I place my hand on her thigh. "Peyton," I whisper. She startles at my voice, her eyes flying open and finding mine.
"Where have you been?"
She asks, that pissed-off tone I was expecting in her voice. "Cooling off. I'm sorry I bailed for so long." She uncurls herself and sits up, stretching out the kink in her neck.
It's okay. I get it.
Her eyes drop to my hand on her thigh.
Shit, Luke!
She gasps, picking it up and inspecting the damage. It's nothing.
They're a mess. That's not nothing.
How are things here?
Same?
Okay. Did you want to head out? I picked up takeout on my way back here. Her stomach growls at the thought, and I smile what feels like my first genuine smile all afternoon. You're cute.
I'm not. I'm hungry. Let me say goodbye to Lib and we'll go.
I stand back and allow her to whisper something to her sister before she drops a kiss to her forehead. We're almost out the door when she stops and doubles back toward a cupboard at the other side of the room. What are you doing? She rummages around a bit before holding up some white packets.
Supplies for your hands?
She states with a raised brow. Stealing from a hospital, P. That's low.
It's a couple of bandages. After the amount you've paid for her care, I'm sure it'll be fine.
I want to argue and tell her that I'm fine, that my hands will heal, but the determined look in her eyes stops me from saying the words. Whatever makes you happy, baby. Wrapping my arm around her shoulder, I pull her into my body and kiss the top of her head, breathing in her scent. Everything inside me settles the second we connect. So much better than plowing my fists into a wall. If only she could forgive me and let me really get my fix of her.
What's that smell?
Peyton asks the second she walks into our room. Stepping up behind her, I wrap my arms around her waist and brush my lips against her neck. She tenses for a moment, but after a second, she relaxes back into me. Your favorite?
Luke?
She warns when I part my lips and suck on her skin. I know, baby. I can't help it. She sighs before pulling herself out of my hold.
I really need to eat.
I smile at her as she makes her way over to the bag that I left on the table before heading to the hospital. I hope it's still hot enough.
It'll be perfect,
she says, digging inside for the boxes and chopsticks. She's almost shoveling rice into her long before her ass even hits the chair.
Oh my God, it's so good.
She moans, her eyes closing in pleasure. Yeah? I ask, unable to contain my smile that she's finally eating something.
Come on before I eat it all.
Wouldn't stop you, baby.
You should. You don't want to ruin this, do you?
She asks with a smirk, looking down at her body. Stepping up to her, I take her chin in my hand and tilt her face up so she has no choice but to look at me. Just you, P. I love your body, but that's not what I fell in love with when I was 8 years old. Her breath catches at my honesty, her eyes glazing over.
You need to eat too. Then I'll fix your hands up.
Lowering down to her, I brush my lips over hers, and thankfully she allows me to do it before I force myself to take a step back before I push too hard. I need her so fucking badly right now, but I know I need to tread carefully. If I fuck this up, then it really might be the final nail in our coffin, and that can't happen. I know she says she regrets last night, but the darkness in her eyes when I stare at her across the table tells me otherwise. I just need her to stop worrying about the future, about the past, and just focus on the right now when we're together, because that's the only way I can see us getting through this. She needs to remember just how good we can be together, why we were always destined to be together, why we were made for each other.
Thank you for this.
You're welcome. I want to ask about the diary, if she read it or discovered anything. But equally, I'm not sure I've got it in me to hear any more about it tonight. So instead of saying anything, we eat in comfortable silence, lost in our own thoughts. The second she's done, she pushes the takeout boxes away from her, hops up, and grabs what she took from the hospital. They'll be fine. You don't need... She raises her brow and pins me with a look that silences me immediately. Okay, fine.
Sit.
She shoots a look at the end of the bed, and I stand, pulling my hoodie and shirt off as I go, and throwing it toward my bag in the corner of the room. She rolls her eyes at me, clearly knowing what I'm doing. But I don't give a fuck. I'll use all the dirty tricks I can come up with right now.
It's not going to work, you know.
she mutters, taking one of my hands in hers and inspecting the damage. The second her soft skin brushes against my calloused fingers, sparks shoot up my arm, heading straight to my dick. I'm not one to give up easily on something I want.
Don't I know it?
I wince as she cleans the cuts on my knuckles, watching with amusement as she refuses to look anywhere but my hands. I let her do her thing, knowing that she'll feel better once she's done it, before capturing both of her hands in mine. Peyton, I breathe. Look at me. She keeps her head bowed, refusing to comply.
What did you hit?
A wall. A few times.
Shit, Luke. You can't do that. If you fuck up your hand, then...
My dad will lose his shit. I don't really give a fuck about his opinion anymore, P.
This has nothing to do with him, and you know it. This is about you, about your future.
I don't know if... Finally, she looks up at me.
It's your life, Luca. You can't walk away from everything you've worked toward your entire life.
It's his life, I spit.
You're nothing like your father, Luca. You're 4 times the man he is, if not more. You're kind, protective, loving, all the things he has no clue about.
I shake my head, not willing to accept that. Look at what I did to you, Peyton. I'm none of those things. Not anymore. I might have been before, but he destroyed all the good within me.
Bullshit. You were angry. You wanted revenge. That's normal, Luca. Everyone feels those things.
You're never gonna forgive me, though, are you? She shrugs.
Maybe I already have.
She whispers, averting her gaze.
It doesn't mean I'll ever forget, though.
My heart sinks, because somehow I think that could be worse. She's always going to look at me knowing what kind of a monster lives just beneath the surface.
You're right, though.
My entire body jolts at her confession.
A dark part of me enjoyed it.
Her cheeks burn bright red, and her eyes leave mine as embarrassment surges through her. Reaching out, I take her chin in my grasp. No point being embarrassed by it, baby. I already know. Your body told me exactly how much you enjoyed it. Her eyes find mine once again, and she swallows nervously, the silver I'm used to turning a dark gray.
Luke?
Sliding to the end of the mattress, I wrap my hands around her waist and lift her from the floor, placing her on the dresser opposite, and sweeping the contents to the floor.
Luca, we shouldn't...
My lips slam down on hers, cutting off her argument. Her hands slide to my chest, and she pushes gently, a pathetic attempt to do what she thinks is the right thing. Pulling back, I rest my brow against hers. I need you, Peyton. Today has been...
I know, Luke.
Her warm hand cups my rough jaw.
I know, but...
The buts don't matter right now. Just do what feels right. My hands slip inside her shirt, connecting with the smooth skin of her waist, and I push higher, brushing my thumbs over her nipples. She gasps in shock, and her lips once again find mine as she throws caution to the wind and dives in with both feet. Her legs wrap around my waist, her heels digging into my ass and pulling me closer as I drag her shirt up her body and throw it to the floor.
Luca...
She moans when I kiss down her neck as I unhook her bra, freeing her swollen breasts. No pain tonight, baby, I whisper against her soft skin. Only pleasure. I suck one of her nipples into my mouth, and her back arches as her head falls back, a moan ripping from her throat. Lifting her from the dresser, I lay her out on the bed and rid her of the rest of her clothes before spending what's left of our night making the most of her, proving to her why this is how it should be. The two of us against the world, like it was all those years ago. I come to, with her in my arms, but the second I pull her closer, I know something is wrong. Ripping my eyes open, I find her laying on her back and staring up at the ceiling, her body tight with tension. What's wrong, baby? She swallows, her lips parting, ready to say the words I assume she's been planning for a while.
I need you to leave.
All the breath rushes from my lungs. But leave?
Yeah. I need you to go back to Madison. Back to your life.
My life is here. With you.
No, it's not.
She snaps.
You're only here out of guilt. You need to leave.
She repeats, her voice rough with emotion as she throws the sheets back and attempts to get out of bed. Only my grip on her is too tight. You don't mean that, I state, feeling like my world has just been pulled from beneath me once again.
I do. Whatever this is,
She says, gesturing between us.
it needs to stop. We're not those same people anymore, and we don't have the future we once did.
No, I say, refusing to accept what she's saying. What about Libby? What about...
Libby is improving. She doesn't need both of us here putting our lives on hold.
What if I don't want to go back?
I don't care, Luke. I need you to leave. I can't do this right now.
Reaching out, I cup her cheek, finally turning her toward me. It takes her a few seconds, but eventually her eyes find mine. The pain and tears in her silver depths slay me.
Please, Luke. I know you're trying to make things better, but right now you're only making my life harder.
I shake my head, unable to accept her words, although knowing that she truly means them.
I'm sorry, Luke. We're done. This is finished.
This time when she twists away from me to get out of bed, I release my arm and allow her to go. I watch as she pads naked to the bathroom. She pauses in the doorway and looks down at her feet.
I think it's probably best if you're gone by the time I get out.
Without waiting for a response, she slams the door closed and flips the lock.
Chapter 18. Peyton. I stand with my palms on the sink and my head lowered, fighting like hell to keep it all together, until I hear the motel room door slam shut. Then all hell breaks loose. Swiping my arm across the counter, the few bottles that were littering the top go scattering across the small bathroom, ricocheting off the toilet, and bouncing on the tiled floor. Ah! I scream, lifting my hands to my hair and pulling until it hurts. When that's not enough, I turn toward the door and rain my fists down on the chipped paintwork. Part of me wishes that he's playing me and that he didn't just leave and is about to smash his way inside and show me that the decision I just made was wrong. But that's not what happens, because he left. I knew he would the second I looked into his eyes. Those words, me demanding he leave, gutted him. He really thought that things were getting better here, maybe that we were embarking on the beginning of something. And that's exactly why I know what I just did was the right thing to do. I can't let myself fall back into my old safety net that is Luca Dunn. I'm better than that now, stronger. I refuse to lose myself in him, lean on him, rely on him. Turning the shower on as hot as it will go, which admittedly isn't all that hot, I step under, barely feeling the burn. I don't even remember my journey to the hospital, and as I sit beside my sleeping sister once more, I'm completely numb. My brain refuses to focus on anything other than trying to convince me that I did the right thing. My heart, on the other hand, that feels like it's about to shatter into a million pieces once again. The pain of him leaving is akin to the day he called me a liar and turned his back on me. Only this time, it really is my fault. Thankfully, my sister's vitals are still good, so when Dr. Willis appears during her afternoon rounds, she confirms that they're going to start reducing her sedation so they can see how responsive she is. The next 4 days are the most terrifying of my life, sitting alone and waiting for any kind of life from Libby. But still, I refuse to respond to any of the calls or messages I get from Luca. I speak to Aunt Fee, Letty, even Leon regularly, and I know they're all feeding info back to him, but I just can't bring myself to reach out. I'm still conflicted over the decision I made, because having been here alone now, longer than he was here with me, I know how much easier he was making it. Just to have him hold me when it was all getting to be too much, to feel the warmth of his thumbs as he wiped tears off my cheeks, the escape he offered me once we retreated to our motel room. I expected to be kicked out of the motel room. I have no idea how many nights Luca paid for, but I know my time must be running out, and despite the fact it's probably cheap, I already know I can't afford to pay for it. All my spare money goes to Mom and Caden's medical debts, and that's something that isn't going to be changing anytime soon. I stare at Libby, unbelievably grateful to Luca for paying for all of this for her, and not just piling more debt on my shoulders. But even still, I feel guilty for taking it, even if it is Brett's money at the end of the day. I never want to feel like a charity case, and although I know that that wasn't his intention, I still can't help feeling that way about it. Come on, Lib. Just give me a sign that everything is going to be okay. Dr. Willis and the nurses have warned me about the state she could wake up in. Not only is she going to be totally disorientated, but we also have no idea how much memory she'll have of how she ended up here. Add in the detox from the meth on top of all that, and it could be intense, to say the least. I can't help hoping for the best, though. For a miracle. It's the only thing I've got to latch onto right now, while the rest of my world feels like it's falling apart. My cell buzzes in my pocket, and just like every time it rings, my heart jumps into my throat, thinking that I'm about to stare down at his name and continue my internal battle as to whether I should just answer or not. It's stupid, but disappointment floods me when I see Aunt Bee's name instead. I shouldn't care. It's what I wanted. But the thought of him going back to Madison and continuing on with his life like I told him to makes me feel physically sick. Has he gone running straight to another woman, a Jersey chaser to make him feel better? Bile burns up my throat as I accept the call and switch it onto speakerphone. I do it every time Aunt Bee calls, just in case Libby can hear her. Hey, love, any news? Aunt Bee asks hopefully, but with every day that passes, it gets a little less. The doctors have assured me that it's normal for people to take their time waking up. Libby's body has been through so much, and it just needs this time to heal. I want to say the words are reassuring, but every hour that passes without any progress only terrifies me more. I can't lose my sister, too. I just can't. Nope, I say sadly, my heart aching as I do. Still nothing. They don't seem to be concerned, though. She just needs time. When she's ready, she'll come back to us. I'm trying to be as positive about all of this as Aunt Fee, but with each hour that passes, it's getting harder. How's our boy? I ask, hoping to steer the conversation to something lighter. He's good. He's right here.
Hi, Pepe.
Hey, baby boy. How are you doing? Have you had a fun day?
We painted you a picture.
He says, his soft voice washing through me and making me feel that little bit brighter. Oh yeah, what's it of? I ask, curling into my chair, but keeping Libby's hand in mine.
We put your favorite flowers on it.
Aw, I can't wait to see it.
When are you coming home?
Sadness edges into his voice, and it makes my heart crack a little. Soon, baby, I promise.
Okay, good. I miss you.
As he says those final 3 words, something happens. Oh my God! I squeal, jumping from the chair. Libby? Libby, are you awake? Peyton? Aunt Fee calls down the line. She squeezed my hand, I say, not knowing where my cell has gone. She squeezed my hand! I repeat, already not believing that I really felt it. Libby? I breathe. I'm here, and everything is going to be okay. I stare at her, willing her to do something else. Anything to prove to me that she's finally coming back to me. Come on, come on. I will silently. What else have you done today, buddy? I ask Caden, after long silent seconds, knowing that it was his voice she reacted to.
We went to the store. Aunt Fee bought me my favorite candy because I've been a good boy.
That's awesome, sweetie. Did you eat them all?
Nope. I'm saving some for after dinner.
I smile at my sweet boy. Aw, that's good. Did you watch your cartoons today? That question sets him off, and he embarks on a full rundown of what he's watched today. Finding my cell still on the chair I was sitting on, I move it closer to Libby so she can hear him. That's your boy, Lib, I whisper to her, my eyes burning with tears. If you're going to do this for anyone, do it for him. Please. He chats away like nothing huge is happening, while I wait patiently for another reaction from my sister. Finally, he runs out of steam, and I have no choice but to bring the call to an end so he can have his dinner. You be a good boy for Aunt Bee tonight, young man.
I'm always a good boy,
He states. I know, baby. I'll see you real soon, okay?
Okay, I love you, Pei.
I love you too, Caden. I blow a kiss down the line and hang up. Did you hear that, Lib? That was your baby. My breath rushes from my lungs as she squeezes my hand again. Oh my God, you did! The tears that were burning my eyes drop freely, soaking into the white sheets covering my sister's body. He's so incredible, Lib. You'll be so proud of him. He's so caring, so kind, and clever, too. He learns things so fast. He's so inquisitive. He's actually taught me a thing or two. I can't wait for you to see him again. Her eyelids flutter, and my hands tremble as I hold hers. The seconds feel like hours as I wait, willing her to look at me. But nothing could prepare me for what I find when she finally does. Her eyes that are so much like mine and our mom's are cold, empty, and my heart shatters into a million pieces. Libby, it's so good to see you. I force out through my pain. I know she's only at the beginning of this long and painful journey right now. I know that. But staring reality in the face is another story. Her free hand lifts to the forearm of the hand I'm holding, the one marred with the most scars from years of abuse, by both needles and blades, it seems, and she scratches at it. It's going to be okay, Libby, I say again, not knowing what else to say in such a dire situation. You're going to get through this. I'll do everything I can to get you through this. Her eyes hold mine for a few more seconds, pain bleeding from them, before her lids lower once more and she succumbs to her exhaustion and the meds being pumped through her body. Oh my God. I breathe, once I'm confident she's asleep once more. I hit the call button and wait for someone to appear around the door to tell them what happened. I'm expecting a nurse, but the person who appears is Dr. Willis.
Everything okay, Peyton?
She woke up. She squeezed my hand and she looked at me.
Okay, that's good. Do you think she recognized you?
I shrug. I don't think so. She just looked broken. I can't help but break down once more. I'm sorry, I mutter through my tears. I'm just going to get some air.
This is good news, Peyton. Things will get better. She probably wasn't even really awake.
I nod at her, knowing it's the truth, but the look in my sister's eyes still haunts me nonetheless. My first reaction the second I get outside of the hospital and breathe in some fresh winter air is to call Luca, and that reaction to what's just happened only makes me sob harder. Every day since that first evening, Libby came around a little more, and for a little longer each time. Thankfully, by the next night, when she looked at me, there was a little more life in her eyes, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that was until she freaked out and tried ripping her IV out, and the doctor on shift ended up putting her back to sleep before she hurt herself. Yesterday, when she came to again, she actually said my name. I sobbed like a baby as we sat there holding hands, crying together for everything we've lost. It might have been a harrowing experience, but it was the closest I felt to my sister in years, and I didn't want it to end. Each time she wakes, she's stronger, and this morning she spoke properly for the first time, asking me where she was and what had happened. I skirted around the reality of the situation, unsure how she'd really deal with the truth right now, and she seemed to accept it.
Okay then, young lady,
Dr. Willis says brightly, after poking her head into the room to see if Libby's awake.
Are you ready to make your escape?
Libby scoffs, already knowing that the only place she's escaping to is another hospital. I have no clue what kind of strings Luca managed to pull when he sorted all this out, but now that Libby is awake and all her vitals are looking good, she's getting airlifted to Madison County General, where there's a private room waiting for her. As glad as I am to finally be heading home, I'm terrified it's going to set her back in some way. All the doctors and nurses have assured me that she'll be fine, but I still can't help worrying. I'm going to be right beside you the whole way, okay? She nods at me, but I can see the torment in her eyes. After packing everything up, we make our way up to the roof, where we find a helicopter, which is way bigger than I was anticipating.
How?
Libby asks, her voice rough from sleep. You don't need to worry about that now, Lib. Just enjoy the luxury. A chopper all to yourself. Not everyone gets to experience that. A small smile curls at her lips, but it's forced. Dr. Willis and the two nurses who've spent the most time with Libby talk to the medical staff who are going to be flying with us, and in no time we're all strapped in and ready to go. Thank you, I say sincerely to Dr. Willis, more grateful than she can ever know for everything she's done for both of us over the past 2 weeks. She smiles at me.
Look after each other, you two.
And with a nod, the sliding door is closed, and we're on our way back. Back to Madison, back to real life, back to Luca. I wring my hands on my lap as I think about having to see him again, after ignoring all his attempts to contact me. Although, all of that vanished a couple of days ago, like he totally forgot I existed. I don't know what's worse, the reminder that I possibly made the wrong decision, or the fact he's moved on from it.
Why do you look so nervous about this?
Libby asks me. She's not been awake all that long, but already her eyes are getting heavy. A lot has changed in 5 years, Lib. I don't say it to be mean or make her feel guilty, but from the look on her face as the words pass my lips, I know that's how she's taken it. My life, things are just really up in the air. Being here with you, it's been somewhat of a relief.
You don't want to go back?
Isn't that the $1,000,000 question? Of course, it's our home now, Lib. I smile at her, but she doesn't return it.
I don't have a home, Peyton. Haven't for a long time.
Then it's time to fix that, don't you think? Ripping her eyes away from mine, she blankly stares out of the helicopter as we move smoothly through the sky, my stomach twisting with all the unknowns we've yet to come across.
Chapter 19. Luca.
What the fuck?
A familiar voice snaps from the doorway of my room 2 seconds after it swings open.
What the hell are you doing, Luke?
Go away. She laughs as she pads across the room, throwing the curtains open and doing the same with the windows.
If you think that's going to work, then you don't know me as well as I think you do.
She mutters, turning back to look at me with her hands on her hips and a fiercely stubborn look on her face. Whoa, captain material right here. A deep voice rumbles, amusement laced through his irritating tone. Oh, fuck right off, Let. You didn't fucking bring him. I push myself up against the headboard, room spinning around me as a bottle rolls off the bed and clatters against the floor. Talk to my girl like that again, Dunn, and this cloud of weed isn't what'll end your NFL career before it's even started. Get the fuck out of here, legend. No one fucking invited you to join the party.
This isn't a fucking party, Luke.
Letty spits as she begins tidying up around me.
Kane, go and wait downstairs. I got this.
He stands in my doorway with his arms crossed over his chest, his face hard and deadly.
Kane,
she urges. It was much tidier the last time I was in here. Smelled better, too. He muses. When the fuck have you ever been in my room before? His eyes slide over to Letty. You want to tell him, Princess, or shall I?
Do as you're told for once, Kane.
Fine, I'll leave it to you. Just don't forget to tell him how loud you screamed.
Get out!
She cries, throwing an empty beer bottle at him. He catches it with no effort before placing it on the dresser beside him. Going. Watch yourself, Dunn. I'm not going to touch your girl, legend. But despite his confidence, his eyes hold mine for a beat before he finally turns his back on both of us and leaves. Letty walks over and closes the door behind him. Her presence in what's become my sanctuary over the past week or so is oppressive, and no matter how much I might love her, right now, I just want her to leave me to my own misery.
I'm done letting you wallow in self-pity. Your pity party for one is officially over,
she states, dropping a few more bottles into the bag in her hand before placing it by the door, ready to go down to the trash.
It's time to sort your shit out.
She steps up to the bed and reaches for the sheets.
You need to get up, get showered, shaved, and put your fucking game face on.
No, I cry, trying to catch the sheets as she pulls them from my body, but my alcohol-dazed brain means my arms don't coordinate with my head, and they're gone before I get to stop them. Instead, I'm forced to just cup my junk as I sit naked in the middle of my bed.
Jesus, Luke.
What? It's my fucking bed. I can sleep naked if I want.
Whatever. Here,
she says, grabbing a pair of boxers from my drawer and throwing them at me. You mind? I ask when she just stands there.
I've seen your cock before, Luke. It was nothing mind-blowing.
My chin drops in shock. When? Looking away, she walks toward my window, probably to get some fresh air.
You were a whore in high school. I walked in on you and some cheer slut more than once.
How don't I know this? I mutter, racking my brain for any kind of memory. She rests her hands on the windowsill and leans forward.
You were thoroughly distracted.
Didn't stop you looking, though, did it? I deadpan.
Trust me, I didn't hang around to watch.
That why you fucked Lee? She turns back and pins me with a hard look.
You need to let that go.
I know. I have. Mostly. I'm just curious.
I was jealous, okay? Is that what you want to hear? I had a hella crush on you, but you never looked at me twice. You were too concerned with which cheer slut you were going to stick your cock into next. Lee knew. He saw everything. He always sees everything.
I can't help but mutter my agreement. That asshole really does see it all.
He consoled me. We were drunk, and one thing led to another.
You're not his type. I think that's why I never even considered it would happen, I say, knowing my brother's addiction to redheads. Letty is actually the only one that I know of who breaks his mold when it comes to his chosen partners.
I know. Neither of us were thinking about reality that night. We just needed comfort, and we had each other.
Okay, I get it. Enough about that. I shake my head, ridding the images of what the three of us got up to right there not so long ago from my head. Any possibility of anything happening with me and Letty is long gone. She's got Kane, and I've got no one. I drop my head into my hands as the mattress beside me dips as Letty sits down. She places her hand on my shoulder.
They're on their way, Luke. This, whatever this is, it needs to stop.
She doesn't need me, Let. It doesn't matter that she's coming back.
That's bullshit, and you know it.
Is it? I haven't told anyone the details of why I ended up leaving Peyton in that motel room, but Letty doesn't need to hear it from me. I already know she's heard it from Peyton. Damn them for becoming friends. I've got no chance of drowning myself in vodka and weed with them teaming up.
She's hurting, Luke, and you were making her feel things she wasn't ready for.
She told you that?
Well, not in so many words, no, but I know it's the truth.
I scoff, not willing to accept that she actually cares at all after the way she sent me home and cut me out of her life, as if I hadn't been there holding her hand since she found out about Libby. I don't care. We're done. Letty shakes her head.
What about Caden and your
Don't, I spit. Don't even think about calling him that.
You can't just drown all of this under as much vodka as you can get your hands on.
I don't know what else to do, I confess. Everything is such a mess. I can't see him. If I do, I'll probably kill him. And she won't even respond to a message.
Honestly, I don't have any advice about him other than you need to sort yourself out and go and visit your mom. As for Peyton, give her time. Give her some space, but show her that you haven't forgotten, that you haven't stopped caring just because you're not in the same room.
I stare at her. Give her space, but show her I haven't forgotten her. Contradictory much? I roll my eyes.
Use your imagination, Luke. I know you've got one.
Where's Lee at?
Right this second? No idea. But I'm worried about him. I'm not sure when he last slept in his own bed.
So he's not spoken to Mom?
I don't think he's spoken to anyone. I can barely get anything out of him.
All the redheads on campus better watch their backs, huh? It's supposed to be a joke, but it falls flat between us. We both know it's how he deals with the hard shit. While I turn to the nearest bottle, Leon finds the nearest redhead and fucks her raw.
Go clean up. I'll sort this place out.
Reaching out, I wrap my hand around the back of her neck and pull her to me, dropping a kiss to the top of her head. Thank you, Let. What would I do without you?
Die of alcohol poisoning? Now get in the shower, you stink.
By the time I emerge from the bathroom, my room looks less like a homeless guy is squatting inside it and once again resembles my own space.
I made coffee.
Letty says. nodding to the mug that's sitting on my nightstand. I drop onto my bed and cradle it in my hands. I feel better after the shower, but the effects of the vodka are still lingering.
Talk to me, Luke. Whatever it is.
I miss her, I confess, keeping my eyes locked on the coffee before me.
So what are you going to do about it?
Follow your advice, I guess. She laughs as if that's the most absurd thing she's ever heard, and I have no choice but to look up at her. What?
When have you ever listened to anything I've told you?
I have once or twice.
Sure you have.
She rolls her eyes at me as she sips on her own coffee.
Anyway, they're due about 6:30. She's planning on going back to work tomorrow night, and—
Like fuck she is, I bark. She's not stepping foot back in that place.
You can't stop her working, Luke. That's not fair.
Do you even know where she works?
Waitress in some bar?
Yeah, something like that.
Well?
Her eyes widen as she waits for me to elaborate. The locker room isn't just a bar. It's an exclusive gentleman's sports bar.
Exclusive?
The waitresses, the girls, they, make really good tips for their waitressing skills. My stomach turns over at just the thought of those guys mentally fucking my girl.
No.
Letty's eyes almost pop out of her head. Peyton doesn't do any of that. But still, the kind of men who drink there aren't ones I want around her.
How do you know all this? Is it somewhere you drink?
She asks with her brow cocked. Lifting my hand, I scrub it over my face before dragging my hair back. Brett owns it.
Fuck off. Fuck right off, Luke. Does she know?
I shake my head.
Why the fuck haven't you told her? She'd never work there if she knew.
And here lies an issue I've been battling with for some time now. She's only working there to pay for her mom and Caden's medical bills. If I tried to stop her, which she never would have allowed, then all I'm doing is making the debt worse.
So? Pay it off.
I have, I confess, and she holds my stare, waiting for me to explain. When we got to Atlanta, I sorted Libby's insurance, dealt with her coming back here, and cleared everything Peyton owes.
But you didn't tell her.
She guesses correctly. She knows about Libby, obviously, but she didn't want to accept that, so I figured I'd wait to tell her about the rest.
You need to tell her before she turns up to work for that scumbag.
I know. I will.
I'll speak to my boss. One of our girls is about to go off to have a baby. Maybe she can come work with me.
Sounds like a much better option. Brett Dunn's life is already balancing on a knife edge. The cunts from that bar are right behind him.
Careful there, Luke. You're starting to sound like Cain.
Never. Although I assume he has experience with that kind of activity. She narrows her eyes on me. It's no secret that Cain was a member of the Harrow Creek Hawks, and has probably put more bodies in the ground than I care to think about.
The less you know, the better.
Well, that's not exactly reassuring, I deadpan.
It wasn't meant to be. But he's done with all that. If you need help with anything, then you want to go to the Harrises.
I stare at her in disbelief. You're not actually suggesting that I—
Do what you need to do, Luke. I hated Brett before all of this. It would hardly be a waste to society.
Who are you, and what have you done with my sweet best friend?
I had a reality check, Luke. Life is messy and ugly. Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do.
She pushes to stand from the chair and walks over.
If you need anything, call me, yeah? And no more hiding.
Whatever you say, Mom. She rolls her eyes at me.
I'm going to look after Caden for a couple of hours. Sophie can be at the hospital for Libby and Peyton. I'll be done by 8.
She winks, ensuring I miss the hidden meaning in her words.
And if you see Lee, slap him upside the head for me and tell him to get his shit together. You've both got big decisions to make, and being continually fucked up ain't gonna get either of you anywhere.
She drops a kiss to my cheek before disappearing from my room and leaving me alone once more. Only I'm much more sober, and my room looks a hell of a lot better. I get dressed and head out of the house, knowing that I've got shit that needs dealing with. Most importantly, I need to get rid of Peyton's fucking job so she has no reason to step foot back in that place ever again. The parking lot is quiet when I pull up, and as I make my way through the bar toward Bry, who I swear lives behind the thing, I find it just as empty. Evening. How's it going? Bry knows the basics after I called when we first got to Atlanta to let them know Peyton wouldn't be at work. And I've also been here drinking since I got sent back, so he's well aware that shit ain't great right now. He should just be grateful that those cunts, or my father, weren't here when I was, because I was gunning for a fight. Yeah, you know. Julian here? Yeah, he's out back. With a nod, I take off in the direction of the staff-only door I walked through the night I came to find Peyton. Fuck, that night feels like a lifetime ago. I step into his office without knocking, although I really wish I fucking did when I find a pair of heels and fishnet-wrapped legs sticking out from under his desk. He's sitting in his chair with his head tipped back in pleasure and his eyes tightly closed. Clearing my throat, his head flies forward, his eyes widening in shock. We need to talk, I state, not willing to wait for him to finish. Get the fuck out, he barks at whoever it is under his desk. The girl backs out, wiping at her mouth with the back of her hand before turning to me. I recognize her, and she clearly does me too, as a smile curls at her lips.
You wanna join the party, sweetheart?
Do I? Fuck, get the hell out!
That's a real shame, doll. I just know we could have some fun.
Helena! Jillian barks when she's about to disappear.
Yeah, baby.
Come back when he's done. I'm not finished with you.
Sure thing. I'm more than ready for it.
She's barely past the threshold when I swing the door closed on her. Peyton is done here. Whatever shifts you have her scheduled for, wipe them off. Cancel her contract. Excuse me? He spits. You heard me. Find yourself another girl to sweet-talk your customers. She's one of my best girls. My stomach turns over, knowing just how popular her little sweet and innocent look is. I don't give a shit, Julian. She's done. I know your surname might be Dunn, boy, but you are not my boss. Only your father gets to call the shots around here. Yeah, well, things are fucking changing. Wipe her off the schedule. Better yet, forget she even fucking exists. I seethe, walking toward him, cracking my knuckles as I do. You threatening me, boy? I'll do whatever is necessary to stop her from ever walking back in here. I hold his stare, willing him to break first, because I've got other shit to be doing. In the end, he must get bored with the standoff, because he throws his hands up. Fine. She's done. Are you finished? Give me what you owe her. What? You haven't paid her for this month yet. Pay up. I hold my hand out, not willing to walk out of here without what she's owed. It's the least she deserves after putting herself through this hell for months. He pushes his chair back and stands, obviously deciding that it'll just be easier to do what I say than to fight me on this. Jesus, you're just like your old— No! I roar, pinning him against the wall with my forearm against his throat, making his eyes widen in fear. I'm nothing like that cunt, I spit in his face. Okay. The second I release him, he rushes over to the safe and pulls out a wad of cash and passes it over. That should cover it. I stare down at the cash. Good. I turn to the door, glad to have got what I came here for. I'll tell him about this, he warns before I have the door open. I don't doubt it. It's time Daddy and I had a little chat anyway. I blow out of there, stuffing Peyton's money into my back pocket as I go. I whistle when I get to the bar, getting everyone's attention. Helena immediately looks over, and I can't help but smile. You can get back to blowing the boss now, darling. I smile at her before marching toward the door and leaving them all to it. I get to the hospital just after 7:30, and I sit in my car with my eyes locked on the entrance, hoping that Fee will emerge. I only have to wait a little over 5 minutes before she does, and I make my way inside. The receptionist is a Panthers fan, so she's more than willing to hand me over all the information I need to find Libby, or, more importantly, Peyton. The ward she's on is deadly quiet as I walk through. Most of the pot lights are dimmed so the patients can get some rest. The door to Libby's is cracked open, so I manage to open it without alerting the two people inside to my arrival. I stand there for a few minutes, noticing the improvement in Libby in the days since I last saw her in Atlanta. But where she might look better, when I turn my attention to Peyton, I find she looks much worse. The circles under her eyes are darker than ever, her complexion pale, and when I look at her hands, I notice that the skin around her nails is red and raw. Guilt threatens to bring me to my knees. I shouldn't have left. I'm still standing there at war with myself over my decisions, when she must sense that she's got company, and she turns to me. Her chin drops in shock when she realizes that it's me.
Chapter 20. Peyton. Part of me hoped he'd come. The other part hoped he'd stay away, because I knew that one look at him, and everything I felt since he found me in the locker room all those weeks ago, would come crashing back like a fucking tsunami. And I wasn't wrong. All the air rushes out of my lungs as I stare at him in the doorway. His large frame takes up almost all the space. Luke. I breathe, as if I'm checking that he's really there, and not just a figment of my imagination.
How is she?
She's doing okay. There's still a long way to go, but progress has been mostly good so far.
That's good. I'm glad.
An awkwardness that I'm not used to feeling with Luca settles around us. Thank you for organizing all this. The chopper ride was kinda exciting, all things considered.
It's nothing, P. No less than either of you deserve. Have you eaten?
I hesitate, unable to lie to him.
Let me buy you dinner. Just downstairs. Nothing crazy, but we need to talk, don't you think?
Luca,
Please.
Unable to say no to him, I push to stand, grabbing my purse from the floor. I'll be back soon, Lib, I say to my sister, even though she's out cold, exhausted from our journey and the stress of the day. I follow Luca out of the ward, and we ride the elevator to the ground floor side by side, tension crackling between us, but we remain in silence. The kitchen has already closed for the night, so we end up in the coffee shop with sandwiches, chips, and cake, which is fine by me.
Here, I got you an extra shot.
He says, passing my coffee over as he joins me at the table in front of the window. I could have chosen to sit at the one in the shadows at the back, but I didn't think that was a particularly good idea.
How are you doing?
I shrug. Honestly, it's been tough.
I'm glad you're both back.
Me too. It'll be easier having Aunt Fee to share the visits with. He studies me for a beat. I know what he's seeing. I'm shocked every time I look in a mirror.
Eat, P. You look like you need it.
I do as I'm told, picking at my sandwich, but with the tension surrounding us, it's hard to stomach anything.
I'm glad you're back. I missed you.
He says quietly. Really? I ask curiously.
P, don't do that.
He warns, his voice low and dangerous in a way that makes tingles erupt from my lower belly.
Don't think that because I stopped messaging and calling that I don't care.
Guilt floods me at the broken look on his face. I'm sorry I made you leave like that.
Why did you?
He asks, sitting forward as if he doesn't already know the answer. You know why, Luke, I whisper, stuffing a chip into my mouth, because right now, eating seems like the lesser of two evils.
See, that's the thing. I don't think I do. I know it's my fault, but it's like you keep pulling the rug from under me. I don't know which way is fucking up right now. One minute you need me, and the next you're sending me away.
Some might say that's karma.
Yeah, and they'd probably be right.
He admits.
So?
I take a deep breath and stare down at the table. You mess with my head, Luke. Being with you again, it's like no time has passed. When it's just the two of us, no bullshit, I feel like I'm 15 again, and with my best friend. But then reality kicks in, and I remember that's not who we are anymore. I remember that I can't hand myself over to you anymore because I don't trust you not to rip me apart again.
Hey.
No, Luca, you don't get to sweet talk your way out of this. I sigh, risking a glance at him, and immediately regretting it when I see the pain written all over his face. Those first 2 days in Atlanta were awful, but having you there by my side, holding my hand, being just what I needed, it was everything, Luke. But I can't rely on that. What happens when shit gets hard again? Are you just going to walk away because you can't deal?
No, I'd never.
Yeah, see, you probably would have said that the day before I told you what I'd heard back then, too. But look what happened.
I was a kid, Peyton.
And only a few weeks ago?
I was angry. Confused. I'm a mess, P.
Even more reason not to get carried away here, don't you think?
Nothing makes sense without you.
My heart pounds harder at his confession, because I understand. I feel it too, but I'm not brave enough to do anything about it right now.
I want this, Peyton. I want you. I want us. I want to be part of Caden's life. I want to move forward, put the past behind us. I want the future we always talked about. I've always wanted that.
I can't, Luca. My life is a disaster. I can't make that kind of commitment to you, or anyone right now.
I'm not asking for a commitment, P. I just want hope.
Tell me about it, I mutter, lifting my coffee to my lips.
I've got something for you.
He says, lifting his ass from the chair and pulling something from his back pocket. What is this?
Open it.
Placing my mug back down, I take the envelope from his hand and pull out the letter inside. Unfolding it, I stare down at the words, the figures staring back at me. My head knows exactly what it is, but I still refuse to believe it. He hasn't. He wouldn't. What is this?
It's a receipt. Confirmation that you are now debt-free.
No, I shout, pushing the chair out from behind me and causing an awful screech that turns everyone's attention on us. No, this isn't fair, Luca. This wasn't your problem. Before he can respond, I take off running. Thankfully, the elevator is just about to close when I get there, and I slip inside.
Peyton, wait!
He calls, right before the doors close behind me. The 4 other people in the car look at me with concerned expressions, but I keep my eyes on the floor as my head spins. He paid all my debts. All of it. Every single cent. I'm pacing back and forth at the end of Libby's bed when he finally catches up with me. Dragging my eyes from the floor, I narrow them at him, silently begging for him to get out so I can process this.
You're not running away from this, Peyton.
He whispers, his chest heaving from presumably running up the stairs. Stepping inside and closing the door, he damn near takes all the air with him. You had no right to do that.
I just want to help, P. Let me do this for you, please.
My debt isn't your responsibility, I hiss.
Peyton, please.
He begs, taking a step toward me, reaching for my hands. No, I hiss, holding his stare and forcing him to stop moving. This is too much. It's just...
Luca?
A quiet voice says from behind me, instantly cutting through the tense atmosphere between us. Libby, I say, racing over to her side.
Hey, Libby.
Luca says awkwardly behind me. I don't need to look to know that he's threaded his fingers through his hair.
How are you doing?
She stares at him as if to silently say, "How do you think, asshole?" And I have to smother a laugh.
Are you two?
No,
Yes.
Luca states. The confidence in his voice makes me turn back to him. Yes?
You know what I want, P. I'm not beating around the bush.
You need to leave.
And you need to stop being so damn stubborn and see what's right in front of you.
Anger burns red hot through my veins at his words. See what's right in front of me? Are you fucking kidding me? I am, Luca. I'm here looking at what's important. I gesture to Libby. I'm focusing on my family, those who love me, believe me, trust me. I seethe.
I fucking love you, Peyton!
He booms, throwing his arms out to the side in exasperation.
I always fucking have!
I stare at him as he watches me closely, waiting for my response. His chest heaves, his eyes are wild, anger, irritation, determination swirling within them. I startle when my sister's fingers twist with mine and gently squeeze, as if she knows that I need it right at that moment. It doesn't matter, Luca. Even if I felt the same, right now is not the time.
If you felt the same.
He repeats, rolling his eyes.
You do, and you know it. I know it. I feel it every time I touch you.
Tears burn my eyes, and emotion clogs my throat, because he's right, and he damn well knows it. Not now, Luca.
Then when, huh, Peyton? Do we wait for the next time one of our lives gets thrown into chaos before we collide again? We're in this together. We always have been. You just need to let your head catch up with your heart and trust yourself. Fuck trusting me right now. I'll earn it back. I'll prove to you that what happened before was a massive mistake. That you, Peyton Banks, are the only one for me.
Silent tears cascade down my cheeks as he steps toward me. He wraps his hand around the back of my neck and presses his lips to my head.
Your job at the locker room no longer exists.
He whispers. My entire body jolts.
Don't even think about going back there. You don't need it. Look after your family. I'll be waiting.
He kisses my head, nods in Libby's direction, and then marches out of the room, leaving me lightheaded and standing on legs that no longer know how to hold me up. I crumple to the chair at Libby's bedside and drop my head into my hands. But I don't cry. I breathe through it and force myself to get a grip. Me falling apart is the last thing Libby needs right now.
I know you're trying to protect me, Peyton. And trust me, I get it. I understand your reasons for wanting to treat me like glass right now. But you need to stop hiding things from me. Wrapping me in cotton and keeping out the ugly outside world isn't going to help me heal. It's just smothering me. I need the truth, Peyton. I need to know why we're really in Madison. And don't give the bullshit excuse that it's because it's where you go to college. I know you went to Trinity Royal.
I gasp at her confession.
I want to know why Aunt Fee is playing Mom and where our real one is. I want to hear you say my boy's name without wincing because you're worried it might set me off. And,
she adds with a hard look,
I want to know exactly what is going on there.
Not asking too much, then, I mutter, trying to lighten the mood a little. But when she doesn't so much as smile, I nod, accepting that it's time to stop beating around the bush and tell the truth. Telling Libby about Mom's accident is hands down the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. I thought experiencing it was bad, but at least I was there. Watching Libby's eyes darken with disbelief and then grief a few minutes later when she realizes that I'm serious is utterly heartbreaking. I know she thought she wanted the truth, that she could handle it, but right now as tears stream down her face, dripping to the sheets wrapped around her, I'm not so sure it was the best idea.
Caden?
She forces out. He's okay. He was hurt. He's still healing, but he's going to be fine, Lib.
Fuck!
She barks, her hands balling into fists.
Fuck!
She screams, pain pouring from her as she pounds her fist down on the bed, the machine beside her beginning to beep incessantly. Lib, you need to calm down, I say, placing my hand on her shoulder in the hope it'll soothe her. But instead she shrugs me off and continues taking her frustration out on the mattress. 5 seconds later, 2 nurses come running in.
It's okay, Libby. We need you to calm down, sweetie. She's gone,
Libby wails, shattering my heart all over again.
She died thinking I was a total waste of space druggie.
No, Lib, she didn't. Mom loved you more than anything.
It's not fair. Why her? Why not one of the cunts who hurt people, who ruin lives?
I know, Lib, it's not fair. Thankfully, with the help of the nurses, we managed to get her to calm down after a few minutes, and the beeping returns to normal levels.
If you need anything, just call, okay?
One of the nurses says before she slips from the room.
Tell me the rest,
Libby demands. Are you sure that... She stares at me.
It can't get any worse, right?
I guess not. I tell her about Aunt Fee taking us in, the incredible job she's doing with Caden and his recovery, before I have no choice but to confess about the locker room and how I ended up reconnecting with Luca.
Firstly,
she states, sounding much more like my big sister than she has since she woke up.
Luca is right. You are done at that place. Mom would be mortified if she knew what you were doing with your body.
She pins me with a look that makes me feel about an inch tall. I didn't have a choice, Lib. We had no insurance. I had to make money and fast.
This is all my fault.
No, Liberty. She instantly looks up at my use of her full name. It's his, I hiss.
I need you to know that the only thing I really regret in all of this is what I did toward the two of you apart.
That's not on you, Lib. What happened between the two of us is his fault.
But if I never...
No, I refuse to let you take on the blame for all of this. You were a child, Libby.
I was almost 18.
And he was an adult who should have known better. She blows out a breath and falls back against her pillows.
He made me feel so special. I know, it's stupid, but I just really needed that back then.
You don't have to explain yourself to me. I refrain from telling her that it's because I've totally invaded her privacy and read most of her diary from that time. Those pages contain everything that could destroy Brett Dunn. We just need to be smart and figure out the best way to go about it.
What now?
She asks, sounding totally exhausted. Now, we focus on getting you better, and we rebuild our lives.
And you and Luca?
I shrug. I'm not sure there is a me and Luca anymore.
Bullshit, Peyton. I saw the way you two looked at each other, how you melted at what he confessed. He's right, you know. You're being stubborn.
I'm protecting my heart.
Yeah, same thing. It was always meant to be you two, Pay. Just give him a chance. He looked a mess, and something tells me that has everything to do with you.
I open my mouth to respond, but quickly find that I have no comeback for that, and when I look at her again, I discover that she's fast asleep. Well, thanks for that, sis, I mutter to myself. I sit there in her dimly lit room for almost an hour, running everything around in my head, before I eventually push away from the bed, kiss her brow, and head for the door, more than ready to finally go home and get into my bed. I call for an Uber as I ride the elevator down to the ground floor, and instead of pocketing my cell, I pull up the chat that I've mostly ignored since Luca left Atlanta. I stare at his words, his apologies for taking things too far, for pushing too hard, his concern for Libby, his demands that I reply just to let him know that I'm okay. My chest aches, knowing that he meant every single one. I know he did. Without putting too much thought into it, my thumbs fly over the screen. Peyton, thank you. You have no idea what a relief it is not to have to worry about that debt. I'll forever owe you. Kiss. I hit send before I change my mind, and fall back against the wall, closing my eyes for a beat. My cell buzzes as the doors open, and I ignore it until I'm safely in the back of the car I ordered and heading for home.
Luca, anytime, anything. I can think of a few ways you can repay me.
With a smile, I lock my cell once more and rest my head back. I don't realize that I fall asleep until the driver has no choice but to shout at me to get my attention to tell me that I'm home. Crap, I'm so sorry. It's been a long day.
No problem, darling.
I thank him and climb from the car, sighing in relief when I look at Aunt Bee's house. It might not be my real home, but it's as close as I've got right now, and I can't wait to get inside and be surrounded by those I love. The second I step into the kitchen and look into Aunt Bee's kind eyes, I burst into tears. The stress and exhaustion of the past 2 weeks suddenly is too much to deal with.
Oh, sweetie, come here,
she says, wrapping me in a bear hug and holding me tight. We stand there for the longest time, just holding each other, using each other's strength to stay upright.
Can I do anything? Do you need anything?
She whispers. I need to see Kay, and then I need to sleep.
Okay, I'll make you a hot chocolate to take with you.
Thank you, Aunt Fee, for everything.
You're more than welcome, sweetheart.
I suck in a ragged breath before slipping down to Caden's room and quietly letting him know that I'm home. I want to see him desperately, but I also don't want to wake him. I sit on the edge of his bed for the longest time, watching him sleep and praying that Libby can get through this and become the mom she deserves to be. Chapter 21. Peyton. The house is in silence when I finally wake the next morning. The only thing I can hear is the birdsong and the trees outside my window. And just for a few minutes, I pull the sheets up a little higher and sink back into the pillow. Knowing that I've got too much to do, and too many people relying on me to laze in bed all day, I eventually throw the sheets back and grab my cell from the nightstand that's beside the hot chocolate I was too tired to even sip last night.
Aunt Fee, Caden is at kindergarten today, and I'm going to sit with Libby. Have a rest. Do something for yourself for a few hours.
I lower my cell to the bed, feeling a little lost that someone else has organized everything. The past 2 weeks, everything with Libby has fallen on my shoulders, and I can't deny that sharing the load a little feels incredible. Knowing she's right and that I do need to do something that doesn't involve hospitals, I lift my cell once more and hit call the second I find the contact I want.
Welcome home. I wanted to call yesterday, but I thought,
Thank you. It's nice to be back. Do you have classes this morning?
I guess that all depends on what you're about to ask me.
I can't help but smile at her response and loyalty. I need to do something, I admit.
Okay, something like...
My reflection in the mirror on the wall opposite catches my eye, and I wince at the state of me. I need to get my hair done, I blurt.
Okay, we can do that. Let me call Ella. We'll set something up and come get you.
Are you sure? I don't want you missing classes because of me.
More than sure. Get dressed. We won't be long. I'll message when we're on our way.
Okay, thank you. I hang up with excitement tingling in my belly at the prospect of doing something as normal as getting my hair done. I jump from the bed with more energy than I've had in a long time and throw myself in the shower before dressing in clothes that aren't leggings and an oversized hoodie. I pull my hair up into a messy bun and quickly do my makeup and put Mom's necklace on, holding it between my fingers for a few seconds. I'm more than ready to go when my cell buzzes a couple of minutes later, letting me know that they're on their way and that they're bringing coffee. Could they be any more awesome? I grab a cereal bar from the kitchen and head out right as they pull up outside the house. Letty leaves the engine running, but shoves the door open and practically flies at me, tackling me into a bear hug that I was not expecting. Whoa!
I'm so sorry about your sister,
she says, finally releasing me.
but I'm so glad you're back.
Why? What have I missed?
Oh, just some stubborn-ass football player who needs you?
I roll my eyes at just how fast she's managed to bring him up.
He's driving me insane with his pity party.
Come on, you two. I haven't called in this favor for us to be late.
Let's go. We've got the perfect morning planned for you.
You had like 30 minutes notice, I say, following her to the car and climbing in the back.
Ella is nothing if not resourceful.
Facts. Ella agrees. Good to have you back, Peyton. Sorry about your sister. Thank you. Everything looks good right now. We'll just have to see if she can stay clean.
Luke said she's got a rehab place ready for when she gets out.
She does. Fingers crossed she'll accept the help.
That little boy deserves it,
Letty says with a smile. He sure does.
Luca is dying to meet him, but he wanted to wait for you.
I appreciate that. He doesn't need any more upheaval. So, where are we going? I ask, changing the subject.
Just wait and see.
They both turn the conversation to things I missed while being away, the parties they've been to and the classes I haven't attended. I sit back and listen, beyond grateful that I'm not listening to nurses or doctors talking in medical jargon. Whoa, this place looks expensive, I say, when Letty pulls into a parking lot of an exclusive-looking hotel and spa. Yep, we're taking our job this morning seriously, Ella says with a wink. I'm not sure I can afford anything in this place.
We've got it covered. All you have to do is relax.
I follow the two of them toward the entrance and listen as they talk to the receptionist in the elaborate building. Everything is purple and gold and expensive. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. We have you booked in for facials first, mani-pedis, then hair and makeup. Sounds perfect. Thank you, Ella says. The lounge is through there. Help yourself to food and drinks. We'll call you through when your estheticians are ready. Together, we walk into a conservatory that looks out over the rolling hills in the distance, the lake at the bottom sparkling in the winter sun. Wow.
I know, right? Ella has connections.
Letty winks, making me wonder just how honest she's being about all this. Mimosa? Ella asks, distracting me, and when I turn to look at her, I find her already holding 2 glasses out to us. I hope you both are aware that this is going to knock me on my ass. Yep. But here, Ella says, turning to the table of food behind her. Have this too. She passes me a croissant over before stuffing another into her mouth.
I don't know why she's so confused that she's still single,
Letty mutters, laughing at her unladylike friend. Haven't found anyone who can handle me yet, Ella states around a mouthful of buttery pastry.
Is that cold tissue? Too much to handle?
Fuck off, Ella scoffs, dropping down into one of the huge couches with her mimosa and another croissant.
Ignore her. Lack of D makes her pissy.
Missing Elijah? I ask, remembering that the last time I saw her, she was grinding up against him, with her tongue down his throat. Guilt sweeps through me that I've been too wrapped up in my own life to ask Aunt Fee if he shipped back out again. Man, he was hot. Knew what he was doing, if you know what I mean. She winks.
Elle, even the woman at reception knows what you mean.
Letty deadpans. Surprising, really, seeing as he spends almost all his time with dudes. Ella falls silent as images run around her head for a few seconds. Imagine more than one of them. She gets this far-off look in her eyes, and Letty and I leave her to it.
You spoken to Lee?
Letty asks. Not for a few days, no. You? She shakes her head.
I don't think he's been sleeping in his own bed either.
He got a girl?
I don't think so. All this shit, it's messed with his head. I'm worried about him.
Has Luke spoken to him?
He hasn't been in any state to stand, let alone hold a conversation.
What?
He locked himself in his room and drank and smoked himself into oblivion since he got back from Atlanta. It was only you coming home yesterday that got him out.
My chin falls open. No wonder he looked rough. Shit, I had no idea.
I know. We didn't tell you. You had enough on your plate.
He came to see me last night. Hi. A soft voice comes from the other side of the room. Ella? That's me. She hops up and downs the rest of her drink. Latest, bitches. Is she always so
insane? Yes.
I kinda love her.
Yeah, me too. Just don't tell her, it might go to her head.
I can't help but laugh as we both watch her skip down the long hallway to where I assume the treatment rooms are.
So you were saying?
Letty prompts. He's paid off all my debts, Let. Everything. I can't let him.
You can, Peyton,
she says, reaching for my hand and squeezing gently.
He just wants to help. Try to make things right.
It's not his job to fix the past.
Maybe not, but he wants to. Plus, that money, it's not really his. It's Brett's.
Does he know?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't think either of them have spoken to him since all this came out. That's a good thing, if you ask me, because I'm pretty sure there's going to be bloodshed when it happens.
I drop my head into my hands. I don't want that.
It's out of your hands. He's their sperm donor. Let them do what they need to do.
I nod, knowing that she's right, but terrified that they'll do something they'll regret. Scarlett? Peyton? A lady says, and the two of us stand and head toward her for our first appointments of the day. 4 hours later, and I feel better than I have in a very, very long time. My hair is a fresh shade of pink, my roots nowhere to be seen, my face is cleaner than I think it has ever been in my life, my makeup is on point, and my nails are a glittering deep purple. I'm probably going to feel ridiculous later walking into the hospital, like I should be going on a night out. But right now, I don't care. I'm flying too high after my girl time and pampering.
I guess we should head back,
Letty says, after we've eaten the lunch they'd organized. Yeah, I need to take over for Aunt Fee.
We can come with if you like. Meet your sister?
I'm pretty sure she'd love that, but maybe not yet.
Okay, your call. Just remember that we're here if you need us.
I know, and I really appreciate it. We make our way out, thanking the lady who's still sitting behind the desk, and toward Letty's car. Thank you for this.
You know, you should totally make use of looking like that And maybe set up a date or something tonight?
Letty suggests, as a slightly tipsy Ella falls into the passenger seat, claiming to need a nap. You think I should call him?
It's totally up to you, but a normal night out might be exactly what you need.
The thought of sitting opposite Luca in a restaurant and acting like civilized adults does have butterflies beginning to take flight in my belly. Could we do it, though? Could we push all the shit aside for a few hours and just try to be us? Find the two people who aren't drowning in all the drama that surrounds their lives. I'll think about it, I say honestly.
Come on, then. I know one guy who's going to appreciate the shit out of this.
She gestures to her face.
And his last class of the day is about to finish.
She winks before joining Ella in the car. I leave them with a heavy heart and the promise of hanging out again soon when Letty pulls up outside Aunt Bee's house. I quickly run inside to grab a few things and message Aunt Bee to let her know that I'm on my way, via work, to grab a few things out of my locker, seeing as I'm no longer an employee, it seems. I grab my keys and jump in my car for the first time in almost 2 weeks. I sit behind the wheel and remember that the last place I parked it was at college. I have a vague memory of Luca telling me that he'd get some of the guys to sort it out, and I'm more than grateful that he pulled through. He really did think of everything those first few days after that phone call from Dr. Willis. Guilt floods me. Maybe I've been too harsh on him. I battle with myself all the way to the locker room. It's late afternoon when I pull up into the parking lot. Aunt Bee has already left Libby to get Caden from kindergarten, so I need to get this over with as quickly as possible so I can get to her. I know she's perfectly fine having a little alone time. It's probably good for her, but it still makes me feel bad. I'm going to need to get used to it, though, because I can't miss any more classes. I have got to go back next week and attempt to catch up on what I've missed. The beat of the music is low, quieter than it usually is on a regular evening.
Peyton!
A familiar voice calls from behind me as I walk across the almost empty space.
It's so good to see you!
Turning around, I find Bry making his way over to me with a huge smile on his face. He pulls me in for a hug and holds me tight for a few seconds.
How's your sister doing?
Yeah, I think she's going to be okay, if she's willing to accept the help.
That's good news.
He leads me over to the bar.
So, I hear my favorite employee is no more.
So I hear.
Did Luke tell you?
He asks, leaning in and whispering. Tell me what? That I no longer have a job?
Well, that, yeah. But he walked in on Helena blowing Julian under his desk.
No! I gasp, although I have no idea why I'm surprised. That girl would blow anything with a pulse. I guess someone is gunning for a pay rise. Bry chuckles.
She clearly wants something. You couldn't pay me enough to go near his infested cock.
Amen, I say with a laugh, but both of us soon shut up when the man in question appears from out the back.
Bry, don't you have a job to do? Sure do, boss.
Bry salutes before turning around, but not before I spot his dramatic eye roll.
Peyton, a word.
My stomach turns the way it always does when I'm in his company. There's just something so gross about him. He's like Slick on steroids, and I will happily live without ever having to see him again. I follow him through the staff-only door and toward his office. The place smells the way it always does, but knowing that I no longer belong here means the stench of stale sweat and dampness now turns my stomach even more than it always did.
Today's your lucky day, Peyton. There's someone very special here to see you.
My brows draw together as I try to figure out what he's talking about as I step into his office. My head spins the second I lock eyes with the man standing in the middle of Julian's office, wearing a sharp designer black suit, as if he's some kind of upstanding citizen of the community. I turn, ready to run out of there and forget all about the few things that are in my locker. But I'm too late. Julian slams the door behind me, flicking the lock to ensure I have nowhere to go. What are you doing here? I stutter, looking at the man I never want to look at ever again. The man who has single-handedly destroyed the lives of everyone I love.
Has he still not told you, darling?
My brows pinch as I wait for whatever bullshit lies are about to fall from his deceitful mouth.
I own this place. I'm the one who's been signing your paychecks all this time.
No, I cry. No. He takes a menacing step toward me, and a shudder of fear races down my spine. Backing away from the monster, I bump into another.
I thought we were rid of you and your white trash family.
You asshole! I scream, my arm flying out to slap him, but he clearly hasn't lost his skills or speed because he has my arm in his grip before it moves toward him. He steps forward again, pinning me between the two of them. My fear freezes me in place. Not that I think I stand any chance of fighting against them. They'll easily overpower me. What do you want?
Maybe I want to find out why my son has been so besotted with you all these years. I got rid of you so he could focus. It worked, until you decided to step right into his path once more. You...
He lifts his hand and twirls a lock of my hair around his finger as bile swirls in my stomach and burns up my throat.
Are fucking everything up.
You employed me, I spit. You put me in his path.
Julian employed you. Imagine my surprise when I saw your name pass through my files. My only regret is that I didn't get back here and get my hands on you sooner. I've waited years to find out if you're as compliant as your whore of a sister.
Cunt! I spit in his face, but instead of being put off, his eyes only darken as a snarl curls at his lips.
You stupid whore.
He hisses. I don't see his backhand coming, and my head snaps to the side, pain burning through my cheek and down my neck, the taste of copper filling my mouth as hands touch me everywhere. No! No! I scream, trying as hard as I can to fight them off, even though it's futile. Help me! Bry!
The little bitch won't come to your help, darling. You're ours for as long as we want to entertain you.
The sound of ripping fabric fills the room before cool air whips across my chest as my shirt is peeled away.
It's time you pay for your inability to keep your trashy little mouth shut.
Brett grabs my chin, his fingers digging into my skin until it stings.
I'm really gonna enjoy this, darling. I'll enjoy it even more when he kicks your traitorous ass to the curb.
He wouldn't. They wouldn't.
Willing to bet on that, darling? Chapter 22. Luca. Hey, I say, poking my head into Libby's hospital room and only finding the patient herself inside. I'm already on edge after finding a message on my cell from my father a few hours ago, telling me that he was in town and wanted to see me. Peyton not here?
Not yet, no. Aunt Fee said she was on her way after popping into work or something.
She's going to work? I ask, my heart rate picking up at just the thought of her walking in there after the conversation I had with Julian yesterday. Add Brett into the mix, and fear races through me faster than I can control.
Yeah, why?
Fuck, I bark.
Luca!
She shouts as I bolt for the door.
What's wrong?
Hopefully nothing. I'll be back. I take off running, my body trembling as I move. I fly down the stairs, using the handrail to help me take the corners at breakneck speed, and nearly colliding with more than one other person. I'm too lost in my own head to care or apologize as I race from the hospital and toward my car that I only just parked. Damn it, Lee, answer your goddamn cell, I shout, slamming my palms down on the wheel, running my second stoplight as I speed my way across town toward the locker room. I slam my foot on the brake with my car blocking the entrance to the club. The sight of my father's Porsche in the lot makes me want to puke. Luca, twice in 2 days. I'm gonna start getting used to... Where is she? I bark, cutting off his greeting. Out back with Julian. Fuck, I bark, running toward the back door. What's wrong? I don't stand around long enough to answer his question. Instead, I storm through the door, making it slam so hard against the wall behind me that I'm surprised it doesn't fly off its hinges. The sight of Julian's closed office door doesn't make me feel any better about what's going on inside. Grabbing the handle, I twist and slam my shoulder against it, expecting it to swing open. So when it doesn't budge, anger and fear like I've never experienced before surges through me and takes control of my body. I slam my weight against the door over and over until the wood splinters and I fly into the room. Immediately, my anger has reached its boiling point after seeing the position they have Peyton in. "Get your motherfucking hands off her!" I scream, launching myself at my father, twisting my fingers in his shirt and dragging him back from where he has Peyton pinned against Julian's desk. "Oh, hey, son. Come to join the party?" he asks with a smirk that I want to rip from his face. "I'm not your son, you sick fuck." The crunch of his nose beneath my fist feels better than any other punch I've landed in my life. "Luca, come on. We're just having some fun," he says, righting himself and totally ignoring the fact that his nose is gushing blood, staining his previously pristine white shirt. "Fun? Your idea of fun is fucking sick. Did you really think I'd never find out about Libby, you sick bastard? How many other kids have you groomed, huh, old man? How many underage girls have you fucked with your pathetic excuse of a cock?" He pales slightly, but still doesn't back down an inch. "You know nothing," he spits, covering Julian's already disgusting carpet with blood.
Luca?
Her terrified whimper cuts through me, turning my blood to ice. "You're gonna fucking pay for this," I warn, cocking my arm back once more and landing a solid punch to my father's temple that sends his toppling to the ground.
Get off, please. Get off me.
Her voice shatters my already broken and battered heart, and I spin around with a roar, but it seems I'm too late, because Bry has joined us and has a chair careening toward Julian's head. His grunt of pain sounds out before he hits the desk on the way down. "Peyton," I breathe, rushing to where she slumped on the floor, her eyes wide and terrified. "Baby, it's okay." "Get her out of here," Bry instructs. "I'll sort this out." "How?" I ask, looking at the two sick fucks passed out on the floor. "I've got connections, don't worry." I narrow my eyes at him, but when Peyton shudders in my arms, I forget all about it. "Go out the back. No one will see you." "Yeah, okay." Standing, I pull my hoodie off before slipping it over her head to cover her up before lifting her into my arms and carrying her from the building. As gently as I can, I place her on my passenger seat and strap her in before running around to the driver's side, getting in and backing out of there as fast as I arrived. "It's gonna be okay, baby. He's not gonna get away with this." We're almost at the house when my brother finally decides to call me back. "You at the house?" "Yeah, just going out. Why?" "I'm just pulling up. I need your help with something." He sighs, letting me know that I'm shitting all over his plans, but I don't give a fuck. This is more important than anything he was about to go and do. I park as he emerges and walks over. "What is it, What the fuck?" he barks the second he sees Peyton curled up beside me, staring ahead with glazed eyes. "Help me get her in, yeah?" Yeah, of course." He glances down at my fist, his brows pulling together. We work in silence, me still trying to get control of myself as I lift Peyton from the car, and Lee obviously trying to read between the lines to find out what the fuck has happened. I jog up the stairs with her to my room, thankfully not bumping into any of the guys as I do so, and lay her out in the middle of my bed, pulling the sheets over her because I have no idea if she's shivering because she's terrified or cold or both. "What the fuck is going on, Luke? What's happened?" Julian and..." I breathe out a long, slow breath trying to calm the fuck down as the image of him with his hands all over my girl come back to me. "Brett. Dad did this," he roars, disbelief all over his face. "They were in the back room of the locker room." "I'm going to fucking kill him, Luke. I swear to fucking God, I left them out cold in the office." Bry is sorting it out. "Bry? What the fuck does he know about dealing with that shit?" "I don't fucking know, Lee. But he offered, and my biggest concern was getting her the hell out of there. They were gonna..." I bite back the words, trying to breathe through the fact I want to puke all over my bedroom floor at the thought. "They were gonna..." "I got it, Luke. I'm going, okay?" I'll sort it out. That cunt is gonna pay for this. I nod at him before he disappears from my room, leaving me with a trembling Peyton. Pulling the sheets back, I lift her onto my lap and hold her against me. It's okay, baby. You're safe. I've got you. I pull my cell from my pocket and find my last conversation with Letty about her plans for Peyton this morning. Luca, send Kane to the locker room. Lee will be there. He's going to need his help.
Letty, what the fuck have you done?
Luca, I'll call you when I can. I've got Peyton. She's okay.
Letty, let me know if you need anything.
Dropping my cell to the bed, I look down at Peyton to find her wide silver eyes staring back up at me.
Why didn't you tell me?
She whispers. For a second, I wonder what she's talking about, but then it hits me. She means Brett. Trust me, baby. It wasn't because I didn't want to. I cup her cheek and tilt her head so she has no choice but to look at me. I need her to see the honesty in my eyes, to understand how much I battled with this decision over the past few weeks. I know how much you needed that job, the money that came with it. If I told you, you'd have ended up choosing between paying your debts and your integrity, and I didn't want that. As much as I hated you working there, spending time with those scumbags, I knew you felt it was what you needed to do.
That's why you were there every night.
Partly that. Partly because I just couldn't stay away from you, I confess. I'd have paid your debt off the day I found out about it if I could have, but I knew you'd never accept it.
I don't want to accept it now.
I know, baby. But as much as you hate it, sometimes you just need to accept a little help. And at the end of the day, it's not actually my money either, and it's money that you and your family more than deserve. She swallows nervously, her eyes once again filling with tears.
What will happen to them?
I don't know, baby. Do you have any idea who Bry is connected to? She shakes her head. I've sent Lee and Kane over there to help. Her brows pull together in concern. Don't worry. If Bry doesn't know the right people, I can assure you that Kane does.
To do what?
I shrug. Finish what I started. As I say the words, she pulls her face from my hold and takes my fist in her hand.
Has it even healed from the last time?
I don't care, Peyton. I'd do it all over again if it meant keeping you safe. She drags in a shuddering breath.
I really thought they were going to.
It's okay,
You saved me.
she whispers. Always, baby. I lower my head to hers. I'd go kill them both right now if that's what you asked of me. She shakes her head.
Brett needs to pay. By doing what you really want to do would be the easy way out for him.
Our eyes hold. A million words we both want to say hanging between us.
I really need to shower. All I can smell is them.
Shit, baby. I'm so fucking sorry. She swallows and drags up some strength from a deep place inside her.
I'm okay. They didn't hurt me. Not really.
I take her jaw in my hand, gently rubbing my thumb over the darkening bruise on her cheek and beneath the split in her lip. Did he?
Yeah.
My entire body tenses with my need to go back there, to ensure that he can't touch any female ever again. But as if she can sense it, Peyton wraps her hand around the back of my neck and stares at me with her big silver eyes.
Shower with me?
She leans forward, her lips brushing mine ever so gently. You sure?
I need to replace their hands with someone else's.
Someone else's?
No, Luke. Just yours.
You know I could never say no to you. I stand with her still in my arms and walk toward my bathroom. Sitting her on the counter, I pull my hoodie from her body, careful of her face before ridding her of the rest of her clothes, relieved when I don't find any marks on the rest of her body. Okay? I ask, before stepping back so I can shed my own clothes. She nods, sucking her bottom lip into her mouth as I drag my shirt over my head and drop my sweats and boxers. She says nothing as I sweep her into my arms once more and back her into the shower.
Oh my God.
She squeals when we get blasted with cold water. It soon warms up, and she stands with her head resting on my chest, my arms locked around her body for the longest time as the water rains down on both of us.
We need to talk to your mom, Luke. We have to get this all out in the open and figure a way out.
I know, baby. We will. With her still plastered against my body, I grab the bottle of shampoo from the shelf behind her, squeeze some into my hand, and begin massaging her head.
I was going to call you after I saw Libby.
Oh, yeah?
It was Letty's suggestion.
She confesses.
She didn't think I should let the benefits of this morning go to waste.
Did you have a good time? She pulls her head from my chest and looks up at me.
You paid, didn't you?
I wanted you to have a morning just to breathe. Mom goes to that place a lot, so I just called and pulled some strings. Her lips part, and I brace myself for the onslaught of abuse, for making her out to be a charity case, but it never comes. Instead, her eyes soften, and she says,
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm glad you had fun.
I really did.
Tip your head back. She does as I say, and lets me rinse her hair out before I grab my shower gel and set about replacing any other scent on her body with my own. My hands caress every inch of her body, erasing their touch. My cock bobs between us, my need for her at an all-time high as I gently brush my thumbs over her peaked nipples.
Luca?
She breathes. I stop, my heart thundering in my chest as I stare down at her. Taking her face in both of my hands, I lower down until my nose is touching hers. I love you, Peyton. I never stopped. Please, tell me that there's something here, that we can at least try to find a way to figure out who we are again, together. Her eyes shudder as she absorbs my words. When they open again, they're full of unshed tears. It's not until she gives me the slightest of nods that I realize I was holding my breath. It comes out in a rush as relief fills me and my lips curl into a smile.
I love you too, Luke. Always will.
I pull her to me, capturing her lips in a knee-weakening kiss, but I don't take it any farther. After the events of the last few hours, it's the last thing she needs. Instead, I'm just going to look after her in the way she deserves.
Chapter 23. Peyton. Luca's warmth and strength seep into me as he wraps me in a thick, fluffy towel, and then scoops me back into his arms once more and out into his bedroom. I can walk, you know.
I know,
He mutters, lowering me to the edge of the bed and turning toward his dresser. He pulls out a Panther shirt with his name and number on the back and faces me. Trying to tell me something, Dunn? I ask, quirking my brow at him as joy floods me that because of him, I'm able to think about something other than the events of this afternoon, even if it is only for a few minutes.
Yeah, I'm making things right. Arms up.
I do as I'm told before he pulls me to my feet, allowing the towel to fall from around me.
Damn, my clothes look better on you.
I'm not sure what Coach would think if I turned up ready to be his number one.
Don't care what he thinks. You've always been my number one.
So cheesy!
Just the truth.
He captures my lips in a searing kiss that I feel all the way down to my toes, but he doesn't try for any more, despite the fact he's got one hell of a tent in his towel. My heart sings knowing that he's taking care of me. I mean, I didn't really expect him to do anything else. He always was the sweetest boy who always put my needs and well-being before his own. But the reminder of that person is exactly what I need right now.
Get into bed.
He instructs, resting his brow against mine and staring into my eyes. Anger and his need to hurt the men who hurt me still swims in the dark green depths, but I'm more than grateful that he's got a handle on it right now and is not out for blood like... Leon, I blurt.
You really thinking about him right now, baby?
No, yeah. I mean, what's he going to do? You sent him to the locker room. Luca tenses at just the mention of the name of that place.
Lee'll be fine. I've just sent him to help Bri. Kane's on his way too.
Kane?
Yeah, Letty's fiancé.
I know, I'm just surprised.
You girls talk too much.
He says with a laugh that tells me he secretly loves it.
Kane has a questionable past. If Bry's connections don't amount to much, you can be sure that Kane's do.
My eyes widen in shock. Was he in a gang or something?
Yeah, baby. A gang or something.
You can't just drop a bomb like that and then skirt around it. I sulk.
I'll tell you everything I know, although not tonight.
He pins me with a look that ensures I don't argue.
And then you'll have to ask Letty the rest. I only know the basics.
But Letty is so sweet, I mutter, taking a couple of steps back and lowering down onto Luca's bed. He laughs.
Yeah, don't let that pretty face fool you. She's capable of more than either of us are aware of. You don't get into bed with a guy like that unless you know what you're doing. You hungry?
He asks, doing a 180 on the conversation and sending me into a spin. No.
How did I know you were going to say that?
He deadpans.
Let me rephrase. I'm going to get you food. Do not leave this room. Hell, do not leave my bed.
Okay. I breathe as I watch him drop his towel and replace it with a pair of boxers. He starts for the door, but I stop him before he pulls it open. You walk around like that in this house often?
Yeah? Why?
He looks down at himself, confused. Isn't it, like, always full of Jersey chasers?
Oh, baby. Are you a little jealous?
No, I just...
Contrary to popular belief, this house isn't full of complete dogs.
I stare at him, wondering just how he's going to convince me that that statement could possibly be true.
Okay, fine, it is. But only girlfriends get sleepover rights. Unless it's a party night.
Right, so...
Fucking chasers have to happen elsewhere every other night of the week.
I look down at his bed, grateful that at least it hasn't had a different woman in it every night of the week.
I haven't been with anyone for a long time, P. You don't need to worry. And you certainly don't have any competition.
I nod, not realizing just how badly I needed to hear those words from him right now.
I'll be back. Hang tight.
I pull my knees up and look around Luca's room. It's not all that different from the one I remember from being a kid. There are discarded clothes covering the floor. The laundry basket looks to be completely empty. There's football memorabilia everywhere, trophies, posters, random pages with plays sketched on them. But the thing I love the most about it is the smell. Okay, so there might be an edge of sweaty boy in the air, but everything else is pure Luca. The one person I was always able to rely on, the one who will always rescue me, and today is no exception to that rule. His cell buzzes on the dresser, and my eyes watch as the screen goes back to sleep once more, an idea hitting me. Sliding from the bed, I walk on shaky legs to grab it. The realization that mine is probably still on Julian's office floor in my purse where it fell makes a wave of nausea wash through me. If Luca didn't crash into the room when he did? I heave as I think about what would have happened next. There is no doubt in my mind that both of them would have gone through with it. They're both as sick and twisted as each other. Knowing that makes me feel better about whatever their fate is going to be. I have no idea what Bry is capable of. I don't really know who he is. But Luca sure seems to think that Kane is dangerous, which is why I pull up a new web browser the second I unlock Luca's cell and type in Florida gangs. I scan through the hits until something catches my eye. Harrow Creek Hawks. I know of Harrow Creek. Everyone from this part of the state does. It's the pits of hell, and a place most normal people will do anything to stay away from. I click on the website and begin reading. I'm so lost in all the allegations of the things the gang has done over the years that I don't hear Luca come back into the room.
Hey, found anything good?
I have to give him a double take. What? I ask as he places a tray full of food down on the nightstand.
You've got my cell. You snooping for evidence of Jersey chasers?
Oh, shit. No, I haven't opened your messages or anything. I was just Googling.
Googling what, baby?
He asks, jumping over me and sitting beside me. Digging up dirt that you wouldn't tell me? He glances at the screen and laughs. What? I needed a distraction and you'd left, so...
You thought you'd hack into my cell.
Pretty much. I can't believe you never changed your passcode, I tell him, closing the browser down and locking it again before passing it over.
Why would I? Only me and you know it, and I have nothing to hide from you.
I really didn't go through anything, I say, needing him to believe me.
I know. Like I said, I have nothing to hide. You can snoop away. And I trust you.
He leans over me, brushing his lips over mine as he reaches for the tray.
I got a bit of everything I could find. There are pills, too.
He nods toward the small white bottle. I stare down at the random mixture of food before me.
We can get takeout if it's not what you want.
Reaching out, I squeeze his hand. It's perfect, Luke. I pop a chip into my mouth, mostly to make him happy, because my stomach still churns as the memories of being inside that room with them refuse to leave me. We sit in silence for a few minutes as we pick at the food before I remember something. Do you think you're... My eyes cut to his as I realize my mistake. He might have refused to call him Dad before today, but I think he's really done now. Do you think Brett meant what he said about getting rid of me before? He thinks for a moment, scrubbing his free hand over his face and dragging it through his hair.
I want to say no, but I have a feeling that might have been the most honest thing I've ever heard him say.
My heart sinks into my stomach, because as much as I didn't want to believe it when he said it, I do. He went after Libby on purpose, I mutter, needing to put the words out into the universe. Do you think that means there aren't others?
I really fucking hope so.
Picking up a carrot stick, I munch on the end as 1,000,001 things fly around my head. He couldn't have known that going after Libby would break us apart.
No, but he clearly thought it was worth a shot. And as usual, I played straight into his hands.
Luca's fingers curl into fists, his knuckles once again split open. Stop that, please. I hate that you're hurt.
I could say the same about you.
I'm fine.
He hit you, Peyton. He tried to... That will never be okay.
I know, but it's over. You rescued me.
I'm so fucking sorry, baby.
Stop trying to take on blame that isn't yours. This is all on him, all of it. He nods.
Whatever they do with him, I really hope it hurts.
Me too, I confess. I've never wished anyone harm before in my life, but I'll make an exception for Brett. What do we do now?
Wait for Lee to come back. Find out what they've done, I guess. We need to go and talk to Mom. I want to meet Caden. And I want to properly get to know you again.
His hand finds my neck, and he kisses me gently. I need to go and see Libby. She's going to be waiting for me.
Baby, I really don't think...
I pin him with a look that I know he's not going to be able to ignore.
Okay, but it's going to be a short visit.
That's fine.
We can swing by Fee's and grab some stuff.
Can we now?
I know you live there. I know it's where Caden is and probably where you want to be, but I'm not letting you go tonight. Possibly not for a while. I just need you to know that.
Okay, I think I can cope with that. Peyton, is that you? Aunt Bee calls as I run for the stairs, still wearing Luca's shirt and a pair of his sweats that barely stay up on me. Yeah, give me a minute. She doesn't, and a second later I hear her footsteps follow me up the stairs. Is everything... Holy shit, Peyton, she says when she gets a look at my face. I'm okay. Everything is fine. Her brow lifts as she stares at me, clearly knowing that everything is not fine. I had a run-in with Brett Dunn. And he did that to you? She seethes. The anger that emanates from her rivals that of Luca's. Luca saved me. Brett is being dealt with. What the hell does that mean? Honestly, I don't know, but I trust those who are doing it to ensure he gets what he deserves. I'm not sure I like the sound of that, she mutters. You don't have to. You can just breathe easy, knowing that he's not going to be showing his face anytime soon. Her eyes narrow on me. Seriously, I have no clue what's going on, other than that I need to get changed. I gesture at my current outfit, and that I need to go and see Lib. I'm going to spend the night with Luca, if that's okay. Of course.
Are you two...
I think we're going to be okay. I can't fight the smile that twitches at the corners of my mouth as I say those words. I've been fighting it for so long that finally letting go and accepting that there really wasn't any other outcome for the two of us feels really damn good.
Oh, sweetie.
She breathes, taking a step forward and wrapping her arms around me.
He's a good boy, that one.
I nod against her.
I'm so glad you found your way back to each other.
We've still got a way to go, I say, releasing her and going back to my closet and rummaging around for something to wear.
I know, but I've got a good feeling about it.
Me too. Feels good after so long.
I can imagine.
Will you and Kay be here in the morning? Luca wants to meet him properly. Thought maybe we could take him for breakfast or something?
That sounds like a great idea. Let me know what time and I'll make sure he's ready.
Thank you. In the end, after finding some clean underwear, I decide against replacing Luca's shirt. Being surrounded by his scent feels too good, so I just pull on a pair of leggings and tie the too big shirt up around my waist. I shove my feet into my chucks and throw Mom's leather jacket on the top, and despite the fact I've got a glowing bruise on my cheek and a split lip, I feel good. Really freaking good. Caden is watching his before-bed cartoons when I poke my head into the living room, and he's so absorbed in them that I'm able to kiss him goodnight without him actually looking at me, which is a relief. After saying goodbye to Aunt Fee, I head back out to the car.
Whoa, you look hot.
Luca says the second I drop into the passenger seat. The badass look suits me, huh? I ask.
It does.
He lifts off the seat a little and pulls at his jeans.
A little too much.
I can't take you anywhere. Come on, let's go visit Libby. Then if you're lucky, I'll fix that little situation for you.
Little?
He asks, sounding affronted. Reaching over, I wrap my hand around his thigh and squeeze gently. I've got no complaints, done. The smile that lights up Libby's face as we walk into her room hand in hand makes me realize just how badly everyone else wanted to see us put our issues behind us. That is, until she catches sight of the bruise, then her face drops, and her lips thin in anger.
Who did that?
Luca takes a seat beside her bed and pulls me onto his lap as my sister's eyes drill into him.
You can stop looking at me like that. I wouldn't lay a hand on her, and you know it.
Unless I ask him to, I add, unable to keep my mouth shut.
Peyton Banks.
My sister chastises.
What happened to my sweet little sister?
Lib, I've never been that.
True. I haven't forgotten that day I burst into your room to find his white ass up in the air as he railed you.
Are you two about done?
Luca asks.
We'll finish this when we're alone,
Libby says with a wink, and a laugh that fills me with hope for what her future might hold. I know she's in pain, not from her overdose, but from her withdrawals. I can see it in her eyes, but she's fighting it, and I can only hope that continues.
For now, just tell me what bitch I need to cut for laying a hand on you.
It doesn't matter, Lib, it's done. Luca tenses beneath me. I have no idea if that's because he was about to confess, or if it's just the reminder of what we've both been through today. Her eyes narrow on me as if she'll be able to read the answer in mine.
I will find out.
Libby, can I ask you something?
Luca suddenly says.
Yeah, sure.
She says, looking between the two of us with apprehension.
I understand if you don't want to talk about it, but...
But?
Do you know if Brett...
A visible shudder rips through my sister at the sound of his name.
Do you know if he spent time with other girls?
Libby's jaw pops, her fingers curling around the sheets that are draped over her lap.
Was he fucking any other underage idiots, you mean?
You're not an idiot, Libby.
Luca says softly.
I know better than anyone just how far that cunt will go to get what he wants.
His grip on me tightens, and I snuggle into him.
It was him, wasn't it? He hit you.
Was there anyone else, Lib? I ask, diverting away from her question once more, although from the darkness in her eyes, she hears my unspoken answer loud and clear.
Not that I was ever aware of, but I'm not naive enough to think that I will have been the only one he played to get his rocks off. Why?
We assume there were more, but he said something Something that made us wonder if he singled you out on purpose.
So I was special then.
She deadpans with a roll of her eyes.
I'm so sorry, Libby.
It's not on you, Luke.
Maybe not. But he did it for my fucking benefit, didn't he?
Libby's brow creases, and we explain to her what he said tonight.
He really thought that Peyton would stand in your way?
Women get in the way. They're a distraction. Only worth having around as a plaything.
Libby's head rears back, her eyes widening, but I know exactly what Luke is doing. He's repeating all the bullshit he's been forced to listen to over the years.
That's bullshit.
Libby spits.
I know. But nonetheless, it's what I grew up hearing. He didn't want us together. He thought it would stop me from following his dreams.
And he knew I was impressionable. But he couldn't have known that you'd turn your back on Peyton.
No. But the benefits clearly outweighed the risk.
All the blood drains from Libby's face.
That cunt needs to die.
Luca nods, his eyes glazing over, probably as he wonders what's happening to his father right this second. Anyway, I say, in the hope of lifting everyone's spirits a little. How have things been today? You seem brighter.
Yeah, I'm feeling better.
I smile at her, feeling just a little bit of the tension that was pulling at my muscles loosen a bit.
Chapter 24. Luca. Holding Peyton against me as we started to open up to Libby about what had happened helped to keep the beast inside me at bay. I was desperate to find out where Lee, Bry, and Kane were, and to discover what kind of punishment they thought was appropriate for our cunt of a father. But I knew that I was exactly where I needed to be. I had to let them deal with that while I was with Peyton. She needs me more. When she starts yawning with her head resting against my chest, I decide that it's time to head back and put this bullshit day behind us. Come on, baby. I'm taking you home to bed. Libby groans, rolling her eyes at my announcement.
Okay.
Peyton whispers, looking up at me with heavy eyes.
Take me home, Luke.
Her words are like a baseball bat to the chest. Home. The only place I've ever truly felt at home has been whenever she's been by my side.
I'll see you tomorrow, okay?
No.
Libby states, making Peyton still.
What?
Pay, you've given up your life for me the past 2 weeks, and while I appreciate every single second of you sitting by my side, even when I wasn't aware of it, I need you to have a break. Spend the weekend fucking Luca's brains out. Get out of town. Anything. Just take a breather, yeah? I'll still be here on Monday. I promise.
Peyton's lips part to respond, but no words come out. I know she's torn. I can feel her need to tell her sister that she's wrong, that she needs to be here. But after a silent few seconds, she finally agrees.
Okay, but if you need me, you call me, yes?
Yes, Mom.
Libby sasses before she realizes what she said, and her eyes fill with tears.
Shit.
Releasing me, Peyton rushes over and pulls her sister in for a hug. I stand by the door, giving them some space, as they cry together for not only their mother, but I'm sure all the time they've lost together over the past few years. Peyton was right earlier. Libby does seem brighter today, and I only hope she's turning a corner and going to be able to come out stronger on the other side. I've lined up the best place I could find close by for her recovery, so that she could still see her family if she wishes to, and I just hope it's enough, because they've already suffered too much loss. Eventually, they part, and after another goodbye, Peyton tucks herself into my side, and we leave Libby to get some rest. You okay? I ask, when she sniffles and wipes the tears from her cheeks.
Yeah, I'm good. It's just hard watching her try to deal with everything, you know?
I can't even begin to imagine, I confess, dropping a kiss on the top of her head. You up for heading to Rosewood for the weekend? Get away from all this for a bit?
We're not really getting away if we've got to talk to your mom.
She points out. True, but it'll be a change of scenery. And I'm pretty sure my mom is going to be stoked to see you.
Yeah?
She ripped me a new one when I told her that we'd fallen out before you left. I think she'd had her heart set on you giving her her first grandbaby. Neither of us needs to say it, but that is the exact reason why Brett did what he did. If I'd got Peyton pregnant young, and I'd had to make a choice, then I'd have chosen her and our baby any day, just like Shane did. You can meet my niece, I blurt. She looks up at me with curious eyes as we step into the elevator together.
You've got a niece?
Yep. Shane had a kid with Chelsea Fierce.
Get out, he did not.
He did. Gave up football to be a dad. He's actually at MKU part-time right now.
Well, shit. How did that happen?
Well, now you mention it, I say, backing her into the wall with a smirk playing on my lips. I think he put his cock. Her hot fingers press against my lips.
That is not what I meant. All I remember of Chelsea is her following you around like a lost puppy.
Yeah, well, she got bored of me and hooked up with Shane instead.
Well, I can't wait to meet her.
She's pretty fucking awesome, I confess, thinking of her sweet face and chubby cheeks as I lean forward for a kiss.
If things were different, I never would have held you back. You know that, right?
I pause, only a breath from her lips.
I just needed you to know. If I never left and we stayed together, no matter what happened, all I wanted for you was to follow your dreams.
I know, baby, I say, bumping my nose against hers. But, equally, I'd have given it all up for you, just like Shane did. I'm never going to say that Brett was right in what he did, but I understand his fear, because while football is literally his life, my future in football is his one main focus. It's only a small part of my life, and he saw that. She shakes her head. I still would, I admit, finally capturing her lips. I reluctantly pull back when the doors slide open and pull her from the small space.
You never have to give up or do anything for me, Luke. I want you to do things for you. If you still want football, the NFL, then you go for it. I'll be right by your side cheering you on from the sidelines. But equally, if you really think this is it for you, then I'll support what you want to do instead.
I don't say anything. I just let her words repeat over and over in my head as we make our way to my car. Pushing her against the passenger door, I cage her body in, pressing my length against her. Leaning in, I brush my lips against the shell of her ear. The only thing I know that I want for sure right now is you, I breathe.
Luke.
She moans. I told myself I would let you rest tonight, but you're making it really damn hard to keep that promise.
So don't. Break your own rule, Luca Dunn.
She challenges. Get in the car, Peyton. I all but growl.
You're going to need to move then.
She points out. Jesus, you drive me insane, P. The smile that curls at her lips melts my heart. I stand back to allow her to open the door, but I snag her hand before she slips inside. She looks up at me with her wide silver eyes that only sparkle brighter in the moonlight. I love you, Peyton.
Yeah?
She asks with a wicked twinkle in her eye.
You'd better show me then.
She drops into the passenger seat and closes the door before I have a chance to respond. Unable to wipe the smile off my face, I jog around to the driver's side and climb in. I hope you like it wild, baby.
You know I do.
I floor the accelerator and throw her back into her seat, my impatience to get her alone once more becoming unbearable. Hey, look, Colt announces as the two of us walk into the house only a few minutes later. Luke is smiling. Fuck you, I bark, but I still can't wipe the smile off my face. He just needed to get laid. I told you this, Evan pipes up. Ignore them. They're just jealous. How's Ella these days, Colt? I ask with a wink. His face tightens before Peyton joins in, really rubbing salt in his wound.
Last I heard, she was banging a Marine. First guy to really show her a good time, if you get what I mean.
Evan and a couple of the other guys damn near choke on their beers at my girl's response. Oh, burn, bro! Look, your girl is the bomb! I pull her tighter into my body. I know. Turn the volume up, boys. Hell yeah, get it, bro, Evan calls, thrusting his hips for added effect as we leave the kitchen as quickly as we arrived.
I can't believe you just said that.
Why not? They all know what we're going to do.
No need to spell it out for them then.
All the air rushes from her lungs as I push her up against the wall. At least we know that no one will interrupt us. I lift her up the wall, and her legs automatically wrap around my waist. My cock lines up with her pussy and makes her moan in pleasure. You need me to stop? You just say the word, yeah? I tell her, staring her dead in the eyes so she knows just how serious I am.
I'm fine, Luke. I promise. Do your worst.
Oh, baby. As much as I might want to, that's not how tonight is going. I capture her lips before she has a chance to ask me any questions. I figure it would be easier to show her exactly what my intentions are instead. Dragging her from the wall, I walk her up the stairs and straight into my bedroom. Seeing as Leon's car wasn't out front, I'm assuming that he's still out doing whatever the hell they're doing. Fine by me, seeing as he's the only one who'd be able to hear just how loud I intend on making Peyton scream in the next hour or so, with his room being next to mine and the only other one on the top floor of our house. Kicking the door shut, I flip the lock, just in case he decides on an impromptu visit, and walk Peyton straight toward the bed. I sit her on the edge before ripping my lips away from hers and dropping down to my haunches. Pulling her chucks off, I throw them over my shoulder before tugging her leggings down her legs and swiping her jacket away once she's shrugged it off. Standing, I untie my shirt from around her waist. I like you wearing my number again. Almost ashamed to take it off you.
Plenty of time for me to work my way through your closet.
She moans as I peel the fabric up her body, leaving her sitting in just her white lace lingerie. Fuck, I miss you so fucking bad, P.
Same.
She confesses as she rests back on her elbows, her eyes dropping down my body and waiting for me to start shedding some clothes.
Now show me what I was missing, Dunn.
Reaching behind me, I pull my hoodie off at the same time I kick my sneakers off before ripping my fly open and shoving my jeans and boxers down my legs. My hard cock jutting out from my body, more than ready to see some action. A small smile plays on Peyton's lips as her teeth skin into her bottom lip. I walk toward her slowly, letting her get her fill before I wrap my hands around her waist and lift her up my bed. I crawl between her legs, skimming my hands up her body until I cradle her face in my hands and stare down into her eyes. Mine, I breathe.
Yours.
Fuck. I slam my lips down on hers and squeeze my eyes closed as they burn with tears at the reality that this really is happening, that we are getting this second chance to be together.
Chapter 25. Peyton. I'm just drifting off to sleep in Luca's arms when the sound of footsteps racing up the stairs has me sitting bolt upright in bed.
What is it?
Luca asks sleepily next to me. He seemed to pass out right after we cleaned up, but I couldn't stop the events of the day from spinning around my head. I hate that they've made an impact on me. I want to push it aside and forget that it ever happened. That's exactly why I convinced Luca that I was fine, because I needed normal. I craved normal. If I let him treat me like glass, if I allow them too much headspace, then it'll give them the power to destroy me, and I refuse to let that happen, especially now Luca and I seem to be somewhat on the same page. That useless excuse for a man is not going to ruin this again. He's not. Lee. That one word is enough to wake Luca up instantly, and he sits up, throws the covers off, and drags a pair of discarded sweats up his legs.
Stay here,
He demands, as I also climb from the bed. Fuck that, Luke. You don't need to protect me from this. He holds my stare for a few seconds, but he must realize I'm right, because he hovers until I pull his shirt over my head once more. Then he jerks the door open and races toward Lee's. He doesn't bother knocking, just swings the door open and marches inside. Shit, sorry, I blurt when we find him down to his boxers. He looks over his shoulder at the both of us. His face is set in a stone mask, and his eyes are dark, terrifyingly dark.
What happened? Kane called some friends. They've taken care of it.
Luca crosses his arms over his chest.
You've been gone for hours. You're stripping out of clothes that are...
He walks over and picks up his discarded shirt.
Yep, covered in blood. You left them with their noses gushing. What did you expect? What did you do with them, Lee?
He shrugs dismissively, and Luca's shoulders tense, the muscles in his back rippling with frustration.
Bullshit. Tell me the truth. That is the truth. Kane turned up as we were dragging them out, followed by some guy in a van. We loaded them in, and they took off. And what? You and Bry sat in the bar drinking while covered in blood? Do you think I'm fucking stupid, Lee?
Luca steps up to his brother and shoves his shoulder, forcing Lee to face him. The two stare each other down, and the atmosphere in the room takes a dark turn. Please, I beg. Please don't bite. Lee flicks another look in my direction, and this time he must have come back to himself enough to remember that I was involved in all of this.
Are you okay, Peyton?
Yeah, just tell us what happened.
All you need to know is that they're not going to come near you again.
You killed them?
No, the cunts are still breathing. So where are they?
He looks between Luca and me, obviously battling with what he's willing to tell us, which makes me wonder just how bad it is.
You know who Kane's friends are, right?
He asks Luca.
Hawks, yeah. Why do you think I sent them to help?
Leon nods, lifting his hand to rub at the back of his neck, but not before I get a look at his busted knuckles and the blood that splattered down his arm.
We taught Julian a lesson he's never going to forget. He may or may not manage to find his way back to Madison.
And Brett? I urge.
I ensured his punishment is more painful and long-winded. What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Luca barks.
It means that he's going to be the Hawks' plaything for a while. There's nothing they like more than a bit of old-fashioned torture, apparently. Jesus, he should have just killed him. Where is he? I don't know. But you went there? Yeah, but I was in the back of the van. It was dark, middle of nowhere.
Luca studies Leon for long seconds, assessing whether he's being completely honest or not. In the end, he must decide that he is. Either that, or he really doesn't care as long as Brett is gone.
Okay.
He finally says with a nod of his head.
We're going to destroy him, Luke. We're going to make sure he loses everything he's ever loved. Money and fame, then? Exactly. I've got some ideas, but they can wait. Right now, I need a shower.
He looks over Luca's shoulder at his bathroom door longingly. I get it. He's covered in someone else's blood. He's probably more than desperate to get rid of that.
Okay. We're going to Rosewood tomorrow to talk to Mom. You coming?
We're having breakfast with Caden first, I add, remembering my brief conversation with Aunt Bee earlier.
Are we?
Luca asks, his eyes lighting up in excitement at the prospect. Yeah. Lee, you're more than welcome to come. He'd love to spend time with both of you.
Yeah. Okay. Come on, P. Let's leave him to it.
Luca reaches for my hand as he moves toward the door. Just give me a minute. He watches me as I step up to Leon and throw my arms around his shoulder. Lee is motionless for long seconds as I hold him, before his arms finally wrap around me. Thank you for whatever you did tonight, but please do not get in deeper than you can handle with this.
Just doing what I need to do, P.
I trust you, but if you need anything, I'm here, okay?
I'm fine. But you should probably let go before Luca blows his top.
Seriously, thank you.
We've got your back, P. You're one of us, and we look after our own.
Hurrying back to Luca, I curl myself into his side as we both leave Lee alone to deal with whatever happened tonight. You believe him? I ask Luke the second he locks us both inside his bedroom.
Not a fucking word of it. You?
Bits of it. I'm worried. Luca runs his fingers through his hair, while my fingers automatically lift to my mouth, a habit I'm not sure I'll ever properly rid myself of.
Yeah, me too. Come on, let's sleep. Everything might be brighter in the morning.
The second I open my eyes the next morning and find Luca staring aimlessly at the ceiling, looking like he's not slept a wink, I realize that my words last night might have been wishful thinking. Hey, are you okay? He glances over at me, his expression softening as he gazes into my eyes.
You're in my bed. I'm more than okay.
He rolls over me, pressing me into the mattress as his lips find mine. I fight it when he tries to part my lips with his tongue, aware of my morning breath, but he doesn't seem to care.
Open up, baby. I need you.
Unable to deny him, my lips part, his tongue slides against mine, and his hand cups my face.
How's your cheek?
He murmurs against my lips. Sore? I answer honestly, knowing that he won't let me get away with playing it off.
I really hope that whatever they did to them yesterday, that it really fucking hurt.
I cut off his words, and hopefully his thought process, as I kiss him again, and press my palm against his shoulder to roll him off me. The second he's on his back, I throw my leg over his waist.
Now this is the kind of morning I could get used to.
Lifting up on my knees, I take him in my hand and guide him to my entrance.
Someone's horny this morning.
He groans as I sink down on his length. His giant hands skim up my ribs until he cups my heavy breasts, making my head fall back in pleasure when he circles his hips at the same time.
So good.
He moans. There's a slight burn from the fact he was inside me until I almost passed out last night, but that added bit of pain only makes it that much sweeter. It reminds me that this is real, that we're really here, together, and have the chance at a future together. Luca, I moan, lifting almost all the way up before dropping back down, only harder this time. He grunts, half in shock, half pleasure as his eyes shudder. Don't close them, I warn.
Wouldn't dream of it, baby. I want to watch every second of you riding me.
He pinches my nipples, making me cry out, and for my movements to pick up speed.
Fucking hell, P.
He groans, the muscles down his neck pulling tight with his restraint not to take over. Do it, I say with a laugh, and quicker than I thought possible, he flips us over, caging my head in with his forearms, and captures my lips until we both moan our releases into our kiss. What are you smiling about? I ask, when I finally drag my eyes open and find him staring down at me.
Well, aside from the obvious,
He gestures to my naked body.
I'm kinda excited to meet Caden.
Yeah?
Yeah. I want to give him a family.
Luca. I breathe, my eyes filling with tears faster than I want to admit.
Has he seen Libby yet?
He asks, climbing from the bed and padding toward the bathroom, completely naked, letting me feast on inches upon inches of toned football player. He looks over his shoulder and laughs before lifting a brow and reminding me that he asked a question. No, we don't want him to get his hopes up yet, in case she doesn't manage to get clean.
Fair enough. Seeing him might help her, though.
I know, it's like a catch-22. But ultimately, he's the child here, so he's our biggest priority. I'm just hoping that once she gets to the facility, they'll have advice on how to handle all this for the best. I'm way out of my comfort zone, being a part of making all these huge life-changing decisions.
You're doing a fantastic job, Peyton. Libby is lucky to have you.
I just want her back, you know?
I do.
He spins in the doorway and leans against the frame. His hand lifting to his hair, he pushes it from his brow, all the muscles of his torso rippling with the move. Jesus, I mutter, wondering how I managed to resist him for quite so long.
You coming to shower with me, or what?
I'm out of the bed and flying toward him before he's even finished asking the question. He laughs as he gathers me in his arms and carries me into the stall, where he blasts us both with ice-cold water, just like he did the night before. Only this time I see it coming and brace myself for impact. By the time we emerge from his bedroom, we're both smiling, happy, and sated. It's a really good feeling, and I'm more than happy to push our reality from my mind for a few hours as we enjoy some family time with Caden.
Bro, you awake?
Luca calls through to Leon, who just moans in response.
Get your ass up and out here in 10 minutes or we're going without you.
He mutters something unintelligible, and we turn away to wait for him in the kitchen. I'm not surprised to find the place deserted. It's Saturday morning during the off-season, so I expect everyone under this roof to either still be drunk or sleeping off a killer hangover. Luca pulls a stool out for me before he starts the coffee maker. We're really gonna go without him? I ask.
I guess that all depends on how much vodka he drowned his lies in last night.
Luca's voice is hard as he refers to what happened yesterday. Give him a little time. You might find that once he's processed everything, that'll open up.
Unlikely. He's been hiding shit for years.
Thank you. I whisper when he passes me a mug over. He never said anything? He shakes his head.
Nope. I hoped that eventually he'd talk to me, But he just got more and more distant. I still have no clue what happened that summer.
I lift my hand to my mouth, ready to gnaw on the ruined skin around my nail, but Luca quickly reaches across the counter and stops me. Sorry, I mutter. I remember the summer he's talking about. I also remember the happy Leon before they went off to football camp, and the distant cold version of him that came back. Luca and I came up with a few scenarios, but as far as I know, he never brought any of them up with Lee in case we were wrong. Then everything with Libby happened, and I guess I put it all behind me. It seems that Leon hasn't, though, whatever it was. Has he talked to anyone? I ask after a few seconds.
Not that I know of. Letty has tried, but never got anywhere.
I guess the time just isn't right. You've got to trust him.
I know. And I do. But mostly I just want to help. Whatever it was, it left such an impact on him. He became...
Luca stops talking a second before an exhausted Leon walks around the corner.
Don't stop on my account.
He snaps, looking between the two of us. How are you doing? I ask, although I don't know why I bother. It's written all over his face.
Fantastic. Best day of my life.
He deadpans.
Did you get any sleep?
Luca asks, clearly seeing the dark circles around Lee's eyes just like I do. He shrugs.
Are we gonna get the kid or what? Yeah. Here, down this.
Luca pulls an energy drink out of the refrigerator and throws it at Leon, who catches it easily. He cracks the top and does exactly as Luca suggested. The tension is heavy in the car as we head across town to Aunt Fee's house. Leon sits in the back with an angry dark cloud hanging over him. It's so bad that I almost suggest that this maybe isn't a good idea. But I fear seeing Caden might be the only bit of light in his life right now. Oh my goodness, look at you! I squeal when Caden hops from the front door using a set of crutches.
Surprise!
He says with a beaming smile. When did you get these? I ask. I knew he had an appointment, but Aunt Fee didn't say anything about him getting back on his feet.
2 days ago. I wanted to surprise you.
Baby boy. I breathe, pulling him in for a hug, emotion clogging my throat. Aunt Fee stands by the front door with an equally wide smile on her face. Are you hungry? I ask him, as both Luca and Leon come up behind me. We thought we could all go for breakfast.
All of us?
He asks, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he looks between his two brothers.
Yeah. That okay with you, little man?
Lee asks.
Yes!
He squeals. Okay, why don't you show us how good you are on those things then? Luke and Lee will help you into the car. He stares up at them both like they're the most incredible people he's ever seen in his life. It melts my heart. I watch them for a few seconds before heading over to Aunt Fee. You said the appointment went well, but
He didn't want me to tell you. Wanted to surprise you. He's gotta take it slow, just a couple hours a day, but he's so excited to be back on his feet.
I can see.
How is everything? Those two look stressed?
Yeah. I look back as they help Caden. This is a lot to process.
They seem to have gotten revenge by the state of their fists.
Yeah. I breathe. Even if I wanted to tell you, Aunt Fee, I don't have any answers right now.
I trust you, Peyton, and I trust both of them to protect you as well. But if you need anything, any of you talk to me, okay?
We will. We're heading to Rosewood for the weekend to talk to Maddie. Libby knows I'm not going to be around, so
I'll make sure she's fine. Go and enjoy your weekend, as much as you can, given the circumstances.
She quickly adds, Thank you. I'd better go before they all starve to death. I joke when Leon joins Caden in the back of the car, while Luca heads for us.
Luca?
Aunt Fee says,
Thank you for looking after our girl here.
Anytime. You ready?
He asks me. Sure. See you in a few hours.
Enjoy yourselves.
Luca drives us to a diner that I've never been to before, but the second our food is delivered, I understand why he chose this place, because the portions are huge. All three of them clear their plates, while I barely make a dent in mine. You three definitely are related. I deadpan, looking at their plates. Caden beams as he continues to look at both Luke and Lee like they can't possibly be real. They chat away about football and all kinds of boy things, and I sit there with a smile on my face the whole time, just seeing Caden so happy. He really needed this.
You gonna come and see us play next season, bro?
Lee asks.
Yes!
He squeals before looking at me.
Can we pay?
Of course, baby boy, I say with a smile, before shooting a concerned glance at Luca. I can see that he's still torn about what he wants to do now. Reaching over, I squeeze his thigh in support. I meant what I said. No matter what decision he comes to, I'll be right beside him. Disappointment covers Caden's face when we make a move to leave.
Can we do this again next weekend?
He asks hopefully. The three of us look at each other before nodding.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan, bro.
Luca says with a smile. Although we might be sad that our time together is coming to an end, Caden still doesn't come up for air from talking all the way home about all sorts of nonsense. Luca and Leon soak up every word. They're going to be incredible big brothers to Caden. I already knew that, but seeing them together only solidifies it. His bottom lip trembles as Aunt Bee comes out of the house to help him from the car. It breaks my heart, but I know that we've got things we need to go and do, uncomfortable conversations to have.
Chapter 26. Luca. Leon drives his own car to Rosewood, but he doesn't follow. Instead of taking a right at the intersection out of Madison, he took a left and disappeared. We both watched as he vanished into the distance, but neither of us said anything. There really is nothing to say. Lee needs to deal with all of this his own way, and his way of coping with shit is shutting the hell up and banging a redhead. As much as I might want to shake him, demand he tells me how he's really feeling, I know it won't make any difference.
You ready for this?
Peyton asks as we pull up on the driveway of my mom's place. She sold the house we all grew up in after she kicked Brett out. I get it. There were too many memories inside those walls. I kind of miss it, though. While she might not like to remember some of our years there, it was the place where Peyton and I spent most of our time. A part of me wants to reminisce in my own bedroom. She downsized and bought a beach house just a couple of miles from our old home. The entire back wall is glass, making the most of the ocean beyond. It's pretty sweet, and definitely too small for our father's taste. Probably one of the reasons why she bought it when she could have afforded something much more impressive after the deal her lawyer got for her following their separation. But Mom was never about that kind of life, and needing to have the biggest and best everything. That was all him. Am I ready to shatter my mom's heart all over again? No, not really, I say, assuming that she's in the dark about the whole Libby situation.
She knew he was unfaithful.
Peyton says, as if that will help soften the blow of the truth. Yeah, she's more than aware. Hand in hand, we walk up to the front door, and I let us inside.
This place is really cute.
Peyton muses before her breath catches when she gets sight of the view.
Wow.
Yeah, Mom's got good taste.
You don't say. Hello?
Mom calls from upstairs. It's Luke, I shout, leading Peyton over to the windows to get a better look. Seconds later, Mom's footsteps race down the stairs.
You should have said you were coming,
she says a beat before she appears. She's got a wide smile on her face as she sees me, but that's nothing compared to what happens when she gets a look at who's standing beside me.
Oh my God.
She squeals.
Peyton?
Mom damn near runs at Peyton, ripping her from my side and engulfing her in a hug.
Why didn't you tell me?
She demands, gently slapping my upper arm while still holding my girl. Thought it could be a surprise.
Well, I'm certainly surprised,
she says, finally releasing Peyton. although she doesn't let her go very far because she holds onto her arms and looks her over.
Look at you, all grown up.
Jesus, Mom, I mutter, running my hand through my hair.
Oh, shush. This girl right here is the daughter I never had, and I missed her almost as much as you did.
I'm going to start the coffee maker, I say, ready to leave Mom to it.
Don't you dare move. Oh my God, I am so happy right now.
She says, cupping her cheeks with her hands, the widest smile I think I've ever seen on her face. I'm pretty sure even Nadine's arrival didn't make her smile quite like this. She stares between the two of us, her eyes twinkling with excitement.
Please tell me that you've put the past behind you.
We have, I say, taking Peyton's hand and lifting her knuckles to my lips.
I think my heart is going to explode.
Overdramatic much, Mom? I roll my eyes at her.
I need to know everything. Come on.
She takes Peyton's other hand and leads us toward the kitchen.
Coffee? You want coffee?
She asks, suddenly nervous. I've got it, Mom. You sit down before you have a coronary. Walking over to the appliance, I watch as Mom sits at the table and just stares at Peyton like she can't possibly be real. The look on her face isn't all that different from Caden's this morning as he looked at Lee and me.
How long have you been back?
She finally asks Peyton, who begins filling Mom in on some of the details of how we found each other again.
I'm so sorry.
Mom says when Peyton explains about her mom's accident.
I understand why you felt you needed to be close to home again.
There's actually a lot more to it than that, Mom, I say, dropping down between the two of them.
Oh?
Dread sits heavy in my stomach. Peyton didn't move into Fee's house alone. She brought her nephew with her.
Oh, okay. Where's Libby? Right now?
Peyton says.
Libby is in the hospital. She was in the accident too?
Mom guesses.
No.
Peyton lifts her hand to her mouth, and this time I continue, understanding how she must be feeling. Mom, Libby was pregnant when they left town. Dad got her pregnant.
What?
She screeches, standing so fast her chair topples over behind her. Peyton tried to tell me before they left, but I didn't believe her. That's why we had a falling out.
Your father slept with Liberty?
Yeah.
My nephew, Caden, he's Luke's half-brother. Holy fucking Christ!
Mom says as she starts pacing. Silence falls over the three of us as we allow her to process what we've just told her.
Liberty was a senior when you left, right? Yes.
Peyton agrees.
She was underage, wasn't she? Yes. Motherfucker!
Mom screams, picking up a vase full of flowers from the dresser and launching it at the wall. Whoa, I say, stepping up behind her and wrapping my arms around her. It's okay. She lets me hold her as she tries to get herself together.
I hate him, Luca. I hate him so much.
She sobs, sagging into my arms. Guiding her back toward her chair, Peyton slides closer and takes her hand.
We're really sorry to have to tell you this, Maddie, but it's time the truth came out.
Mom nods, tears cascading down her cheeks.
Libby took off not long after Caden was born. She's an addict. A couple of weeks ago, I got a call from a hospital in Atlanta to tell me that she'd OD'd. With Luca's help, she's now back in Madison and will soon be heading to a facility where we really hope she can get clean and be a mother to Caden. He drove her to drugs. Libby was an unstable teenager. You know that as much as we do?
My mom and Peyton's were never close friends, but with us being attached at the hip, they had little choice but to spend time together over the years. The front door slams, and footsteps head our way, but Mom doesn't seem to notice.
Where's your father?
Leon appears at the entrance to the kitchen, looking just as much a mess as he was this morning.
Lee?
Mom stutters. He's being dealt with, Leon says coldly.
What the hell does that mean?
It means that his days of ruining everyone's lives are over.
Lee, you can't just...
Leon walks over and drops down to his haunches in front of our mom. Trust me, Mom. I know what I'm doing. I just about managed to swallow my reaction to that statement, because I really don't think he's got a fucking clue what he's doing right now. As if he can read my thoughts, he looks up at me, narrowing his eyes in warning.
Does he know about the baby?
Mom asks. Our silence is our answer.
Motherfucker. He owes your sister a lot of money.
We'll make sure Libby and Caden get what they're owed, Mom, I assured her.
He needs destroying for this. Other women is one thing, but a child? No. We're going to fucking ruin him.
Her fire makes me smile. Glad we're all on the same page, Leon mutters. We spend the afternoon in Mom's living room. Peyton and I sit next to her to support her, while Leon sits closed off on the couch on the other side of the room. No matter how gentle he's being with Mom, how supportive, it's like there's a brick wall built up around him that none of us are going to be able to scale. I want to help. I want to listen. But all of that is pointless if he's not willing to accept it. Shane, Chelsea, and Nadine came over, and we had to recap the whole story to them once more, and then watch as Shane bailed on the whole situation and ran for the beach. Thankfully, Chelsea managed to talk him around, and he came back after a while, but it was obvious he wasn't dealing with it very well, and after allowing me some cuddles with my beautiful niece, they left. After drinking an entire bottle of wine to herself, Mom eventually falls asleep on the couch not long after the sun drops beneath the sea on the horizon. Help me get her to bed, I say to P, who immediately puts her glass down and pushes up from my side. I scoop Mom up in my arms and lift her from the couch. Don't worry, bro, I got it, I snap quietly. Pocketing his cell, Leon jumps up and marches for the door. I'm going out. Don't wait up. Peyton and I stand there frozen as we watch him storm from the house. Right. Well, as we were, I mutter, hating the way my stomach twists with concern for my brother. Peyton looks at me, her own worry for Leon easy to read in her eyes. She leads the way and opens Mom's bedroom door and pulls the sheets back so I can lay her down. With a kiss to her creased brow, we leave her alone to get some rest.
She's going to be okay,
Peyton says, wrapping her arms around my waist and resting her head against my chest. I know. I just wish it could all stop, you know?
It will. We might be in the dark with what's going on right now, but one thing I'm sure of is that his days controlling your life are over.
You know, I really want to be playing when you bring Caden to a game, I say, pushing open the door to my room.
Yeah? That's awesome.
I want to be someone he can be proud of, I confess, dropping into the chair that's placed right in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, showcasing the inky black ocean in the distance.
You're his big brother, Luke. He literally thinks that both of you are the best people to ever walk the earth.
That's not true, she yelps as I pull her down onto my lap. Because that would be you, I whisper before capturing her lips. She melts into my kiss, sitting across my lap and allowing me the access to her that I so desperately need. My hand skims up her thigh and under her skirt until I find the edge of her panties.
Luke, we shouldn't.
She forces out between heaving breaths. Why the hell wouldn't we?
Because it's your mom's house.
Her eyes tell me that she's being serious, and I can't help but laugh. You're kidding. It didn't stop you when we were kids. Her cheeks burn red.
Yeah, well, we were disrespectful kids.
And now we can be disrespectful adults. Plus, she's in a wine coma. It's not like she'll even hear us.
Oh, God.
She moans when I slip her panties aside and run my fingers through her already soaked pussy. Your argument might be a little more convincing if you weren't dripping from me, P. I spear 2 fingers inside her, reaching up high and finding that spot that drives her crazy.
Shit, Luke.
She moans, throwing her head back. I bite her nipple through the fabric of her shirt and bra, desperate to get her naked and laid out before me. You're mine, Peyton, and I intend on proving it at every opportunity I get. Pressing my thumb against her clit, I pick up speed as she begins riding my hand, desperate for the release she's right on the cusp of.
What the? Luca?
She seethes when I rip my hand from her body and lift her from my lap. What, baby? I ask innocently, lifting my fingers to her lips. Open. She does as she's told. Suck. My cock jerks in my pants, desperate for release when she licks around my fingers, cleaning herself from them. I stare into her dark eyes. We both know you love it when I deny you.
If by love you mean hate, then yeah.
Whatever you say. But you know how much sweeter it'll be when I eventually let you fall. Wrapping my hands around her shirt, I pull it up her body, quickly followed by her bra, skirt, and panties until she's standing before me bare. So fucking beautiful. Her cheeks heat with my words, her arms twitching at her sides with her need to hide. Get on the bed. Legs spread. Her chin drops at my demand, but no argument passes her lips. Instead, she just backs up until her legs hit the end of the bed, and then she crawls on, doing exactly as she's told. Fucking perfect, I mutter, before reaching behind me and pulling my shirt off. My pants and boxers join hers, but apparently I'm not fast enough because before I drop them, her fingers slide down her stomach to her pussy. Impatient, baby?
You're too slow.
Taking my length in my hand, I stroke slowly as I watch her play with herself. That's how you do it when you're alone and thinking about me?
Luke.
She moans, pushing 2 digits inside herself. Fuck this. Marching forward, I press her legs as wide as they'll go and latch onto her clit, sucking so hard her back arches off the bed and her fingers pull at my hair as if she's trying to rip it from my scalp. Her concerns about my mom seem to vanish, because when I spear 2 fingers inside her and find her G-spot once again, she falls over the edge with a scream loud enough to wake the dead.
Chapter 27. Peyton. I fell asleep last night with the image of Luca with his niece Nadine, giggling in his arms in my head. The way his eyes lit up when Shane walked into the room is something I want to witness again and again. And then when he swiped her straight out of his brother's arms, I swear to God my ovaries exploded. But when I woke late this morning, I was in bed alone. I soon found he'd left me something to wear, though, because when I looked at the end of the bed, I found his jersey waiting for me. The memory of him telling me last night that he wanted Caden to watch him play made me smile. It's the first sign that he might be starting to see things straight again. "Good morning," Maddie says, looking much sharper than I was sure she should this morning after the amount she drank last night. "Morning," I stutter, feeling awkward standing in just Luca's jersey. I was expecting to find him down here. "Where's Luke?" "Oh, he's gone to work out with Shane. You remember how they like to run on the beach?" I smile at the memory of watching them race back and forth when we were kids. "Lee?" She shakes her head. "I haven't seen him." "He went out last night. I don't remember hearing him come back in." "As much as I hate to admit it, Peyton, my boys are all grown up now. I've got to trust that they know what they're doing. Speaking of," she says, sliding a mug of coffee to me and nodding at the dining table, "I never got a chance to ask you about that bruise on your cheek yesterday." I lift my hand to cover the purple mark on my face. "It wasn't Luke," I say in a rush, needing to defend him. "I know. If I had any suspicion that it was, I'd have kicked his ass by now." I can't help but laugh. The thought of her even trying to get the better of any of her sons is amusing. "It was Brett," I confess. Her fingers tighten around her mug, her knuckles going white with the force. "Why don't you tell me all the bits you didn't get to last night? Like the truth about how you two got over the past? I know my son, Peyton. I know how much you leaving hurt him, how much he convinced himself he hated you. I can't imagine that he accepted you back into his life without a second thought." "You got that right," I mutter, taking a sip of my coffee. I give her a very PG-rated rundown of how we found each other again. "Sounds like you've got the beginnings of a romance novel right there, young lady," she says softly when I've finished explaining, obviously not forgetting that I wanted to be a writer from as early as I can remember. I guess we just need to see if we'll get our happily ever after in the end. I have every confidence in both of you. There was never any question that you two weren't meant for each other. I just think that maybe you were both a little young to fully understand the strength of what you had. I think, in the long run, the bit of time you spent apart was probably for the best. You'll appreciate what you have again now so much more because of it. I smile at her, understanding her point, but still hating that we lost so much time together. I'm so sorry about all of this. There were so many times over the years when I just wanted to turn up on your doorstep and confess everything. Oh, Peyton. She reaches over the table to take my hand. I wanted Mom to do things differently. I thought she was taking the easy way out by running. Your mom was doing what all moms should do. She was protecting her babies. It's something I should have done for my boys a long time ago. But I stayed, thinking that it was the lesser of the two evils. I knew Brett was an asshole. He was controlling, overbearing, just to name a few. But ultimately, I thought that having two parents would be better for them than one. I think maybe I was wrong. No, there's nothing wrong with wanting to keep your family together. Even if their father is a monster. You weren't to know. She looks away, shame coming off her in waves. I knew about the women. He was going behind my back for years. Every trip away he took, there was always another one. I just never expected. She fights back a sob. I know. Her eyes come back to mine, and we both smile sadly at each other. Do you really not know where he is? I shake my head. Turns out, some of our friends have friends in high places. You mean dangerous places? Yeah, that too. I laugh, but there's not much humor to it. We just have to trust that everything will work itself out. She nods. If Brett is gone, wherever he may be, then it will happen. Hopefully my boys will be able to find some peace without the constant pressure. Luca's been close to giving it all up. I know, she confesses. He told you? No, Peyton. My boys don't tell me anything. But I'm their mom. I sense these things. Oh, you'll understand when you have kids of your own someday. I nod, hoping that I'll have the insight that she seems to have. I'm worried about Lee, I admit. Lee is... She lets out a long sigh. He feels things deeper, harder than the rest of us, and he has no idea how to deal with it. Luca acts out with his anger and frustration. Lee just shuts himself off, finds his release in silence. Why? I don't know. But something tells me that's probably linked to Brett somewhere as well. You think Brett did that to him? Maybe not personally, but he'll have had a hand in it, no doubt. Jesus. Trust me, Peyton. We're all better off without him in our lives. All I can hope for is that whatever they've done, it doesn't come back to bite them later. I nod. Get dressed, she says, hopping up as if that conversation didn't just happen. I need to go to the store and the boys will be gone for a while. Keep me company? Of course. I finish my coffee and take it over to the sink before heading for the stairs, but I stop when Maddie says my name. I look back over my shoulder at her, still sitting at the table. I am so glad you're back. My boy has been miserable without you. Me too. I didn't realize just how much until I was with him again. She smiles at me and I slip away, my heart feeling so full it might burst. Isn't the store in the other direction? I ask, when Maddie takes a turn I wasn't expecting. I know I haven't lived here for 6 years, but surely the store hasn't moved. I just need to make a pit stop. Okay, I say, sitting back and getting comfortable. She talks to me about the town and the things that have changed since I've been gone, as well as admitting that she's been spending time with Chelsea's biological birth father. We chat away like the years haven't passed, and that we're not surrounded by more drama than most people experience in their lifetimes, before she pulls up into a parking lot for the beach. Here? Yeah. She kills the engine and turns to look at me. I'm sorry, Peyton. This is a total setup. Okay. I say skeptically. Surely she's not about to kill me and hide my body at the beach, right? You remember your place? She asks, dragging me from my crazy thoughts. Of course. I can't help but smile as I think about mine and Luca's spot at the end of the beach where we used to hang out when we needed to get away from people. I thought it was a secret, but it seems that might have been wishful thinking. He's waiting for you. Out you go. My chin drops, but I don't say anything. The excitement that explodes in my belly takes over all my thoughts. I'm out of the car before I even know I've moved and running toward the gap in the hedgerow. Have fun! Maddie calls after me, but I'm already gone and running down the track that leads to our place, our solace. My steps falter the second I spot what he's done. In the space we used to spend so much time as kids is a blanket, a huge picnic basket, and a bottle of champagne. Next to it all is the man who's turned my world upside down in all the best ways. He watches me approach as I take everything in, with an easy smile playing on his lips. Working out, huh? He shrugs.
Surprise!
What's the occasion? I ask, making my way to him and dropping down onto the blanket with him.
I just wanted to do something. Just the two of us. Forget about all the bullshit for a few hours.
Well, I'm surprised. Your mom gave nothing away.
How is she?
I think she's going to be fine. Yesterday was just a shock.
Okay, good. That's enough about all that. For the next few hours, none of it exists.
Okay, I can get on board with that. I crawl over to him when he rests back on the blanket. Hey, I say, cupping his jaw and brushing my lips over his.
Hey.
His eyes sparkle with excitement. The sight makes my heart beat that little bit faster. Thank you for this.
I thought I owed you a proper date.
It's perfect. I look around at a place that used to feel as familiar as my own home, noticing all the changes, mostly how overgrown it all is now. My eyes land on the tree trunk behind Luca, and I stare at the carving we did all those years ago. Seems like a lifetime ago, doesn't it? He leans back and looks up.
I spent a lot of time here after you left. There were so many times I almost carved that out.
I'm glad you didn't, I say, curling into his side and resting my head on his chest.
I figured that if you were ever going to come back, then you might come here.
I didn't think we were talking about that, I point out.
I still want it all, you know?
All what?
Everything we planned back then. The house, the kids, the dogs, the life together.
Me too, Luke. I never stopped wanting it, not really. But what about the other bit? He chews on the inside of his cheek for a moment, lost in thought.
I think I still want the NFL too. But I want it on my terms.
Then the NFL it is. He smiles down at me, and my heart flips when I realize that the person staring back at me is just an older version of the boy I once fell in love with.
I've got something for you.
Oh? Luca reaches into the picnic basket and pulls out a long black box. What's that?
Your 16th birthday present.
The lump that jumps into my throat stops any more words from coming out.
You left before your birthday, and I never got a chance to give it to you.
You kept it? I ask, emotion burning at the back of my nose.
I did. Deep down, maybe I knew that we weren't over. Not really.
He passes me the box, and I flip it open to find the most stunning bracelet inside. It has a delicate white gold chain with a diamond-encrusted infinity symbol in the center. Luke, it's beautiful.
Just like you. Can I?
He asks, taking the box from my hand and pulling the jewelry out. Holding my wrist up for him, I watch enthralled as he works the clasp and secures it in place. I love it, I say, staring down at my wrist.
I love you.
I part my lips to respond, but he makes the most of the opportunity and crashes his to them, plunging his tongue inside my mouth.
Whatever happens from here on out, there's one thing I know for sure.
He murmurs into our kiss. Oh yeah?
Yeah. I'm never letting you go again, P. You're mine. Always have been, and always will be.
Always, I whisper, but it gets swallowed up by his kiss. And there, right in the spot we loved so much, We forget all about the picnic and everything going on in our lives, and we focus on getting us back on track. Because he's right. We were always meant to be. Written in the stars. Or, at least, carved into the tree.
Epilogue. Leon. The slap of skin on skin echoes through the room seconds before she cries out in pain.
Fuck yeah.
She moans, arching her back and offering herself to me, desperate for me to sink deep inside her. I want to. Fuck do I want to. But even with the lights out and my eyes closed, I know she's not what I really want. The one I wanted tonight got away. The redhead in the short skirt. My cock finally swells as I imagine her on her hands and knees before me, wearing my bright red handprint on her ass. She was exactly what I needed, but she bailed before I had the chance to make my move.
Fuck me.
The girl beneath me moans, her voice desperate yet whiny. It's like nails on a chalkboard. Not willing to bail, knowing that I've got a rep to keep, I lift my hand once more in the hope her scream of pain will get me hard enough to fuck her until I lose some of the tension that's keeping my muscles locked up tight and allow me to forget everything for just a handful of blissful seconds. This hit is harder than any I've landed on her already, and she screams like a banshee. Shoving my pants down over my ass, I wrap my hand around my cock and pump vigorously, hoping it's the extra push I need. I'm just about to slam inside of her when the door behind me swings open and the light above us illuminates the room.
Charlie, what's... Oh, shit.
The girl says in a panic when she realizes why her roommate was screaming like she was being murdered.
Sorry,
She says, but she's not quick enough to escape because she gives me enough time to look over my shoulder. What I find makes my cock rock hard instantly in a way that any girl couldn't. But it also makes everything around me grind to a silent halt. It's her. The girl who haunts my nightmares. The girl who torments me relentlessly. The girl who could have saved me. Her eyes lock on mine, and they widen as if she recognizes me. I guess it's a possibility. Most people on campus know who I am, know my name. But does she know? Does she really know? And more importantly, does she remember? She takes a step back, but I'm faster. I'm off the bed and in her space in a heartbeat. What's the rush, Red? Why don't you stay and have some fun? My hand finds the soft skin of her throat, and I push her back against the wall. A gasp of shock ripping from her as I lean in, my nose almost touching hers as I breathe in her sweet scent that feeds the darkness that has festered inside me, growing each day since the last time I looked into her blue eyes.
No.
She stutters, attempting to release herself from my grip, but I'm not having any of it. I've spent years looking for Macy Fletcher. Years thinking she was nothing but a figment of my imagination. Someone to give me focus, to distract from reality. Who knew she was living right under my nose? Leaning in closer, my lips brush the shell of her ear as the length of my body presses hers into the wall. The unmistakable hardness of my cock pressing against her stomach. Maybe not tonight, Red, but soon.
What? Leon, what the hell are you doing?
A voice whines from behind me, but I've lost all interest in her now. She was only a means to an end, and a shit one at that. I've got my sights firmly set on someone new. And that's a promise, I whisper before releasing her, grabbing my jersey from the floor and marching out of the room. Until next time, Macy Fletcher. And there will be a next time.